The story begins in Insu City, a place rumored that in just 1 square meter of land there are up to 8 rich people. The crowd on the street is talking busily and incessantly. What event is there today that is so ostentatious? One person answers, it is the 30th anniversary party of the Lin Group, the largest group in the city. The other person says with a look full of admiration, I heard that those who are invited to attend are all big figures in Insu. Suddenly, a young man stops his vehicle right in the middle of the road. It is no one else, that is exactly our male lead, Jang Xuan. He drives a bright red scooter that is extremely prominent. The longevity celebration party of the old lady of the Lin family is organized here, right? Time seems to be just enough. Although his face is quite handsome, his way of stopping the vehicle is too graceless, making the supercar behind honk its horn loudly. From the car, a group of aggressive bodyguards steps down. What are you looking at? Get out of the way. A crowd of people with the green hair and red hair stands surrounding Jang Xuan. One fierce-looking guy approaches, his hand thrusting into his coat pocket as if preparing to pull out a weapon. Jang Xuan frowns. What trick are these guys planning to play again? Unexpectedly, that aggressive bodyguard respectfully offers a dark brown item. Master, the gift that you entrusted? We have searched through all the antique shops in the city. Finally we found it. Jang Xuan rolls up his sleeves preparing to interact with the subordinate. Master? I have said it 1,000 times. Can you guys remember it? In Insu then do not drive colorful cars like that to find me. Still dare to call me master? Jang Xuan throws a resonant punch right in front of many people. The subordinates immediately panic and kneel down. Subordinate understands. Subordinate understands. After hitting enough to satisfy his hands, Jang Xuan takes out a handkerchief to wipe his hands looking extremely aristocratic. Remember clearly, I do not want the Lin family people to know my identity. In the guest receiving hall of the Lin family, the celebration ceremony is being organized extremely solemnly. The old lady of the Lin family, although her age is high, her posture is still full of character. She says mildly, our Lin family has been in Insu for 30 years. The business is increasingly prosperous. The inheriting children and the grandchildren are all excellent. The descendants are each a dragon or phoenix among the crowd, making people feel secure and happy. Young Master Lin Chuan stands below the hall silently smiling with satisfaction. The secretary standing nearby is sequentially reading aloud the names of the longevity congratulation gifts of the guests. The general manager of South Wealth Group respectfully wishes the old lady health and peace, gifting a gold-plated horizontal lacquered board. Chairman of Anyuan wishes the old lady to live 100 years, gifting a pair of jewelry encrusted with jade. Chairman of Hongman Company respectfully wishes the old lady happiness like the East Sea, longevity like the South Mountain, offering a Sea jade stone. When reading to the part of our male lead, the son-in-law of the Lin family, Jang Xuan, gives as a gift an old bowl. Jang Xuan follows the command and steps up to offer the gift. This gift makes everyone stunned. It is already a bowl yet it is also chipped. Just hearing it already feels rustic. The old lady looks with astonishment at the bowl. It truly is an old bowl carved with patterns that have been worn out. The excellent descendants around cannot help but whisper and gossip. Is this Jang Xuan the one who entered as a resident son-in-law to the Lin family 1 month ago? He heard that during the whole month he was a resident son-in-law. The old lady Lian did not even let him step through the large gate of the Lin family for even 1 step. Jang Xuan pretends as if he does not hear. He smiles foolishly and then respectfully offers it up. This further makes people have a reason to talk. Today is Lin's 30th anniversary, and it is also the longevity party of the old lady, yet he only brings an old bowl to gift. Truly a joke. Also do not know what old Master Elian was thinking. A young lady intentionally glances at the expression of Lin Qinggan, the most beautiful wife in the area of Jang Xuan. She begins to mock. A great beauty like Lin Qinghan yet marries a nameless guy like that. Lin Qinghan only wants to find a table underside to crawl into, unexpectedly marrying a rustic husband like that. She steps up and scolds directly, Jang Xuan, where is the money I gave you to buy the gift? Jang Xuan is afraid people do not know he is stupid. He confidently says loudly, it is exactly this bowl. Porcelain handed down from the Qing dynasty, at least worth 60 million yuan. I only spent 100,000 Chinese yuan to buy it. Lin Chuan hears this and immediately seizes the chance to ridicule. 60 million? You truly know how to invent stories. That broken bowl of yours at the antique street can be bought for 20 yuan. Truly the resident son-in-law status is very pitiful. Lin Chuan does not spare words to scold Zhang Xuan like a child. I see you are not only stupid but even the brain you do not know how to use. Look at the gift I prepared for grandmother. At this time, 2 employees carry up an extremely large potted plant. Grandson Lin Chuan gifts an evergreen jade tree, wishing the Lin family to exist for 10,000 years. Such a magnificent gift immediately makes the old lady satisfied. Lin Chuan truly has a heart. Lin Qinggan knows when to advance and when to retreat. She has to step up to soothe grandmother. Grandmother, Zhang Xuan does not understand matters. Grandmother, please do not blame him. Lin Qinghan immediately prepares a gift part similar to that. But the old lady is still annoyed because of that chipped bowl. No need, our Lian family does not lack that bit of gift from you children. Lin Chuan succeeds in pleasing her, so he is more pampered by grandmother. Let us go, Lin Chuan. The party is about to start. Come over there with the grandmother. But the discriminatory treatment is truly too clear. The old lady says tactfully, the main table is sitting there already. You children do not need to go anywhere. Lin Qinghan has to quietly go down to the lower table to sit, becoming a joke for others. The people around immediately have an occasion to talk. Dignified as the genius of Lin, yet even at the main table there is no place. Truly pitiful. Is it not because of the father who only knows how to drink alcohol gave her to a trash guy? Also do not understand why old Master Lian agreed to this matter. Lin Qinggan hears clearly every word, so pain she sheds tears, all of which fall into Zhang Xuan's eyes. It seems he calculated not yet thoroughly. He resided in the Lin family as a son-in-law originally only to repay the old kindness, therefore he always lived modestly. He thought Lin Qinghan was also like him, not caring about those things. Unexpectedly she cared about the attitude of the Lin family that much. Returning to the main table, the old lady angrily bangs the table. No need to say more. Susher Group is developing too strongly, has silently surpassed our Lian, yet you children are still indifferent like that. How can I feel secure to hand over Lian to you children? Even while eating rice, the work pressure still weighs heavily. Lin Chuan's smooth mouth immediately reassures, Grandmother, today is the great feast of the Lin family. Grandmother, do not be angry, be careful of affecting health. But even the darling grandson cannot soothe her. She becomes even angrier. Even if it does not damage health, then how many more years do I still live? Today this old woman gives a good promise for the Lin family. Whoever can promote the cooperation with the Tsushi, I will satisfy one wish of that person. The group of descendants hearing this immediately break into a sweat. Lin Chuan thinks to himself, the head of Tsushi Group is a second generation who is very arrogant, does not respect anyone. This reward is hard to swallow. Seeing the group of juniors silent, she immediately looks with eyes sharp as knives, her face full of disappointment. Could it be no one dares to accept my mission? Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out very jokingly, who says there is no one. The cooperation of Tsushi, Lin Qinggan can go to negotiate. Zhang Xuan truly is too quick-mouthed. Lin Qinggan only wants to kick directly into the throat of this husband who brings trouble. To speak about the character Zhang Xuan, who is dull but carries a jar and runs, Brother Zhang Xuan introduces himself. I was once called the monarch of hell. The entire underworld had to hear my orders. One half of the world's assets lie in my hands. After Lian Qinghan's mother passed away, old Master Lian quietly retreated. In the house, no one knows my identity either. Zhang Xuan, just like that, lives hiding himself under the shell of a foolish son-in-law. I originally did not want to intervene too deeply into Lian family matters, but you people should not bully my wife. Lin Qinggan does not understand why her husband always causes trouble. Zhang Xuan, what did you just say? Zhang Xuan leans close to his wife's ear, gently saying, Lin Qinggan, you accept it, is it not like that you can win the recognition of the old lady? Lin Qinggan suddenly pauses. Zhang Xuan said correctly, did grandmother not always criticize her for being a useless girl? Then let her see, Lin Qinggan, am not inferior to anyone. Thinking is doing, Lin Qinggan decisively steps up to the large table. She does not hesitate and says, Grandmother, Let me negotiate the cooperation matter with Tsushi. Lin Chuan hears this and immediately mocks. What are you that you are worthy to negotiate with the chairman Tsushi? With him starting, several other juniors also speak up. Lin Qinghan, you going only loses face. It is not that I look down on you, what do you think you can do? Do you understand the business of the company? The old lady does not oppose, she waves her hand. Leave it, this matter temporarily is handed to Lin Qinghan. Lin Chuan reacts extremely strongly. He bangs the table and stands up. Grandmother, I see it is not stable. Currently we still can find other opportunities, but if she offends Sushi then the consequences are very serious. Seeing the group of juniors reacting too violently, again fearing losing favor with Tsushi, the old lady also slightly hesitates. This matter is not yet finished being said. Zhang Xuan again throws out a shocking sentence. If Lin Qinghan cannot do this matter, then she is wholeheartedly willing to give up the inheritance rights of Lin family assets. He even claps his hands once as if very interested. Lin Chuan is like waiting for this sentence. He thinks to himself, caught in the hook. He excitedly says, Lin Qinghan, this is your husband saying it. If you cannot negotiate the cooperation then the family assets have nothing to do with you anymore. Zhang Xuan raises his thumb, good. Lin Qinghan then panics. That money is all that money, cannot randomly promise like that. Zhang Xuan, do not speak nonsense. But that lion, words once said cannot be taken back. The old lady says, Lin Qinghan, your husband has said so. I agree for you, the conditions you just randomly propose. But if you cannot do it then do not blame me for not thinking of family sentiment. Zhang Xuan's face is cold. He leisurely steps up a few steps, but is pulled back by Lin Qinghan. Zhang Xuan, what are you doing? He approaches in front of the old lady's face, curls his lips into a smile full of hidden meaning. The old lady just waits with eyes wide open to see. Finished speaking, he immediately pulls his wife's hand to leave this place. Lin Qinghan, let us go. The matter just now in the eyes of the group of juniors was only like a joke. Lin Qinghan meeting a man like that is truly the greatest failure of her life. Therefore saying good investment is also useless, still must have a mind oneself. Negotiating cooperation with the Zushi while relying on them is basically impossible. The old lady also does not know what more to say. She sighs. This Zhang Xuan truly does not know good from bad. The old lady had just quietly rested for a while when an old man steps forward. Many years not meeting, you are still full of spirit like that, Zeta Kaolan Zen. The person who just spoke is exactly the master of appraisal, old Jiu. The old lady hurriedly receives him. Big brother Jiu, what wind brought you here? Please come in. Just about to offer good tea. Old Jiu sighs. Stop at the chipped bowl on the shelf. It is a palace item from the Qing dynasty. This thing truly can be met but cannot be sought. Old Jiu's eyes shine brightly. The old lady originally always looked down on that grandson-in-law named Zhang Xuan. Big brother Jiu, is it possible you saw wrong? This is only a piece of rubbish that a junior gifted. That sentence makes old Jiu angry. He says with a serious voice, rubbish? Sister Zeta Kaolan Zen, are you doubting my appraisal ability? Compared to it, the other gifts are all entirely rubbish. Unexpectedly the bowl that Zhang Xuan bought at the market has such a large value. The next day, on the way back, Zhang Xuan stops by the roadside to buy vegetables. He begins to bargain. Boss, these carrots of yours are good, reduce the price a bit for me. A subordinate steps down and respectfully reports, Big brother, the royal princess of the old Greece country. Miss Anna hopes to be able to meet you. Air flight is about to land in Su. Zhang Xuan is focusing on choosing carrots. He says impatiently, I have already married, meet her for what? As far as it is, then get lost as far as that. Finished buying a bag of mixed vegetables, Zhang Xuan turns to leave. Conveniently, furthermore, my wife wants to go to Tsushi Group to negotiate cooperation. You arrange someone to go over there to intervene a bit. The subordinate immediately understands the meaning. Yes, I know what must be done. Finished with work, Zhang Xuan climbs onto the familiar red vehicle. He adds, go, my current identity is still better not to randomly meet. The subordinate even calls after, Big brother, Lin is too much already. Is sister-in-law worth you doing that? He only wants the best for the boss. Zhang Xuan puts a beret on his head, glances back and says, "You do not understand, she is my whole world. Riding on the motorbike I love, it is forever not traffic jammed, while singing is truly life." It turns out Lin Qinggan is exactly the bright moon in Zhang Xuan's heart because of family incidents, since small I was with my mother wandering the street corners. At 5 years old, it was she who helped me and my mother overcome the freezing winter. At 7 years old, the Lian family's charity organization saved me from food poisoning. At 10 years old, I studied at the Lian family's public interest school. Mother also found a job as a janitor in the school, thinking that life would be peaceful. But at 14 years old, mother discovered she had a malignant tumor. Because she did not want to involve me, so she jumped from the 7th floor down. The life of a pure male student changed from then. In the testament, mother repeatedly reminded me to repay the Lian family's kindness. The reason Zhang Xuan diligently cooks every day is because he investigated that someone put a type of strange poison on Lin Qinggan. I can only every day add more medicinal ingredients into the soup to save her life. Returning to the present, Zhang Xuan as usual brings soup to his wife's room. He obediently serves. "Lin Qinggan, the soup is finished cooking." Lin Qinghan holds a stack of documents walking staggeringly out. It seems last night she worked all night. Her mind spinning, not careful she almost fell on the spot. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan's quick hands caught her. "Lin Qinggan, you did not sleep all night, still should rest a bit and go to sushi." Lin Qinggan cold-bloodedly flips Zhang Xuan's hand away. "I am fine, no need for you to worry." Zhang Xuan gently says, "Lin Qinggan, you like that driving a car is not safe. How about drinking soup first? I will pedal the bike to take you, guaranteed not to make the work late." Seeing the soup bowl so fragrant, Lin Qinggan cannot resist. Also okay. She hurriedly drinks a few sips. Not wanting to be late, she says tiredly, quickly set out. Zhang Xuan hears his wife, so that is it. He smiles radiantly. "Yes, boss." Lin Qinghan feels strange, suddenly feels much healthier. "If you do not disparage me as poor, then get on the bike, I carry you." Zhang Xuan truly pedals the bike, carrying his wife to the company. "Wife, arrived already." Zhang Xuan turns his head back, then sees Lin Qinggan has slept for some time. She leans on his shoulder, sleeping peacefully. This girl, because of the negotiation matter, is too tired. Zhang Xuan enjoys that moment of closeness. Only when sleeping does she release the defensive guard with him. A while later, Lin Qinghan startles and wakes up. She shyly jumps up. "I actually leaned on him and fell asleep and forgot." Lin Qinghan jumps down from the bicycle. "You wait for me, here is enough." She holds her head, which is painful like a hammer blow, and steps into the company. Zhang Xuan hears his wife's words and waits. "Obey the orders of wife, the great person." Half an hour later, still not knowing how the situation is, suddenly Lin Qinghan with the tears and the snot messy walks out. Zhang Xuan cannot help running over to ask, "Lin Qinggan, what is wrong?" It seems the negotiation failed. Lin Qinggan scolds her husband, "Zhang Xuan, all because you agreed with the grandmother. If not, why would I have to suffer such grievance?" She throws the stack of papers in his face. Zhang Xuan only knows how to endure and pick them up. Who dares to tease her? Was it not already arranged? Zhang Xuan immediately calls, cold-bloodedly saying, "Investigate for me, who teased my wife?" The green-haired subordinate works quickly. "Big brother, already investigated. It is the general manager of Sushi Group, Suiksu. He took the cooperation matter to threaten, telling sister-in-law in the evening to go to the sushi building with him. Liver is truly large." Zhang Xuan is angry to the point of crushing the iPhone 6 in his hand. He has written this name of the ZHOU family into the death register. "Suiksu, right? Daring to touch my wife, you are surely dead." On this side, Suiksu is satisfied sitting sipping coffee in the room. Lin Qinggan, a 1 billion cooperation, if only like throwing a stone on the water surface. "I see you at that time, how to report the result." He looks at several photos in the computer screen, his face appearing with a cunning look. "Except for sleeping one night with Suiksumi, then you have no other choice." Again thinking to himself, "At most is 45 minutes, you will have to let me play around with you." While passionately imagining about the pink dream, a foot from nowhere appears, kicking strongly at the door. Suixu is startled by the loud noise. The coffee in his mouth sprays all out, the water directly falls down to his lower part making him cry out, ot, ot, ot. The pain quickly turns into resentment toward the person who just appeared making Zhou lose his soul. He loudly scolds, "Who are you? Dare to play the rogue here?" Opposite is exactly Zhang Xuan with a serious face, is the person who wants your life. Do not bother to explain much. He rushes fast toward Suixu. Right at the moment he is still bewildered, not yet understanding anything, a hand has approached close. In a blink, Suixu's head is hit with a pop onto the table surface by Zhang Xuan, then again lifted, the head tilting back. He holds his head and hits randomly. Objects on the table also follow that and fall scattered. Finally Zhang Xuan does not stay his hand and throws Suixu flying far away. He is dazed. His face again is kissed with a strong hit into the wall. By the time he slides his body down, the stone wall is even dented in. Suixu then suffers the beating until his pants even fall down. After a while of regaining his spirit, he loudly yells, "Little brat, do you know who I am?" Zhang Xuan indifferently bangs his hand down on the table making it crack, his face still calm, asking back, "What did you say?" This scene directly makes Suixu shake with the fear. This guy is too strong. That punch just now was lucky not to have hit onto my body. Finally he must obediently kneel down in front of him, smiling to please. "You say," to Zhang Xuan's face darkens, raising his hand to signal, "I give you two choices, either agree to cooperate with the Lin Qingan, or die." Finished hearing, Suixu regains his spirit, slowly stands up. Turns out it is a person of Lin sent here. He adjusts his clothes. "Kill me then, can you be peaceful and healthy? The money Alan gives you, is it worth your life?" Zhang Xuan does not even care about the words Suixu says, directly comes up with another intention, "Right? Then the second condition changes into destroying the so-called sushi group of yours." He laughs loudly, "Little brat, are you dreaming? Truly thinking that a strong punch is great?" He gently raises his hand to signal silence. After that, Zhang Xuan calls to talk with someone. "Hello. After 50 seconds, if I do not contact you, then immediately destroy Sushi Group." He hang up the phone here. The time still has 31 seconds. Suixu cannot help kicking the chair and swearing, "Damn," pretending like it is real. Still 18 seconds, he angrily asserts, "Wait for me, if I do not kill you I am not a human." Time passes incessantly. He now sits down on the chair, tapping his hand lightly. 5 seconds, Suixu shows a look of disdain. "Little brat, I conversely want to see to what point you can pretend." Suddenly, the phone on the table rings with an incessant vibration. Just answering the phone, a string of bad news rushes in. "General Manager Suixu, it is not good. The company's stock is being price squeezed by a mysterious financial group. Every second damages more than 100 million yuan. Immediately, his face changes. What? The other end still does not stop reporting. There are 3 cooperation partners of ours, regardless of everything, want to stop cooperating. The company website is attacked by a large amount of bad customers, completely paralyzed. Also there is Director Zhou's side." Before even finished hearing, Suixu stammers to receive another call. "You bastard. What did you do? My good brothers all advised me to quickly run away, saying you poked someone you should not poke." To this point, he then tremblingly realizes, "It is you, it is all you're doing." Zhang Xuan hearing this only smiles gently. "Early already gave you the choice." Finally, Suixu has to throw away his pride and kneel down. "I agree. Anything I agree. I beg you to raise your hand high and hit lightly." Zhang Xuan indifferently looks at him. "Tomorrow I want to know the news you have admitted fault to Lin Qingan. Necessary compensation also cannot be lacking." Time passes to the next day at Yinsu, the CBD center. Lin Qingan timidly goes in front of old lady Lin, "Grandmother, why did grandmother come here?" Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Lin Chuan directly shouts loudly, "Lin Qingan, do not think that I do not know." Sushi gave out news that for the rest of life they will not cooperate with Lin, all because of you. Lin Qingan worriedly plans to explain, "Grandmother, it was Suixu, But exactly at this time, from the outside suddenly rings out shouting, "Sir, you cannot enter." A few people appear, among them is Suixu. Everyone cannot help being surprised. "People of the Zhou family, why come here?" The two leading people are exactly the father and the son of the Tsu family, Su Ping and the Su Xu. Several people of the Lin family are each extremely surprised. Chairman Su Ping, also the eldest young master of the Tsu family, Su Xu. Two father and the son again come here together. They say nothing, quickly go in front of Lin Qinggan. Su Ping now narrows his eyes reflecting, silently not saying anything. Suddenly he stretches his hand and slaps a very strong one on Zhouxu's face. Unfilial beast, kneel down. Several people on the other side are again surprised one more time, especially her. He quickly takes out the contract, offering it in front of Lin Qinggan's face. Miss Lan Qinggan, it is I who had eyes but did not see Mount Tai, so I offended you. He will gift back to you the land use rights. The cooperation is all gifted to you. Please forgive me one time. Lin Qinggan calmly responds, the land then you do not need to give me. I only hope in the next cooperation time do not do these nauseating things anymore. Su Xu panics and begs, Miss, please consider it as pitying me and accept it, otherwise my admitting fault is not enough and I will surely die. Looking at that contract, Lin Qinggan cannot help reflecting who is helping her. Finally, she still stretches her hand to receive it, thinking in her heart, leave it, receive it first, wait until knowing who that person is, then give it back to that person is okay. Lin Qinghan puts the paper on the table, gently says, this I receive. He quickly bows his head repeatedly, Manager Lam, thank you. Su Ping, seeing everything finished, then submissively continues, Miss Lan Qinggan, later if there is anything you just go ahead and entrust. We will not bother you anymore. The people just left. Lin Chuan immediately approaches to examine. Old Lady Lan curiously asks, who is this? She does not think much. In a moment she laughs loudly. It seems Lin Qinghan has tricks that we do not know. Then old Lady Lian directly declares, starting from today, this Lian will belong to Lin Qinggan. Finished saying, she even pats her shoulder, reminding, Lin Qinghan, this time I fulfilled the promise of yesterday. Think of what you want, then come find grandmother. She happily responds, thank you, grandmother. After that, old Lady Lian then together with Lin Chuan goes out, everyone disperses. Approaching the car, he quickly opens his mouth, grandmother, actually this matter has absolutely no connection to Lin Qinggan. Surely the Zhang family found Su Xu. Lin Chuan explains reasonably, Zhang Qiakao has liked Lin Qinggan for many years like that. The Tsu family also has to respect his face. She cannot help but show a look of reflection, but Lin Qinghan already. The smile on his face suddenly becomes sinister. Grandmother, it is very simple. Make Lin Qinghan discard that trash husband of hers. Divorce is okay. On the other side, Lin Qinggan is extremely wondering, also does not know what father thought. I have already married yet still called to tell me to go on a blind date. On the other side of the road, Zhang Xuan has stood waiting already, waving his hand calling her. Lin Qinggan silently evaluates in her heart. That second-generation rich kid Zhang Qiakao, no matter how he is then Zhang Xuan is also better than him 1,000 times. Seeing her actively hooking his arm, again smiling looking up, he cannot help thinking to himself, Lin Qinghan, this is already accepting me. Zhang Xuan fumbles his hand down under her waist and says to himself, then am I possibly able to? Not yet able to do anything, already heard the sound of Lin Qinggan scolding him. Zhang Xuan. She loudly orders, take that hand of yours off. Later going inside, do not talk much. You and I try our best to show a bit of being intimate. Lin Qinghan explains further, I am only practicing a bit the feeling of our intimacy. You do not think much. Zhang Xuan's face is still blushing red, but he still seriously raises his hand, guaranteeing to complete the mission. Very quickly, both have entered inside the room, calling out to father. He raises his hand to introduce, little Zhang Xuan, this is Zhang Qiakao, you're about the same age, later associate closely a bit. He hears so and immediately opens his mouth, Lin Qinggan, this is your marriage object? It seems your eyes for looking at people are not anything much. The Zhang parents on the other side cannot help evaluating, this child of yours married, why find a rustic guy like that? Not even equal to the toe of our little Zhang Xichu. She bluntly responds, who I marry does not need several outsiders like you to point fingers. Lin Qinggan's father is Lin Jianyu, only smiles and shifts direction. Order dishes first. The matter of the children let it be up to them. Waiter. Zhang Qiaokao takes the menu, gives it toward Zhang Xuan with a look of generosity. Whatever you want to call then call it, this meal will not need you to pay. In his heart he thinks to himself, this rustic guy surely does not know foreign languages, I see how you lose face. Unexpectedly Zhang Xuan just like that quickly sequentially reports the names, this fat liver dish, also French bread, also this dish. Immediately, Zhang Qiaokao loudly laughs, rustic guy, that is goose liver. Never eaten French food then do not put on an act, okay? French dish is very much value ritual, you call randomly like that, I see later how you will eat. Lin Qinghan witnesses this scene, her eyes not hiding the look of discomfort. The food is very quickly brought out, he again opens his mouth to mock, a bit of common knowledge you also do not have? Fruit is after using the meal then can call. If changed to in France then the type of person who does not respect French dish ritual like you already would be directly kicked out of the restaurant. Lin Qinghan's voice is full of anger, you also do not need to be so loud like that. Particularly the person who was mocked, Zhang Xuan again still leisurely smiles lightly, is it so? He points his finger at several dishes on the table, sequentially introducing, first, goose liver actually is using duck liver to make, the French call it fat liver. Second, almonds are suitable to make an appetizer. As for goose liver it must be placed on French bread to eat, like that then it will not be greasy. Zhang Qiaokao does not let it into his ears, only points his finger laughing at him, French bread that again eats along with goose liver? Laugh me to death. Inferior person like you. Imagination is also truly rich. Zhang Xuan does not respond anything, calmly points his finger to signal to him. Zhang Xichu is talking enthusiastically sees that has to stop, tilting his head looking in the direction of his hand. Suddenly his pupils stretch out, not hiding the look of extreme astonishment. At another dining table, the foreign man at this time is eating the French bread dish not different from what Zhang Xuan said. He indifferently looks at the pale face of Zhang Chu and the mocks, do not know who truly is the rustic one. Zhang Xuan leisurely prepares the food. The thing that the ritual nature of French dishes focuses on more is the combination between the food ingredients, not fruit after the meal that someone said. Then he offers the piece of bread that has been processed completely. Lin Qinghan can eat now. She gently receives it, putting it into her mouth to taste. Just biting one piece, Lin Qinghan already could not help exclaiming, combining like this is truly very delicious. In her heart again surprised, Zhang Xuan, he again understands about French dishes. On the other side, the hand being placed on the table of Zhang Xichu has been clenched until shaking. The faces of the three people of the Zhang family are each black like soot. He now only calmly sighs, previously you people said correctly, not understanding yet still must exert effort to put on an act. Truly not interesting at all finally also not able to endure anymore. The Zhang family people bang the table and stand up. Zhang Xuan smiles looking at them angrily shouting loudly, we go. Lin Jianyu seeing so then hurriedly chases after, voice hesitating, wait for me. The group of people gone already, Lin Qinghan cannot help laughing refreshingly, Zhang Xuan, just now you were intentional right? Zhang Xuan happily asks back, is the performance very excellent? She at this time then curious, when did you learn French dish etiquette? Why have I never heard you mention it? Zhang Xuan scratches his head explaining, actually not specially ever learned, I only previously once worked as a service staff at a French restaurant, seeing much then know. Adding so, Lin Qinghan suddenly remembers, correct, Zhang Xuan says so then your French probably is also quite good. A job related to foreign affairs of the company, we perhaps will be suitable for you. Zhang Xuan shakes his head repeatedly, great miss, spare me. I only want to be a normal family boss. He thinks to himself, going to work is not even equal to staying at home stewing chicken soup. If I need money, one phone call already has money that cannot be spent all brought to me. Although it is so, but Lin Qinghan hearing so then is extremely disappointed, Zhang Xuan, a man like you wanting you to go to work again is so hard? Just must want to sit for nothing in the house, truly kills me with anger. Zhang Xuan worriedly soothes, wife, you do not be angry, I go, is it not okay? She smiles secretly, this is still temporary. Time passes to the next morning at Lin, Zhang Xuan at this time still is absent-minded. The result is he still truly came to Lin King and S company to be a business staff with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Not knowing from where, a girl with a huge chest unexpectedly appears. Her purpose coming here is nothing other than Zhang Xuan, who is sitting lonely there. The girl named Fang Yi coldly raises her voice asking, "You are exactly the trash named Zhang Xuan?" He hears so and then lifts his eyes looking up, not caring, only sighs a breath. She continues to sigh, saying, "Calling you trash is already valuing you. You also do not look at yourself as what thing, also worthy of Lin Qing'an. Still running to our company, making me eat breakfast, also no longer have appetite." Before the satisfied face of Fang Yi, Zhang Xuan gently stands up. He calmly responds one sentence then leaves, "Seeing you are the close friend of Lin Qing'an, I then do not calculate with you." These words make her extremely angry. "Do not think that you are the husband of Lin Qing'an, then you are great. Telling you, if doing not well, I just wait until that time the person who loses face is Lin Qinghan." The words just finished, Zhang Xuan already could not help stopping. He turns his head, with a heavy voice warns Fang Yi, "I only say one time, do not take Lin Qing'an to threaten me." Seeing him appearing dangerous approaching close, she hurriedly shouts, "This is at the company, you do not come randomly." Exactly at this time, another employee named Akao Qiang unexpectedly rushes to Zhang Xuan. "What do you want to do?" He gently throws him away, then solicitously asks Fang Yi, "Manager Fang Yi, are you okay?" He immediately calls people to throw this brat out. She gently waves her hand. "He is a new colleague at our company. You must teach him the rules carefully." Saying so, Fang Yi glares at Zhang Xuan one time. After that she huffs coldly then leaves immediately. Akao Cheng turns his head looking at him with a cunning look. "The famous trash son-in-law of the Lin family? I must take care carefully then." He brings a notebook to Zhang Xuan. "Kid, our company does not raise trash. Give you the time of 1 day to demand back the amount of money that Shenlong owes us." Adding so, he calmly receives the notebook and agrees immediately. "Okay, you give the address to me. Also advance before the vehicle money." Akao Cheng immediately gets angry. "Still want me to pay the vehicle money? A trash just entered the company sitting there dreaming." Immediately, that notebook falls with a bop down on the table. Zhang Xuan leisurely sits with legs crossed. "Not paying the vehicle money? Then I do not go anymore." His whole person bursts with the fire of anger, swearing, "Not going? Not going, then get out for me." Only sees him slowly making a phone call. "I am at my wife's company. You tell Shenlong to pay back the debt." Immediately, several employees eating nearby hear that and are surprised to the point of spraying rice. Akao Cheng approaches close, raising a look of disdain. "One phone call tells Shenlong to bring money here? You here putting on what overbearing CEO act?" Zhang Xuan curls his lips into a smirk. "Hurry for what? Wait a bit then it arrives." He again continues to swear. "Brat, you want to pretend, right? Today here together with you wait for Shenlong to bring money here. Stupid, if this debt of Shenlong was easy to demand, I early already would have finished it. This time you brat fall into my hands." Another person not knowing from where appearing also joins in to mock him. "Zhang Xuan, you also are truly a fool. Who does not know Shenlong is the underworld? No one in Insu dares to provoke." Zhang Xuan on the contrary did not bother to care, started counting time. 3, 2, 1. Right when the time just ran out, on the door side there was a strong noise. There was a scream ringing out, attracting the attention of all people. "You guys, what are you guys doing?" Only saw a group of tiger and leopard-like people aggressively rushing in. Akao Cheng along with the employees behind trembled and stood huddled to one side. He stammered and asked, "May I ask you gentlemen?" The leader of the Shenlong group pushed up his glasses frames and asked, "Who is Zhang Xuan?" Cowardly Akao Qiang pointed toward Zhang Xuan and cried out, "It is exactly him." In his heart he craftily laughed to himself. It seems the people of Shenlong have come to cause trouble. Zhang Xuan this time is surely dead. The scarred-faced man stepped forward and slammed Zhang Xuan's table, shouting loudly, "Was it you who sent people to demand money from our Shenlong?" Zhang Xuan nonchalantly replied, "It was me, what about it?" His mouth even blew a poof onto one finger. The scarred-faced man slightly turned his body and pointed toward him, saying, "Brothers, it is exactly him." Seeing this scene, Akao Qiang in his heart was extremely happy and thought, "It is here, The moment of death for Zhang Xuan has come. That scarred-faced man opened his mouth wide, saliva splattering everywhere, while Zhang Xuan remained calm. But life is not like imagination. The Xinglong people all simultaneously knelt down. Master Zhang Xuan, please spare us a way to live. The scarred-faced man cried and held up a check with the two hands. Master Zhang Xuan, here is 50 million, plus all the interest is in here. Zhang Xuan without any hesitation took the check. He gave it to the stunned Cao Qiang, his face smiling and saying, I have completed the work then. Looking at the check in his hand, Cao Qiang opened his mouth wide in shock. They unexpectedly really brought the money here. Moreover, they even gave double the interest. The scarred-faced man looked at Zhang Xuan and asked flatteringly, Master Zhang Xuan, do you think you can lift your hand high and strike lightly, sparing us this one time? He also did not make it difficult for them. All right, beat it. Adding the order, the Xinglong group immediately felt as if they were pardoned. The scarred-faced man turned back and shouted, Brothers, beat it. The people behind in unison answered, yes. Cao Qiang clutched the check in his hand, thinking angrily, this guy Zhang Xuan makes me lose face. I absolutely cannot let him continue to stay here. Then he turned to the other employees, shouting loudly to remind them, no one is allowed to mention today's matter again. The debt of Xinglong Company will be said to be collected by me personally. An employee bowed submissively and replied, understood. At this time, a manager slammed money onto the table and angrily shouted, Zhang Xuan, you are fired from the company. Zhang Xuan only quietly glanced, then heard the other person continue to say, this is your salary for today, take it and leave by yourself. He propped his hands up and looked at that person, asking, I can go too, but are you guys sure you can explain to the boss? That guy said disdainfully, everyone in the company knows the boss hates you, so what if I kick you out? Hearing that, Zhang Xuan put his backpack on his shoulder and stepped outside, thinking in his heart, this small company of Lin Qingan needs to replace a few reliable employees. In the afternoon, Zhang Xuan carried his backpack on his shoulder and strolled on the street. At the same time, a yellow car carrying a pair of man and woman ran across the bridge. Looking at that car, Zhang Xuan thought to himself, is that not the person who caused trouble with me in the dining hall? Fungi. At this time, the girl in the car seemed to be drugged, so her face was bright red. Zhang Xuan threw down his backpack and ran to chase after the car. She is the close friend of Lin Qingan, he cannot let an accident happen. Very quickly, that car had run to a villa estate. Manhwa lay on the bed with tattered clothes, crying out that she was hot. Cheng Jiayuan at this time was pressing down on her body, turning his head to ask, are you prepared yet? The other guy held the camera ready to record, smiling ran manly and saying, young master Cheng Jiayuan, you rest assured, this is the best camera on the market, surely it will record very clearly. Adding so, Cheng Jiayuan stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, while untying his tie and saying, I have not been able to wait for a long time already. Right at this moment, a loud clack sound rang out. The cameraman had just turned his head and was immediately hit by a foot kicking over. That kick immediately stepped straight into his face. The cameraman fell down next to Cheng Jiayuan, who was performing the act. He turned his head and saw Zhang Xuan standing there, so he cried out in fear, Big brother, spare my life, anything can be discussed slowly. Zhang Xuan did not bother to care, stepped forward and hit his neck hard, shouting, trash. After that, he closed his eyes and took off his outer coat. Zhang Xuan draped the vest coat over Fang Yie's body before looking at her. At this time Fang Yie's whole body was bright red, sweat dripping. She still cried out that she was hot. Zhang Xuan even kindly took a towel to wipe the sweat for her. Suddenly Fang Yi sat up, stroking Zhang Xuan's cheek and saying, I am so hot. Zhang Xuan reached out his hand to push Fang Yie's face away, making her cry out. Seeing Fang Yi fall onto the bed, Zhang Xuan had a headache thinking, I do not know where her house is, can only take her back home first. 20 minutes later, at the Lin family villa where people were passing back and forth. Putting Fang Yi down on the bed, Zhang Xuan thought to himself, fortunately I climbed through the window, downstairs there are so many people, must find a chance to tell Lin Qingan. Fang Wai at this time had partly woken up, crying out, you, this is This time downstairs, the Lin family people were gathering. A woman sat on the chair and said, "According to me, we should let Lin Qinggan quickly divorce. Marrying Zhang Qiakao would be better." Lin Qinghan heard so and immediately raised her head and said, "How can everyone say like that? Zhang Xuan now already has ambition, and also agreed to go to work." Lin Chuan sitting on the other side heard and immediately mocked, "Lin Qinggan, is your requirement for men so low? Just needing him to be willing to go to work is okay. Who knows, later he might even be willing to be a beggar to learn how to beg for rice." Adding so, a woman also laughed mockingly, "Oh dear Lin Chuan, why do you say that?" But it is also logical. Seeing the two of them acting in harmony, Lin Qinggan knitted her eyebrows, bit her lip and thought, "Zhang Xuan, can you have a bit of ambition?" The old madam tapped her cane on the floor and said, "Everyone stop being noisy, talk about the main matter. Lin Qinggan, you think carefully. People value you, for the Lin family this is a good opportunity, moreover you and Zhang Xuan originally have no feelings, right?" Lin Qinggan heard and was sad, the corners of her eyes were tearing up, saying, "I and Zhang Xuan." But she was suddenly interrupted by Fang Yi's voice, "Zhang Xuan, you beast!" She both cried and ran downstairs, screaming, "Zhang Xuan, how could you?" At this time Zhang Xuan flusteredly ran behind her. Lin Qinggan hurriedly supported Fang Yi and asked, "Fang Yi, what exactly happened?" Fang Yi both cried and said, "Today I vaguely fainted in the parking lot, just woke up and saw him. He shamed me." Adding so, the whole Lin family looked toward Zhang Xuan, while he was helpless and could not find words to speak. The old madam looked at Fang Yi and asked again, "Fang Yi, the words you say are true?" She weakly replied, "Grandmother, how could I use this matter to joke?" Lin Qinggan heard and then shouted loudly, "Zhang Xuan." She stepped forward and slapped him very hard, "You animal." After that slap, Zhang Xuan's face turned red. He said painfully, "Lin Qinggan, you do not believe me?" Lin Chuan saw so and immediately laughed disdainfully, thinking, "The trash person makes the Lin family lose face." He raised his hand, pretending to be righteous, intending to hit him. "I will replace Fang Yi to beat you to death." But Zhang Xuan only swung his hand once, and had already knocked him away. Sitting on the ground, Lin Chuan clutched his cheek, trembling and screaming, "You dare to hit me?" The old madam's face darkened. She slammed her cane down and ordered, "Throw him out for me." Zhang Xuan ignored everything, in his heart only sad because of his wife, Lin Qinggan. "I did not expect after such a long time you still do not believe me at all." Lin Qinggan at this time also pursed her lips sadly. After that, Zhang Xuan put his hands in his pockets and left, leaving everything behind with a heavy mood. "If it is already so, then what is the meaning of me staying here?" Lin Chuan stood up clutching his cheek and screamed, finally kicked out. He already knew Zhang Xuan was not anything good. Our Lin family raised him, yet he dared to do such a face-losing thing. Lin Qinghan with red eyes hugged Fang Yi to comfort her. "Don't cry anymore. I definitely will make it clear. If it really was him then I." But before she finished speaking, Fang Yi interrupted and loudly questioned, "Lin Qinggan, what do you mean by saying that? The truth is already clear. Why do you still speak for him?" Adding her close friend question, Lin Qinghan explained, "I do not mean that, I only just." Right at that time, a man ran in and said, "Miss, luckily you really are here." Fang Yi blushed and looked at that person, asking, "Xiaoli, why did you come?" Xiaoli held up the camera, while panting and saying, "This matter fortunately had Lin Qinggan as a husband." The two girls together opened their eyes wide and asked, "What matter was it?" In the afternoon at Lin Qinggan's villa area, Xiaoli's voice rang out, "Miss, you look, this was found in Changjian's villa." In the camera was the image of Cheng Jiayuan holding a piece of tattered cloth asking, "You record clearly for me, every detail I want." Looking at that video, the two girls were shocked and said, "This is." The next image was the moment Zhang Xuan rushed in to beat Cheng Jun making him scream, "Save my life." Anything can be discussed slowly. After that was the scene of him draping the coat over Fang Yi then carrying her to leave. The two girls looked at each other and simultaneously called Zhang Xuan's name. Lin Qinghan tremblingly covered her mouth and cried, "He is a hero, yet I." After finishing speaking, she immediately ran to the door. While running and crying, thinking that she did not ask anything and yet slapped him once. Zhang Xuan was walking on the street, hands in pockets, kicking at Lin Qinggan chased and called, "Zhang Xuan, wait a bit." She ran to in front of him and said, "I know everything now, you don't go." He turned back to look at her, Lin Qinggan. Zhang Xuan seized the opportunity, clutched his cheek and lamented, "Then how must you compensate me? My face still hurts." Lin Qinghan lightly punched his chest, saying, "I will pay the medicine money. Is me raising you not enough?" Zhang Xuan heard so and then was happy. Time passed quickly. The next day at the agricultural market, Zhang Xuan squatted to choose cabbages, while listening to the phone asking what is the matter. At the other end of the line, Bai Chi said in a serious voice, "Boss, there is an assassin preparing to act against sister-in-law." Very quickly the scene changed to another place. Lin Qinggan noticed Zhang Xuan was acting like a fool in front of her, thinking to herself, "Why did he come here?" Zhang Xuan did not hesitate to hold up 5 fingers to ask for money. "Lin Qinggan, I lost my job. Can you give me $500? After finishing speaking, he seriously looked at the person standing behind her. The woman next to her perhaps is a new bodyguard. It seems the Lin family also knows the matter already. Lin Qinghan rubbed her forehead thinking she even helped him arrange a job. Unexpectedly he worked for not even 1 day, truly having a bit of regret for saying she would raise him. She stepped forward and stuffed money into his chest, saying, "Give you money, but later you are not allowed to wear like this to appear in front of the company door." Zhang Xuan glanced at her, smiling cunningly. All right, are you going home? By the way, give me a ride." But immediately after that, Lin Qinggan waved her hand to refuse. Not enough room. At this time a girl suddenly spoke up, "Sit in my car." Adding so, Zhang Xuan happily said, "Beautiful lady, thank you." Sitting in the red car of a girl, Zhang Xuan still happily said, "Beautiful lady, thank you." He leaned over to talk. "You are a new employee, right? Before this I have never seen you." A girl's face was very serious, concentrating on driving. Suddenly she stepped on the brake, making the car stop abruptly. The horn sound rang out. Zhang Xuan, according to momentum, fell forward. A girl again pressed the horn. Lin Qinggan looked forward confusedly. Ahead is the villa already. Why is there a traffic jam? As if recognizing something, a girl unfastened the seatbelt and said, "The situation is not good. President Lin Qinghan, you stay here and don't move. I will go down to see." After speaking, she quickly got down from the car. The car in front also had a group of people holding weapons stepping down. The leader put a knife to his mouth and said, "Little sister, beat it to one side. I only need the life of the little girl in the car." A girl looked at them and said coldly, "Depending on you guys?" That guy angrily swung the knife. "Then don't blame me for killing one more life." After finishing speaking, he then slashed over. But a girl quickly caught his hand, then turned her body and slammed him onto the ground. The thug was slammed hard by her into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Qinggan covered her head and screamed. Zhang Xuan quickly called the police. But the back seat was already empty from some time ago. She was shocked, knitted her eyebrows and said, "Where is the person?" At this time at the private house of Zhang Xuan and his wife, the house door opened. Zhang Xuan stepped in with a serious face. He stood in the middle of the room, hands in pockets, and said, "Acting stealthily for what? Come out." The other person stepped down the stairs step by step. The assassin slightly pushed up his hat and looked at Zhang Xuan, saying, "Able to detect me first, you also have a bit of ability." Zhang Xuan angrily pointed his finger and shouted, "You actually on the floor that I just wiped clean before going out of the door. Now there appears a shoe print making the shiny floor dirty." The assassin stepped down, lit a cigarette and leisurely took a puff. He dropped the words, "Unexpectedly really a house husband, death is near, yet still care about these things?" Zhang Xuan ignored it and screamed, "Extinguish the cigarette immediately for me. My wife does not allow smoking." The assassin blew out smoke. His attitude was nonchalant and he asked back, "If I say no, then what?" Zhang Xuan immediately darkened his face. The veins on his forehead rose up and he said, "Then die." The assassin heard so and then stared intently at him. He grew angry and rushed straight to Zhang Xuan's place, shouting loudly, "Seeking your own path to death." However, he was completely not afraid, opened his mouth and said, "Too slow?" As soon as the words were finished, Zhang Xuan had easily caught his wrist, then he hit 2 consecutive blows into the assassin's body. Each by the blows, his whole body trembled then knelt down onto the ground. Zhang Xuan saw the characteristic tattoo on his body. He then spoke out the identity of the opponent then asked, "You are one of the Dark Knight 13 sons, who is the employer?" The assassin not only was not afraid but also replied, "If you already know about Dark Knight, then perhaps you understand clearly, even if we have to die, we absolutely will not reveal the identity of the employer." Adding so, Zhang Xuan reached his hand into his pocket, took out a ring then asked, "Recognize it?" The assassin looked at the gold ring in his hand and tremblingly gasped, "Saint Ring." He raised his head and tremblingly cried, "It is you, unexpectedly it is you." Zhang Xuan revealed a gloomy look and said, "Give me who the employer is, if not I will kill all your remaining 12 brothers and sisters." Adding so, that guy could only helplessly confess, "The employer is surnamed Su, a person of Yan City." Immediately after that, he bit his tongue to self-destruct, blood splattered. After getting the answer, Zhang Xuan turned his body and called the phone to order, "Investigate all the people surnamed Su of Yan City for me." At this time at the villa gate, Lin Qinggan and a girl had returned home safely. The 2 girls together stepped in with extremely serious faces. While Zhang Xuan at this time was wearing an apron, 2 hands holding fans and fanning all over the house, happily calling, "Wife, you are back, wife." After that he moved close to Lin Qinggan and fanned, saying, "I help you fan for ventilation." She looked at him with disgust and said, "Beat it." Sitting heavily on the chair, she helplessly supported her forehead, thinking she thought Zhang Xuan had changed already, yet he was still so weak like that, meeting danger and only knowing how to hide. Zhang Xuan carried a basin of water over, saying flatteringly, "Wife, you worked hard, soak your feet a bit." She saw him drenched in sweat and wondered, this is again doing what kind of trick? Zhang Xuan did not care, moved close to take off Lin Qinggan's slippers making her startled and scream, "What are you doing? Let me go." Zhang Xuan still did not care but caught her feet, in his heart thinking, on Lin Qinggan's body there were not few difficult to speak diseases, needing through massaging acupoints to treat. Hard to have a bit of good change, cannot stop. Lin Qinggan felt his movements, then blushed and cried out, "Zhang Xuan, what are you touching randomly? There is even someone else here." A girl being called by name then spoke up, "No matter, consider that I do not exist." Looking at Lin Qinggan, Zhang Xuan hugged her feet and said, "Wife, just now you were frightened, I help you massage." Lin Qinggan blushed and looked at Zhang Xuan then thought to herself, "Could it be these few days I have slept much better?" Looking at Zhang Xuan washing feet and massaging for her, she suspected it also was because he massaged for her. After a while, she spoke up and said to him, "All right, Zhang Xuan, go pour the water. Today I have a friend coming to play, you don't do anything anymore, go outside first." Carrying the water basin away, Zhang Xuan still turned his head back to ask Lin Qinggan, "What friend is it?" Lin Qinghan looked at him with impatient eyes and said, "What relation does it have to you? In short, before the afternoon, I do not want to see you." After that Zhang Xuan asked a flirtatious sentence, "Wife, but if you miss me then what must I do?" Lin Qinghan angrily threw a cup toward him, "Beat it." The scene changed to in front of the main gate of the King Welfare Society. Zhang Xuan raised his head to look up with a look full of nostalgia. "Many years ago I and the mother drifted to this place, also fortunately was accepted by the director so I could survive." And carrying full large bags and small bags, while walking he thought, "Lin Qinghan does not allow me to stay at home, just right to visit the children." In the welfare center, Zhang Xuan gave gifts to each child then happily said, "No need to hurry, I'll have. The small children excitedly surrounded him and called loudly, "Brother Zhang Xuan, I want this one, this one." Looking at the children who were surrounding the pile of new toys, he thought to himself when he was small he received such items and also was extremely happy. He smiled and looked at the children running away. Little girl Yin Yin moved close and grabbed his shirt, whispering, Brother Zhang Xuan, you play with Yin Yin, okay?" Zhang Xuan originally liked children very much so he happily responded, "Okay, we play flying glider." After speaking, he then lifted Yin up high. The little girl also happily cried, "Flying glider, flying glider." Suddenly a black car roared and ran over. 3 people dressed formally stepped down from the car. Yin saw them, then pointed her finger and said to Zhang Xuan, "Bad people, these bad people want to dismantle Yin's house." Putting Yin down on the ground, he was shocked and asked back, "Dismantle the house?" After that, he immediately ran to the backyard, while running and calling the director. When meeting her, he immediately asked, "How is this matter?" Rou stood up, looked outside, then said to Director Cui, "Let me go to talk with them." When Zhang Xuan sat down on the chair next to her, Director Cui started to retell, "Those people are resort mountain manhwa. The land around this place was all bought by them already, but the government side requested them to have to build a new welfare center, then they would be allowed to construct." Adding this, it seemed to be a good thing, but immediately after that she knitted her eyebrows and continued to say, "Those immoral businessmen again built the new welfare center right next to the chemical discharge factory, truly pitiful for these children." After that, Director Kui stroked Zhang Xuan's head and asked, "Good child, these past few years do you still remember I once told you the matter about there often being a kind-hearted person giving money to help the welfare center?" Zhang Xuan then replied, "Yes, I still always want to know who that is." Looking at Rou's back as she stepped outside, the director said, "It is exactly that Miss Rou. This year she has helped us with not few matters. But this time she also can only be powerless." Adding so, Zhang Xuan slammed the table and shouted, "I will go chase them away." Director Cui confusedly stopped him, "Little Zhang Xuan, it is useless." Zhang Xuan turned back with a look full of confidence and said, "If I do not try a bit, then how can I know?" The leader of the Resort Mountain Manor group stepped forward and said, "Miss Rou, what does the matter of life and death of these orphans relate to us? If you want to blame, then blame them for having lowly lives." Rou heard so and immediately cursed loudly, "You godforsaken conscienceless people, sooner or later will also suffer retribution." Another guy among them leisurely said, "Wait a few more days, the government document can be passed already, this welfare center certainly will be dismantled." Zhang Xuan, carrying the stick, dragged it along while stepping over, then said, "Whether the welfare center is dismantled or not, I do not know." Zhang Xuan knitted his eyebrows full of anger and said, "But if you don't go, then I will knock all of you away." After speaking, he swung the stick in his hand toward the Resort Mountain Manor group. They fearfully ran hurriedly into the car preparing to leave, but still turned back to curse, "Brute, you guys sooner or later also must beat it from here, we go." Zhang Xuan carried the stick on his shoulder and looked at them running away, then turned back to Rou's place, then threw the stick to one side and asked, "Miss Rou, are you okay?" Making Rou look at him full of suspicion. Looking at the black car driving away, Yin happily jumped up and said, "The bad people were chased away. Brother Zhang Xuan is truly powerful." Rou looked at them and sadly sighed, saying, "As long as the Resort Villa project still exists, they sooner or later will return." Zhang Xuan held up one finger confidently and said, "Miss Rou, do you not do commerce? I have a way that can gently solve the problem." Adding so, Rou asked back, "You want me to win back the right to develop this piece of land?" He shook his hand and said, "No, no, no." He pointed toward the green mountain in the distance, saying, "I want you to level that mountain." Rou heard so and asked in shock, "Level the mountain?" Sky quickly turned dark at Lin Qinggan's house. She stood at the kitchen door excitedly saying, "Great Chef Michel, is it finished yet? I am about to not be able to wait anymore." Michel, while tossing the food, looked over at Lin Qinggan and asked, "Lin Qinggan, a cold president like you, why is she like a person greedy for eating?" Lin Qinghan heard so and then angrily said, "Damned girl, only know how to mock me." Right at that time, the door opened with a clack. Zhang Xuan stepped in and said, "Wife, I am back here." Lin Qinghan immediately turned pale, thinking to herself, "It's over." After that she hurriedly ran to Zhang Xuan's place, thinking in her head that he returned at this time, then the words she said, would they not all be exposed? Seeing his wife flustered, Zhang Xuan asked, "What is it?" Moving close to him, Lin Qinggan caught his hand and reminded Zhang Xuan, I told my best friend that you are an artist. In a moment you absolutely must not forget that. Hearing his wife say so, Zhang Xuan revealed a cunning look, made an okay sign and said, all right, wife, you rest assured, I absolutely will not let it be exposed. Right at this moment, Michelle carrying the plate of sweet cakes stepped out and asked, this gentleman probably is Zhang Xuan? Zhang Xuan reached out his hand and said, beautiful woman, hello. He seemed to become serious in a blink. Michelle also reached out to shake his hand, saying, Mr. Zhang Xuan, your Western etiquette is truly standard. After that she smiled and introduced, my name is Michelle, am the best friend of Lin Qinghan. Sitting in front of the dining table cooked by herself, Michelle, like the host said, quickly sit down, the food is all finished. Looking at the Zhang Xuan sitting opposite, Michelle started to inquire, Mr. Zhang Xuan, hearing Lin Qinggan say, the two of you knew each other at a painting exhibition? While chewing with bulging cheeks, Lin Qinggan caught her friend's words, are you investigating the household registration of my Zhang Xuan? Michelle also straightforwardly replied, correct, I only want to see what way he used to trick our cold president into his hands. Pulling her husband's sleeve, Lin Qinggan leaned close and spoke softly, Zhang Xuan, don't mind her. Looking at her, Zhang Xuan replied, yes. Looking at Lin Qinghan, Michelle propped her chin up and said seriously, my president young lady, you aren't tricking me for fun, are you? Hearing so, Lin Qinggan chiacchiera stammered, of course not. We were at the same time, Zhang Xuan while picking up food also chimed in, we knew each other at the painting exhibition of Master Furge. That year we were both attracted by the painting early morning meal and also gave different explanations. Zhang Xuan lied without any embarrassment, intently looking at Lin Qinggan, she was directed toward the piece in the painting, while I admired the feelings in the eyes of the main male and the female. The two of us started from that time. Adding so, Michelle's eyes were sharp as she exclaimed, the meeting was truly romantic, truly admire you and Lin Qinghan. After that she suddenly stood up and cried out, my baked snails are about to be ready. When Michelle hurriedly left, Lin Qinggan looked at Zhang Xuan and questioned, how did you know about that painting? Holding up the phone, Zhang Xuan laughed cunningly and said, was it not because I was afraid of being exposed, so I just searched it? Adding so, she praised him for doing well. Michelle at this time was in the kitchen with her back to the two people. She called the phone, covered her mouth and spoke softly, Liku, do you remember the wanted poster 3 years ago on the roads of France? The person on the other end replied, exactly the guy who tricked the princess of the French royal family. Michelle raised her head and looked toward Zhang Xuan, saying she met him. That love-tricking guy not only returned to the country, but also used the identity of an artist to marry her best friend. At this time she while talking remembered his image, carrying the fragrant plate of baked snails and stepping outside. Michelle happily said, Lin Qinggan, Mr. Zhang Xuan, try this dish, the two of you certainly will like it. Putting the plate down, glancing at Zhang Xuan, she broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, absolutely cannot let Lin Qinggan be tricked, I definitely must find a chance to expose him. Thinking so, Michelle looked over at Lin Qinggan and said, Lin Qinggan, I want to stay here for 2 more days, do you welcome it? Making Lin Qinggan startled. Looking at the Zhang Xuan who was smiling, she replied, welcome. In her heart thinking to herself this time it is trouble, Zhang Xuan don't let it be exposed, otherwise it will be very face-losing. Time passed very quickly. After dinner, everyone together sat on the living room sofa. Looking at the QNRO on the TV, Lin Qinggan praised, the person who wants to go level this mountain is also too powerful. Lin Qinggan opened her eyes wide and stared then commented, behind this QNRO surely there is a professional team helping her plot and plan. Adding so, Zhang Xuan being the person who suggested it then happily showed it on his face. The wife praising him like that also made him a bit shy. After that he put the water basin down at Lin Qinggan's feet and said, this also has nothing much, to make traffic convenient, proposing to level the mountain. Is it not also according to the aspirations of the people? Adding so, Lin Qinggan then used her reasoning to explain, what do you understand? Just like this, Hangzhou commerce having spent effort wanting to build a holiday village will not win the support of the government anymore. By that time, their industry certainly will belong to the Injuan Corporation of Qinro. Kneeling down to wash feet and massage for Lin Qingan, Zhang Xuan praised, "Yes, yes, wife, you are so powerful." Michelle stepped over with a surprised look, put her hand to cover her mouth, then inquired, "Lin Qingan, Zhang Xuan even washes feet for you?" Lin Qingan scratched her cheek lightly, her face turned red and she replied, "Zhang Xuan said he knows acupoint massage, can help me treat potential diseases." Michelle sat down next to Lin Qingan then immediately asked, "True or false?" "Right, as my shoulder is also a bit uncomfortable. Can I let your Zhang Xuan help me massage a bit?" Hearing so, Lin Qingan immediately hesitated, disse. After that she leaned over toward Zhang Xuan and asked, "Husband, can you massage a bit for Michelle?" Zhang Xuan laughed comfortably, "No problem." Michelle sat on the chair, closed her eyes waiting for Zhang Xuan to massage, in her heart thinking to herself, "Still saying massaging treats potential diseases? Is it not just a tactic to please women? Bite to see how I expose you." Zhang Xuan did not hesitate to put his hands to massage on Michelle's back. She immediately turned red and exclaimed it was comfortable. Right after that again her face turned bright red. She put her hand to cover her mouth and screamed shrilly, glancing toward Zhang Xuan who was standing behind. She was shocked and could not believe it. "How can it be? The potential disease on my shoulder really feels a bit more comfortable." Lin Qingan stood up to leave and even reminded, "Then you just let Zhang Xuan massage for you. I go to sleep first." Michelle waved her hand and said, "You go quickly. The massage technique of your Zhang Xuan is truly too top-notch. Let me enjoy it for a while longer." After seeing her friend off, Michelle stretched her body showing off seductive curves. "Lin Qinghan is gone. Take this opportunity to make this love-tricking guy reveal his nature." Thinking so, Michelle glanced then said, "Zhang Xuan, I am so hot." But when looking toward Zhang Xuan, her eyes immediately showed a clear look of shock. At this time Zhang Xuan was wearing headphones, eyes closed, softly humming according to the music melody. Adding those humming sounds, Michelle in her heart grew angry. "I told you have not even a bit of attraction?" After that she angrily shouted, "Don't massage anymore, don't massage anymore." Looking at Michelle angrily leaving, Zhang Xuan took off the headphones with full confusion, suddenly getting angry for what? Immediately after that, the piercing phone ring rang out. Zhang Xuan stepped forward to answer the phone. "Hello, father?" At the other end of the line, Lin Qingan's father called, "Little Zhang Xuan, quickly tell Lin Qingan, don't see grandfather anymore. Quickly come to the Lin family grand estate." Early morning at the park in the outskirts of Insu City, Zhang Xuan was leisurely strolling. Behind him, Lin Zhengyan, sitting on the wheelchair, spoke up, "Young person, if you like Tai Chi, you can go perform a few strikes." Zhang Xuan heard the voice and immediately turned back to look at the old man in front of him. He wondered, "Then you clearly can walk. Why must you sit on the wheelchair?" Lin Zhengnan heard so then asked back, "Little brother, what else can you see?" Zhang Xuan put his hand to scratch his chin then commented, "Your heart meridians are severed, making every day the chest more painful, need to quickly treat." Adding these words, the eyes of Lin Zhengyan immediately were filled with shock. He happily looked at him then said, "An old friend of mine once said, you could see my disease. In this world besides him there is only one person. Could you be the number one divine doctor of the Hua country?" Zhang Xuan put his hands in his pockets, stood looking at Lan Zhengyan and smiled hearing him call Flower Flame King. After that he laughed then patted his shoulder and said, "Your disease? Wait for next time if there is fate to meet again then talk." Lin Zhengnan also did not make it difficult and replied, "I understand your rule, treating disease without taking money, only looking at fate." When Zhang Xuan left, looking at his back, Lin Zhengyan exclaimed, "Truly did not expect the dignified Flower Flame King would even be so young like that." Thinking about his descendants, he could not help but shake his head in disparagement. "My family's juniors compared to him truly are far inferior." Right at this time, Lin Qingan spoke up, "Grandfather, you indeed are here." Adding the voice, he turned his head and immediately saw Lan Qingan running over to push the wheelchair of her grandfather away. Lin Qinghan reproached, "You made the whole family worry to death. Lin Zhangnan laughed and said, "Adong was too free, so I came out to look at the scenery a bit." While pushing her grandfather back, Lin Qinggan while changing the topic, "Grandfather, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Is it not that you have a matter wanting to announce to everyone in the family?" We quickly go back. Time passed until evening at the Lin family main house. When Zhang Xuan walked past, he immediately heard an elder shout loudly, "Lin Qinggan, you fundamentally are not worthy to inherit so much." Opening the door and stepping in, Zhang Xuan with a serious face thought to himself, "What happened again?" Lin Qinggan facing those few mother and children and questioned, "Lin Bui, Lin Chuan, the two of you bearing the Lin name not only did nothing for the Lin family, but also many times made the company suffer large losses, yet you still have the face to question the decision of grandfather." Lin Hui heard so then shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth." Talking to the Lin family, Lin Qinggan, you go to in front of your mother's tomb and ask whether you have even a bit of bloodline of the Lin family or not. That sentence made Lin Qinggan open her eyes wide in shock. "What did you say?" Lin Hui laughed disdainfully and replied, "You ask your father, when your mother followed a guy what he did?" Lin Wi also followed the trend and stepped up, pointing his finger and cursing, "You all day say you are a Lin family person, it turns out you are only a bastard still here." But the words were not yet finished then he already was hit by a flip-flop flying straight into his mouth. Exactly, it was Zhang Xuan taking action. He angrily shouted, "Apologize to my wife immediately." Holding the remaining slipper on his foot, Zhang Xuan pointed straight and threatened, "Otherwise today I won't let you step out of the gate." Lin Hui for her child immediately turned toward grabbing Lin Jianyu's collar and shouted, "Lin Jianyu, my son was hit. You definitely must give me an explanation." Lin Jianyu with a serious appearance replied, "It was your son who spoke insolently first. Being hit is also deserved." Seeing him say so, she then took out the phone and shouted, "Report to the police, I must report to the police." Lin Qinghan having endured until now then spoke up, "This is the Vilo Phi, Lin Qinghan, even if the police come it is you people who are causing trouble." Lacking reasoning, Lin Hui started to pull seniority out to reproach, "Very well, Lin Qinggan, completely do not consider this elder as anything, right?" After that she pulled Lin Wi's hand to leave while saying, "We go then see." At this exact moment, Zhang Xuan raised his voice to ask with a fierce face, "Did I let you all leave yet?" Lin Bui, being grabbed by the shirt collar by him, immediately shouted angrily, "Zhang Xuan, you don't take an inch and ask for a mile." Immediately he was slapped by Zhang Xuan one more time on the remaining side of his face. Rising the sandal up, he requested with a cold voice, "Apologize." Lin Wi held one side of his face, sweat poured out, his whole body trembled. After that, he stepped to the front of Lin Qinggan and kowtowed, "Sorry." When Zhang Xuan approached her, she said politely, "Thank you." Zhang Xuan replied, "You are my wife, isn't protecting you the thing I should do?" The mother and the son of the Lin Chuan family were also preparing to leave. Lin Chuan's mother said, "Lin Qinggan, that matter we will continue talking about next time." Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart, "This guy Zhang Xuan is truly savage, must leave quickly." Looking at the backs of the mother and the son leaving, Lin Qinggan said, "Zhang Xuan, you also come with me to a place." He immediately agreed, "Okay." One place the sun shone brilliantly, the other place trees were being drenched by heavy rain. At the King Shan cemetery, Lin Qinggan held a bouquet of flowers and walked. Zhang Xuan walked behind holding an umbrella for her. Arriving in front of grave, Lin Qinghan whispered, "Mother, I have come to visit you." Lightly stroking her mother's tombstone, she sadly confided, "Zhang Xuan, do you know? Grandfather can only live for 3 more months." Those relatives all want to take this opportunity to gain some profit from Lin Shi. After that she slumped down, leaned against a tree trunk, frowned and said, "The current me is like a thin sheet of ice, just making one mistake will lead to being pushed down into a bottomless abyss by others." Holding the umbrella for her, Zhang Xuan stood there putting his hands in his pockets, advising, "If you feel tired, actually you can let go." Lin Qinghan sadly asked back, "Why wouldn't I want to?" But they are only after money, basically not caring about the life or death of the company. If Lin Shi falls into their hands, there is only the path of death. At this moment, Zhang Xuan let go of the umbrella, Ugid the Lin Qingan and said, "Wife, you let go. No matter what, I will always be by your side." She also hugged him back, closed her eyes in his chest and thought, "Hope so." The next day, Zhang Xuan stood at the bus station, happily thinking, "Since I am free today, I will go to the Welfare Institute to see how everything has been resolved." Suddenly there was a person who appeared behind and tapped his shoulder. Zhang Xuan turned his head to look at that man and asked, "Something up?" The tall tattooed bald man pointed his finger and said, "Brat, you provoked someone you shouldn't provoke. Go with us for a trip." So he was carried away by them like that. In Zhang Xuan's mind he thought secretly, "Wait until a deserted place, then I will handle these nonsensical guys." Three bald men led him into a small alley, then loudly threatened, "Brat, in this world there are many people who are not ones you can provoke just because you want to." After that the leader ordered, "Beat him for me." The two remaining men immediately rushed forward. Two big men just like that charged towards Zhang Xuan's position. Zhang Xuan calmly closed his eyes and then said, "Cripple them all." Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow appeared jumping down from above. That person in black clothes knelt before Zhang Xuan and replied, "Follow orders." The bald man, still standing firm, sweat running down, pointed his finger and said, "You are." But immediately he was sent flying by a blow from that black shadow. Zhang Xuan stuffed his hands into his pockets, then turned his back to leave. Before leaving he coldly instructed, "Go investigate to see who sent people." Right at that time, a loud siren sounded, a white and black police car drove up and stopped. From the car stepped down a female police officer with a fiery body. She pointed forward, then loudly ordered, "Arrest him for me, also take away all those underworld elements." Zhang Xuan was also stunned because he didn't understand what happened but was already handcuffed. That morning, at the building of the Wuxia Ministry of National Security, a man having just heard the news turned pale, immediately issued an order. "What? Why dare to arrest that person? Quickly contact by phone with the department in Insu. Immediately release the person." During that time, Zhang Xuan was being handcuffed in the interrogation room of the Insu City Police Station. And Wenwu slammed her hand hard down on the table, frowned fiercely and asked loudly, "Who is your boss?" Zhang Xuan with a very wronged look replied, "I say this beauty, don't falsely accuse me, I am the victim." In his heart he also secretly lamented, "Where is the gentleness here? Clearly she is a shrew." And Wenwu, hearing that, became even more ferocious, slapped the table repeatedly, "Falsely accuse?" Right after that she grabbed Zhang Xuan's collar, glared and asked, "Is it possible those people broke their own arms and legs themselves?" Zhang Xuan immediately nodded with a snap, then laughed and replied, "Right, it is exactly like that." Seeing him laugh indifferently like that, An Wenru was so angry she threw a fist, "I will give you this for speaking nonsense." At this point Zhang Xuan was extremely uncomfortable. He frowned. Right at the critical moment, suddenly someone kicked open the door and rushed in, only seeing a man with a Mediterranean-style head running in, panting and shouting, "An Wenru, quickly put down the thing in your hand." An Wenru, as soon as she saw the superior, stood at attention, hurriedly let Zhang Xuan go. "Chief." The Mediterranean-headed chief pointed at her and scolded, "Truly reckless, who allowed you to use violence for law enforcement? This person has no problems, quickly release him." An Wenru, hearing that, was unwilling, immediately said, "Chief, he intentionally fought with weapons, large-scale assault." Zhang Xuan then stood to one side with a pitiful and wrong face. The chief, hearing this, was so angry he burst into flames, questioning, "Nonsense, where was the fighting with weapons? Do you have any evidence?" And Wenwu was speechless, unconvinced. She turned around to leave. "I will immediately go find evidence." The Mediterranean-headed chief quickly removed the handcuffs for him, gave a conciliatory smile and said, "You've worked hard, I will unlock your hands for you right away." At this time, Zhang Xuan's phone rang continuously. At the same time, in front of the theater door, Michelle curled her lip in annoyance, complaining, "Lin Qingan, why hasn't Zhang Xuan arrived yet? Didn't we say today we would go see the concert together?" Lin Qinghan answered a bit worriedly, "The phone cannot be reached, perhaps he is busy with work." Having finished speaking, she pulled her friend's hand and smiled, "All right, later he will come by himself, let us go in first." Michelle had to nod reluctantly, Fine. Unexpectedly someone called Elaine Kingan. She turned her head back to look and exclaimed, Song Tao. In her heart she unhappily thought this person since university had pursued her without letting go. Why meet him here today? Song Tieo seemed not to pay attention to Lin Kingan's attitude, even reached out his hand to touch her. Truly such a coincidence. You also came here to attend the concert? Lin Kingan immediately yanked her hand away, showing an uncomfortable look. Song Tao, please respect yourself. Then Lin Qinghan continued to hold Michelle's hand and said, Michelle, let's go, ignore him. Being rejected, Song Tao only gave a very meaningful smile looking at the backs of the two people leaving. In another place, in the office of the Yinsu City Police Station, An Wenru appeared a bit restless. When reviewing the photos taken at this scene, she realized that she had actually misunderstood this Zhang Xuan. Nevertheless, every time looking at Zhang Xuan, she still felt uncomfortable. This bastard again treats the police station like his own home, truly making people unable to bear it. She only saw him leisurely eating watermelon, melon rinds thrown all over the room. Zhang Xuan saw An Wenru and even happily invited, the watermelon is very sweet, beauty, or maybe you should try some too. Unexpectedly she not only did not accept but also swung a fist towards him. Eat, I'll give you eat. But Zhang Xuan only slightly tilted his head and was able to dodge. Because of losing balance, An Wenru tripped and fell down. Right at that moment, a young policeman pushed open the door and entered. Vice Team Leader An Wenru, not good. Just stepping through the door, he saw an extremely difficult to describe scene. Even Zhang Xuan did not expect it, so he stood frozen on the spot. An Wenru blushed with shame, hurried to push Zhang Xuan, then screamed, Zhang Xuan. After that she pushed that policeman outside, while Zhang Xuan said with a grievance, clearly she just insisted on flying over, how can I be blamed? A while later, the chief saw Zhang Xuan off to the very door. You go carefully. Zhang Xuan held the phone and smiled with relief, thinking, without that female police officer obstructing, I also can be considered able to leave this place. When opening the phone, he just discovered there was a missed call from Lin Qinghan. Zhang Xuan suddenly remembered, fearfully thinking, it's over, I agreed with the Lin Qinggan today to go to the concert. So he immediately sped off like flying, panic-stricken, muttering, not allowed, I must quickly think of a way to salvage this. That afternoon, an artist was playing the piano in the concert hall. Lin Qinghan and Michelle sat in the front row attentively enjoying. Michelle suddenly nostalgically asked Elaine Kingan, do you remember the wish you told me back in university? Lin Qinghan, hearing that, immediately smiled, of course I remember. I said I hoped in the future there could be a day the person I love most could be at a concert, specifically playing a piece of music for me. Lin Qinghan looked at Michelle with a face full of reminiscence, then said, but those were all childish dreams, weren't they? Suddenly a light shone directly onto the place where Lin Qinggan was sitting. The host announced, ladies and gentlemen, today we received a special request. Lin Qinghan looked bewilderedly up at the stage. The host smiled formally and said, we have received a special request. There is a gentleman who wants to confess to the woman that he loves. Lin Qinghan awkwardly looked over at Michelle, her heart full of doubt. What is this matter? Right after that, the stage lights turned on, shining straight towards the back of the red curtain. A moment later, a brilliant bouquet of roses appeared along with a familiar voice. Lin Qinghan, do you know? Song Tieo stood on the stage, saying with deep feeling eyes, you and I have known each other for 5 years, but from the first look I saw you, you have been in my heart, never leaving. The audience below was moved, so romantic. Under the brilliant lights, Song Tieo slowly stepped forward and said, I know the way of doing this today is extremely rude, but I still want to say all the love I have for you. Lin Qinghan, hearing, could not bear it anymore, immediately pulled Michelle to stand up. Michelle, let's go. Unexpectedly Song Tieo had already blocked her front. Loudly, Lin Qinghan, I want to tell everyone, I love you. The whole hall immediately became rowdy. People chanted in unison, marry him. Marry him. Without knowing at all that Lin Qinghan extremely detested this man, truly like a leech. No matter how one drives him away, he refuses to go. But in just a split second, that light suddenly went out. Song Tieo was held tight by 2 security guards. Hurry up, the superior just now issued an order, drag this person outside. Song Tieo panic-stricken cried out, "What is happening? He already gave money." The stage lights once again turned on. At this time someone had sat in the musician's position. Following that, a melodious and magical music melody rang out. Jang Swan both played and sang. His singing voice echoed throughout the room. "In a desolate and poor place, in a dark and trapped life, my days just passed quietly like that." At the same time, Song Tieo was dragged outside by 2 guards. The audience seemed to forget the previous matter and applauded incessantly. "This is truly the most wonderful piece of music I have ever heard." The undulating sounds continued to ring out. No divinity, no inspiration, no tears, no life, also no love. Lin Qinghan was so astonished that her eyes opened wide and she exclaimed, "This is the echo of love, the song I like most." Jang Xuan seemed completely immersed in the melody, continued to raise his voice. "At this moment before me you appear like a mirage, hibiscus mirage blooming early and fading late, like a beautiful and pure spirit." When the 2 people saw the musician clearly, Michelle surprisedly cried out, "Lin Qinghan, it is Jang Xuan." In the song voice like a confession, "My heart beats joyfully. Because of you, everything awakens once again." Lin Qinghan bewilderedly looked at the stage, saying with disbelief, "How can it be?" Jang Xuan stood up, left the instrument and stepped down. "Already have divinity, already have inspiration." He slowly advanced towards Lin Qinghan, obtained life. Wherever Jang Xuan went, the light followed there. "Have hope." Michelle smiled happily looking at the 2. "There is also love." Jang Xuan gave an elegant smile looking at Lin Qinghan and then said, "Lin Qinghan, thank you for your appearance, for bringing a future to me. Can I hug you for a bit?" Lin Qinghan, as if enchanted, bewilderedly nodded in agreement. Lin Qinghan was so happy that her eyes turned red, thinking, "Isn't this my wish from that year?" Yet it truly was realized by him. Jang Xuan hugged Lin Qinghan tightly, laughing sillily to show off his merit. "Wife, my performance was not bad, right?" Lin Qinghan shyly pushed him lightly away and then said, "All right, quickly sit down to listen to music. The ticket was also bought for you, but just now you arrived." Jang Xuan seemed to have prepared in advance, immediately took out a gift. "That's right. Last time didn't you say you wanted a photo with the great master Pajeff's signature? Just now I met him. He gave me these 2 photos." He lightly shook the 2 signed photos, then smiled and asked, "Do you all want them?" Lin Qinghan, hearing of her idol's signature, immediately responded radiantly, "Want? Of course I want." Jang Xuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of arriving late was considered temporarily past. Michelle, sitting nearby, saw the signature, then said in surprise, "Lin Qinghan, this is truly the brushstroke of great master Pajeff." She picked up the photo and with some curiosity looked at him, then asked, "Jang Xuan, the great master doesn't easily sign for others. How did you do it?" Behind the wings, great master Pajeff was standing next to a young man. He folded his 2 hands together, asking with a voice full of respect, "Illo, can I still meet that great person one more time to ask him to give me some pointers?" The young man wearing glasses, hearing this, immediately replied arrogantly, "Today big brother agreeing to take your 2 photos has already been an honor for you to be proud of for your whole life. Don't be more greedy." Great master Pajeff immediately bowed his head and smiled, saying, "Right, what you said is correct." Early the next morning, at the King Family Welfare Institute, Jang Xuan stood looking at the Welfare Institute area and thought, "I also don't know how the situation of the Welfare Institute is." Suddenly a little girl rushed over to hug his leg and cheered, "Brother Jang Xuan, I miss you very much." Not too far from there, Chin Rou was also surrounded by a group of children and said, "Finally you arrived. These past few days the children kept constantly mentioning you." Jang Xuan casually asked, "How has it been recently?" Kuyen Rou happily answered, "Luckily thanks to you." The mountain breaking work received great support from the government. The plan to demolish then rebuild the Welfare Institute was postponed indefinitely by the government side. Then she mischievously winked and invited for a meal. "Today I treat you to a meal, you are not allowed to refuse." That decision of yours not only protected the Welfare Institute but also helped our company have development prospects that were difficult to imagine before. Jang Xuan hearing that then laughed and agreed, then asked, "Fine, is the location chosen by you or chosen by me?" Kuyen Rou opened the car door, saying with a generous expression, "Let me choose, anyway women must be prioritized." After that Questo drove Jiang Xuan out to the street, until the car stopped at an ordinary residential area. Jiang Xuan looked at the apartment row and asked, "Do you intend to invite me to eat at home?" Questo, hearing that, then explained, "Actually it is going to my teacher's house. He has said he wanted to meet you for a long time." Jiang Xuan, having finished listening, then asked bewilderedly, "Meet me?" Questo enthusiastically grabbed Jiang Xuan's wrist and pulled him in, then said, "Teacher is an economics professor. Initially it was he who guided me and hoped I would always put my heart into charitable work. This time, after I asked the government for permission to break the mountain, teacher has always wanted to meet you." Questo linked arms with Jiang Xuan, then knocked on the door. From inside a voice called out, "Coming, who is it?" A young man looking friendly but with a bit of wariness looked at him and said, "Little Questo, this is." That young man's face turned slightly dark when looking at the hands of the two people. Questo carefully introduced, "Senior brother, this is my friend, Jiang Xuan." Jiang Xuan, following Questo's introduction, reached out his hand and said, "Hello." The young man with glasses was not at all friendly. He frowned and said, "All right, come in." Having said that, he immediately turned around and left, making Jiang Xuan not understand what was happening. "I didn't offend him. Why does he have such hostility towards me?" Questo, seeing that, immediately hugged Jiang Xuan's arm and explained to help. "Jiang Xuan, he is the son of my master, Kong Xiao. A very good person, just a bit arrogant." Having finished speaking, she turned to ask the young man with glasses, "Senior brother, where is teacher?" The young man, seeing Questo, then answered with a softened voice, "Went out to buy food, later will be back." After that, suddenly he took out a tablet and said, "That's right, little Questo. Recently I discovered this stock code 08752X has a very good situation, very worth buying." Questo took the tablet, then attentively looked at the data for a while. Next she innocently brought the tablet over and asked, "Jiang Xuan, what do you feel about this stock?" Jiang Xuan just looked over and said, "This stock is completely just a flash in the pan. Investing in it for less than 2 days it will fully drop in price." The young man wearing glasses, hearing this, his self-esteem was immediately stimulated. He said, "If you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense. I have seen countless cases like this in books already. This stock theoretically has an 80% chance it will increase." Jiang Xuan, having finished listening, only smiled and replied, "The so-called theories in books are actually just rubbish. Otherwise, why wouldn't those people writing books invest to get rich? The increase or decrease of stocks is actually all in the hands of the capitalists." The young man with glasses, hearing him say such wild words, immediately slammed the table, joked. He slumped down onto the chair, then said loudly, "What can capitalists even do? They are just lucky winning in this bet, that's all." Jiang Xuan was also stirred with the competitiveness, so he challenged, "If you don't believe, then let's bet on the stock you just mentioned. Within 15 minutes whether it touches the daily floor or not, how about it?" The young man with glasses, during his hot-headed moment, said his true feelings, "Bet is a bet. If I win, then for the rest of your life you are not allowed to meet little Questo anymore." Jiang Xuan laughed like a wolf and asked, "Fine, but what if you lose?" The young man with glasses arrogantly said, "Up to you to handle." Jiang Xuan immediately made a phone call and said, "Buy for me stock code 08752X, buy 3 million yuan. The person on the other end of the line, hearing that, immediately said, "Big brother, this stock is completely a trap. Don't say 3 million, at most 1 million it will touch the floor. Then people will snatch away all our money." Jiang Xuan, without expressing emotion, said, "You just buy it, that is enough." The person on the other side, hearing this, had to reply, "Yes, big brother." The young man with glasses heard it all, then contemptuously laughed and said, 3 million compared to the value of this stock is merely a single hair, that's all." He held the tablet, then opened the stock trading app, with an arrogant face looking at Jiang Xuan, and said, "I really want to see what you rely on to behave like that." But just 1 second later, he screamed out loud, "Impossible." He looked at the plummeting data and, panic-stricken, thought, it hit the floor. The other end of the line also simultaneously surprisedly shouted, "Big brother, I just bought 700,000 and the other side already fell into the trap. The person holding the stock is probably just some newly graduated chicks. The money scamming trick is also low class like that. The young man with glasses was even more shocked, sweat pouring out thinking the theoretical knowledge he was always proud of in others' eyes was just a baby chick, not worth mentioning. Just at that moment, the sound of the door opening rang out. Kuya you said, teacher is back. Only seeing in front of the door was a kind gray-haired uncle. Kuya happily ran over to help receive the items then nimbly said, teacher, this person is exactly the one I told you about, named Jang Xuan. The man hearing that looked over at Jang Xuan, he waved his hand to greet, Illo, we meet again. The gray-haired man as soon as he saw him was surprised and stuttered, it's you again, yet it is really you. Kuya seeing this curiously asked, teacher, you and Jang Xuan know each other? The man shook his head and said, I only know another name of his. After that he revealed another identity of Jang Xuan, the god of Wall Street. With a voice full of admiration, he excitedly said, he rose outstandingly at the time the international financial crisis broke out. The achievements that Jang Xuan attained make it hard to believe. In just 2 months he used $1.3 million to gather $150 million. Jang Xuan sat listening only laughing lightly as if talking about someone else. He continued talking about the establishment of the world-leading hedge fund. The man with a stern and admiring face said, he is exactly the legend of Wall Street. Moreover at his peak he even donated his entire fortune to help poor children, truly making people admire. Kuya you hearing the last sentence was agitated and covered her mouth, the whole thing donated? While the young man with glasses hearing the legend about Jang Xuan was stunned, the god of Wall Street. The next morning, at the villa area of Swan Lake Town in Insu, Lin W vented his anger throwing things at Song Tao then scolded, Trash, even this little matter you cannot finish. Song Tao hearing that glared, his face full of hatred saying, Young Master Lin Wei, it is all because of Lan Qinghan's husband. That guy yet turned out to be a music artist messing up my entire plan. Lin Wei with a gloomy face hearing Song Tao finding excuses to escape blame became even angrier, immediately kicked Song Tao a few times then yelled, Nonsense, he is just a piece of trash, a live-in son-in-law dog of our Lion family. Then he continued to order with a vicious face, give you one last week, regardless of what method used you must destroy Lan Qinghan's reputation for me. Song Tao being kicked by Lin Wei was frightened so he hurriedly assured, I will certainly try my best. At the same time, at the International Exhibition Center of Insu City, Michelle wearing sportswear, while looking at Lin Qinggan grumbled, I say this Lin Qinggan, you wearing a full set of office clothes like that then everyone can see your purpose. Seeing the Lin Qinggan not answering, Michelle continued saying, today beside the boss Fang Tzu are all people who want to cooperate with him. You at least must pretend a bit, then follow people's preferences to be successful. Lin Qinghan hearing her friend speaking continuously then stopped her pace. She turned her head to explain with a slightly wrinkled face, someone is intentionally making things difficult for Lin Shi. In just a short time several partners already withdrew capital. Having finished speaking, she waved her hand and walked away, only leaving a sentence, Fang Tzu is the largest investor of Xixia Province. As long as I can cooperate with him then Lin Shi will be saved. Michelle seeing that secretly worried, she bit her teeth thinking, Lin Qinghan like this is too hasty, the cooperation matter certainly will not succeed. This person is a character who can manipulate the business circles of Insu. Today is a painting exhibition, it seems everything is directed towards him. Therefore, Michelle immediately called Jang Xuan to come help. Jang Xuan, quickly come to the exhibition center. Fang Tzu clasped his hands behind his back, attentively looking at a painting. He was a bit stunned and had some doubt thinking, wasn't this painting auctioned by me 3 years ago? Why is there still one more here? Exactly at that moment, Lin Qinggan carrying a bag stepped over and called, Director Fang Tzu. Fang Tzu hurriedly turned his head and smiling replied, Director Lin Qinggan, such a coincidence, you also came to see the painting exhibition? Lin Qinggan immediately brought out a folder then said, Director Fang Tzu, I came to discuss cooperation. Fang Tzu looked over the folder then hesitantly said, this plan of yours, profit is not much. Lin Qingan, having just heard that, then quickly explained, Director Fangitsu, this plan, although in a short period of time the profit is not enough, but in the long run. However, Fangitsu did not let her finish speaking. He directly replied, Director Lin Qingan, sorry, before now I always did short-term investments, long-term benefits I have never looked at before. After listening, Lin Qingan hurriedly continued to persuade, Director Fangitsu, but when she still intended to say more, she suddenly saw Zhang Xuan appear. Lin Qinghan slightly frowned, in her heart curiously thinking, why did he come here? Michelle suddenly stepped out with a radiant smile, taking credit. Lin Qinghan, it was me who called him to come. You well know Fangitsu likes to see national paintings. Zhang Xuan again is a specialist in this aspect, just happens to be able to fit his preference. Adding that, Lin Qingan felt guilty, gave a forced smile in her heart, thinking, it was all my nonsense talk. Does he understand anything about paintings or pictures? At this time Zhang Xuan stood beside Fangitsu, narrowed his eyes and laughed, saying, Winter plum of great master Yan from the Tang dynasty, but the ink color has faded a little bit. Fangitsu, after listening, then raised his eyebrows and asked, Young man, you say this piece is the real handwriting of great master Yan? Zhang Xuan evasively answered, right, yet not right. Just finishing the words, then in the ear rang out a mocking voice, what is right, yet not right? Song Tao aggressively looked at Zhang Xuan, then gave a cold sarcastic laugh, truly worthy of being a great artist, speaking words also trying to look mysterious. Zhang Xuan, seeing it was Song Tao, then appeared displeased and said, what's the rush? Later you will know. Not long after, the painting exhibition auction officially began. The auctioneer raised his voice, welcome to the charity auction. 80% of the revenue from this auction will be donated to the Red Cross. Zhang Xuan leaned his back against the chair, then called, wife, if obtaining the cooperation with that Fangitsu guy, how much profit does the company have? Lin Qinghan, hearing that, immediately replied, it's not profit but prospects. If really able to achieve cooperation with the director Fangitsu, however much money I can also pay out. Zhang Xuan, hearing, then happily patted his chest and guaranteed, Fine, this matter leave it to me. The auctioneer excitedly introduced as two other people carried the painting out. This is a famous work of great master Yan from the Tang dynasty, Winter Plum, certified by an official unit. This painting is the real handwriting, starting price 100,000. Invite you all to bid. Fangitsu sat under the grandstand, his heart full of concern. Could it be the piece I bought 3 years ago was fake, but my piece was also verified? People around one by one called prices, 150,000, 400,000, 800,000. Fangitsu hesitated for a while, then also participated. Not allowed, I must win the auction to personally confirm the value. The painting's price constantly increased from 2 million to 3 million, then 3.2 million. Exactly at that time, Zhang Xuan raised his paddle and decisively shouted, 5 million. The two, including Lin Qingan, widened their eyes and cried out, Zhang Xuan, you are crazy. The auctioneer, hearing that, immediately banged the gavel and shouted loudly, 5 million the first time, 5 million the second time. Fangitsu, hearing Zhang Xuan bid, then slowly lowered his paddle, in his heart thinking this painting at most was worth 4 million, not worth increasing the price anymore. Therefore no one else competed. The auctioneer finally banged the gavel and finished. Zhang Xuan just like that stepped up to receive the painting. Lin Qingan was dazed, speculating. He saw Fangitsu cared very much about this painting, wanted to buy to gift. Having thought that, she unhappily slapped her forehead, thinking, Fangitsu cannot, because of a painting of a few million, accept a business deal of several hundred million. Michelle, standing beside, suddenly cried out, Lin Qingan, you quickly look there. What does Zhang Xuan want to do? Just seeing Zhang Xuan smile, then shred that painting apart, he ripped it into pieces, then threw them into the air. People around were terrified and regretful. This is 5 million. Boasting about wealth also doesn't need to boast like that. After that, Zhang Xuan went straight to the place where Fangitsu was sitting. He looked at him with a calm look and asked, Mr. Fangitsu, I guess in your house perhaps there is also such a piece. And your expression being uncomfortable like that is because you cannot determine after all which piece is the real handwriting, right? Fangitsu slightly closed his eyes, then calmly said, You spent 5 million to buy a commodity. The purpose is to make my heart a bit comfortable to cooperate with you all. In his heart he thought secretly, now only my piece can be considered as no need to worry about real or fake anymore. But Zhang Xuan again laughed and said, my purpose truly is like that, however you only said one point correctly. Fang Getsu appeared interested and asked further, then what is the second point? Zhang Xuan smiled full of confidence and asked back, who told you the piece I shredded was fake? Fang Getsu hearing that was stunned, what? You? Zhang Xuan continued to speak with a calm look, Director Fang Getsu, the winter plum piece in your house, the paper color is severely yellowed, but the ink color is a few parts darker than this painting, right? Fang Getsu hearing that answered a bit vaguely, it is exactly like that, unless that piece is fake. But Zhang Xuan again gave an unexpected answer, no, that piece is also real. Fang Getsu after listening seemed to understand something, but still asked, what? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Xuan laughed lightly then held a piece of the painting to explain, those works painted by great master Yan from the Tang dynasty, the force soaks through the paper, able to print clearly onto the next layer of paper. And after that someone skillfully took the Xian paper and split it into two parts. Thus there are two winter plum pieces, one dark color piece, one light color piece, but both are real handwritings. After that he threw a few painting pieces high up then loudly declared, however from now on, Director Fang Getsu, the piece in your hand in this world is exactly one of a kind. Lin Qingan looked at Zhang Xuan's actions and in her heart worriedly thought, Zhang Xuan negotiating the contract not succeeding is one thing, but don't offend Director Fang Getsu of all people. She hurriedly ran to the two people's place then urgently said, Director Fang Getsu, this is my husband, Zhang Xuan. Lin Qinghan bowed her head and whispered, just now he was only talking nonsense, please don't be angry. Having said that, she raised her head to look at the reaction with a restless look, but she did not expect Fang Getsu would laugh extremely heartily. He happily patted Zhang Xuan's shoulder then praised, Mr. Zhang Xuan, right now my mood can also be considered much more comfortable. Before Lin Qinghan's disbelieving eyes, he continued to admire, knowledge in this aspect of yours is truly formidable. Fang Getsu, am impressed. Fang Getsu again turned to speak to Lin Qingan, Director Lin Qingan, whether these contents are real or fake? You will personally find an appraisal to review, but I believe the people sitting here probably no one dares to talk nonsense before me. He continued to look over at Zhang Xuan then praised moreover. Just now Mr. TRNG just looking was able to know the origin of the work and the hesitation in my heart. He believed that he truly knows the goods. After praising Zhang Xuan finished, he said, Director Lin Qingan, short-term profit your husband has already let me see, moreover making me very satisfied. Next year, you can let me see long-term profit. Lin Qinghan hearing that, in her heart astonished, what? After that she looked at Zhang Xuan with a bewildered look thinking secretly, the cooperation truly was successfully negotiated by him. A while later, the two drove the white luxury car back. Lin Qinghan while driving asked wonderingly, why do you know things like national paintings? Right now Michelle is not here, you tell me the truth. Zhang Xuan hearing that laughed and said, but Lin Qingan glanced at him and said, don't you tell me that you looked it up. She focused on driving but still did not forget to interrogate, relying only on data on the net you dared to personally make the decision to use 5 million to buy it back, then shred it? I just don't believe it. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes with an embarrassed look then found an excuse, wife, unexpectedly I was still discovered by you. Actually when arriving at the exhibition I just happened to hear several experts discussing this painting so I recorded it luckily. Lin Qinghan having finished listening then believed immediately and said, so that was it, no wonder. She turned to smile happily at Zhang Xuan, but this Zhang Xuan, this time you did not do badly. Zhang Xuan being praised then happily laughed shyly and replied, thank you wife for praising. Lin Qingan stopped the car in front of the house door then said, Zhang Xuan, you go back first. The cooperation plan with the director Fang Getsu still has a few places not yet stable. I must go back to the company for a trip. Zhang Xuan stepped down from the car then waved his hand looking after the car leaving. Lin Qingan, this is the first time you specifically brought me home. Exactly at that time, His phone vibrated continuously. Zhang Xuan immediately changed to the serious tone of a big brother and asked, "How has everything been done?" "You." On the other end of the line, a glamorous girl respectfully reported, "The thugs who harmed you and sent you to the station last time come from an organization named the Society of Injo City. Do we need to directly act to eliminate them?" Zhang Xuan called Wheat an overbearing CEO style. "Every move of you people will attract the attention of the whole world. Send the documents to me, I can go myself." He reached out his hand to turn off the phone and then could not help but exclaim, "Not unworthy of being an international-level intelligence officer, decisive." On that same day, at 3:00 p.m. at a luxurious bar, the dance floor was bustling with vibrant music. Poisonous Snake lit a fire for Big Brother Thunder Lord and then said, "Big Brother, recently I received news. There is someone inquiring about our Greenleaf Society, seemingly wanting to find us to cause trouble." Leopardhead is a young man with spots like a real leopard. He spoke up, "What is there to worry about? If someone dares to come, I will squeeze him to death." Poisonous Snake saw his brother bragging, so he said, "That is not a simple type of goods. I heard it is the shadow of Black Thunder." Boss Thunder Lord exhaled a skillful cloud of cigarette smoke. "Your meaning is the underworld dragon head of Shishia province?" The subordinate immediately replied, "It is exactly them." Leopardhead was more stubborn than others. He slammed the table and shouted, "If they come, let them come. Is it not just Black Thunder?" He has never feared anyone from before until now. This Injo City is the territory of our Greenleaf. It is not a place for Black Thunder's people to act wildly. While they were still discussing tensely, a loud sound of breaking erupted outside the door. The person who stepped in was Zhang Xuan. He launched a kick with a Bruce Lee style. "Are you all here?" Poisonous Snake recognized Zhang Xuan and immediately screamed, "Boss, the last time we received the commission it was exactly to handle this brat." Zhang Xuan held a feather in his mouth, his face cold and expressionless. Thunder Lord with dull and fierce eyes stepped forward. "Little brat, you alone dare to come here. Who gave you such courage?" Zhang Xuan did not say much. He spat the feather out of his mouth and then leisurely stepped up, preparing to act. Fighting was originally his specialty. Zhang Xuan indifferently said, "Naturally it is myself." Thunder Lord was provoked by his tone to the point of going crazy. He roared with extreme fury, "Spotted leopard, send people to rush up, punch him to death for me." Calling him Leopardhead was indeed not wrong, because the technique he used was exactly authentic leopard martial arts. "Little brat, your courage is not small, but you do not know your own strength relative to your abilities." He reached out his hand intending to grab Zhang Xuan's neck. However, he had not even touched a single hair of Zhang Xuan when the boy tilted his body to avoid to one side. The missed blow caused him to lose balance and then rush straight into the wall. "How can it be?" he astonishedly asked himself. Immediately after that, he continuously launched countless punches heavy as steel, hitting Thunderlord's subordinates until black smoke rose. Spotted Leopard failed and lay long on the ground. I unexpectedly could not even see how he acted. But things have reached this point, so how can one retreat? He immediately ordered, "Beat him to death for me." The subordinates immediately grabbed whatever was in their hands to use as weapons. Zhang Xuan looked at that scene and could only be speechless. "See how I with the bare hands and no weapons thrash you all." Opening with a slap deeply bearing the style of Asian mothers, followed by a kick with the Kung Fu Panda vibe. Zhang Xuan's attacks were quick, neat, and decisive. The speed was so fast that the opponents had not yet seen clearly. The last soldier was stepped on directly in the face by Zhang Xuan. He enjoyed the battle result, dusting his hands as if he had just touched something dirty. Thunder Lord and Poisonous Snake were scared to the point their souls flew and the spirits scattered. Two people hugged each other tightly, tremblingly thinking, "Our Greenleaf Society with more than 100 brothers actually cannot withstand blows like this?" Demon. Zhang Xuan is exactly the incarnation of a demon, but regardless this is an extremely handsome demon. He smiled and asked, "Who told you all to deal with me? Speak it out and I will spare your lives." Such a precious opportunity. Poisonous Snake immediately confessed, "I say it is," but he had not yet finished his sentence when he was silenced by the boss. He patted his chest with full pride and then said with a firm voice, Our Greenleaf can stand firm in this society for more than 10 years, all thanks to one rule, credibility.
Good, very brave.
Zhang Xuan immediately raised killing intent, then you go die. Right at the moment the punch was about to touch Thunderlord's nose, a resounding gunshot erupted from the door. The person who just arrived was exactly the gentle guard Wenru. She fired a shot into the sky to warn, large-scale fighting, you people are truly lawless. Zhang Xuan turned his head to see who dared to spoil the party. When realizing the person coming was exactly the gentle guard Wenru, he immediately slipped away without leaving a trace. The Greenleaf crowd, as if catching a life-saving straw, immediately hugged her tightly. Officer, finally you have come, quickly take us away. Ultimately, how is this matter?
Could it be the script was mistaken?
Zhang Xuan hurriedly hid in a corner, tensely saying, this female T-Rex, why does she always appear at the crucial moment like this? The phone bell in his pants pocket suddenly rang. Unexpectedly the person calling was exactly the female T-Rex he just mentioned. Zhang Xuan hesitated, not knowing whether to listen or not. Surely it wasn't that she just saw him, right? Just pressing listen, the other end of the line immediately screamed, Zhang Xuan, where are you? Zhang Xuan lying had become a habit.
He calmly replied, at home, officer, is there something?
Wenru immediately switched to female tyrant dinosaur mode. Really? Just now I just discovered a fight with the large weapons. It is best you do not have any connection to this matter. Zhang Xuan pretended to be obedient. Rest assured, rest assured. Certainly I have no connection to this matter at all. After the fight, at 7:00 p.m., Zhang Xuan returned home to have a meal with Lin Qinggan. She happily said, let's eat, today Michelle is in the kitchen. In Zhang Xuan's heart, he secretly rejoiced. Indeed, the effort spent was not in vain. Lin Qinggan's attitude towards me was also much better than before. He picked up a large piece of meat and put it in his wife's bowl. Wife, eat a piece of stewed pig trotter with extra meat.
Lin Qinghan immediately pushed it away. Extra meat on your body, do not give it to me.
Michelle stared, in her heart thinking this Zhang Xuan, although he is a person who cheats feelings, nevertheless he has truly helped Lin Qinggan not a little. Finally she had to set everything aside. Instead of thinking of ways to punish a hypocritical man like Zhang Xian, alright, not thinking anymore. If he always sincerely treats Lin Qinggan well, then why should I expose him? Her outlook on life was somewhat three dots. Lin Qinggan happily suggested, Zhang Xuan, tomorrow can you go with me to Loy to participate in the longevity feast of an elder? Zhang Xuan immediately agreed, no problem, but who is that person?
Mentioning this person, Lin Qinggan momentarily showed a look of worry. He has a family relationship with my family, Old Master Cheng Quang.
It turned out that was a character with a great position in the tycoon world, can be seen as a giant holding power dominating 3 sectors of military, politics, and commerce of Xixia province. The dinner passed peacefully like that. The next morning, at a grand and magnificent mansion like stepping out from a fairy tale, the young couple linked arms and walked inside. 2 people looked very well matched, truly the standard of talented man and beautiful woman in legend.
That scene made the second grandson of the Cheng family, Cheng Guang, angry to the point of gritting teeth. Why is there a man beside Lin Qinggan?
Lin Dupiabue from afar saw this and seized the opportunity to step closer to start a conversation. Young Master Cheng Guang, that guy is just a son-in-law living with the Lin family of ours. At any time he can be kicked out the door.
You are?
Cheng Guang suspiciously asked. He bowed respectfully in greeting. I am Lin Dupiabue, the cousin of Lin Qinggan, wanting to cooperate with young Master Cheng Guang for a bit. His frankness made Cheng Guang a bit surprised. Cooperate? Lin Wei went straight to the main point. He presented a gift box. I have a type of treasure that can help you get the position of heir. This gift the old master will definitely like. Then also 5% of Lin Group shares in my hand. I believe you also have interest. Cheng Guang was also a seasoned person. He smiled sinisterly. I like dealing with your type of person. Over there a loud shout rang out. The old master has arrived. The housekeeper stood before the door to welcome distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the banquet. Today Zhang Xuan dressed extremely neatly. He smiled and said, Wife, let's go in. Lin Qinghan happily replied, I must wait for a person. In the distance the sound of a motorcycle horn rang out. A man wearing old leather shoes approached. He had blonde hair looking very western. While waving his hand he greeted, Lin Qinghan, long time no see. This person dressed very oddly, coming to attend a feast but looking extremely low class, he asked, is this your man? Lin Qinghan happily introduced her husband. That blonde man was even happier than Zhang Xuan. Brother, peak performance, unexpectedly deceived the cold CEO into your hands. Must know that people pursuing her can line up around Yinsu. Zhang Xuan smiled modestly and replied, it is just that I am lucky. In his heart he secretly thought this person suits my taste. Seeing two people talking forever, Lin Qinghan then scolded, Cheng King, you still don't quickly go in. Being the eldest grandson of the Cheng family attending the grandfather's birthday but also arriving late, no wonder you are bullied by others. The blonde youth heard so and then waved his hand. Whatever they want to do they can do, has nothing to do with me. Having said that, he turned his back and walked into the main hall. Today I come only to take back things that should belong to me. In an instant, his eyes became strangely cold. He is exactly the eldest grandson of the Cheng family, Cheng King. Both Zhang Xuan and the Lin Qinghan felt hard to understand. This character is indeed too mysterious. The longevity feast was organized extremely luxuriously and on a large scale. Mr. Lin Jianyu had been standing waiting for a long time. Lin Qinghan, little Zhang Xuan, come to this side. He invited two people to sit down and then softly said, you two eat first, Dad will go to toast the old master. Zhang Xuan began to move his chopsticks. He comfortably replied, all right, Dad just go, so we will begin. For the opening, the young couple again started love-birding by feeding each other. Wife, eat a piece of stewed pig trotter with extra meat. Lin Qinghan immediately pushed it away. Extra meat on your body, do not give it to me. Zhang Xuan was in the middle of the feast at this time. A hand again reached out from behind and placed on his shoulder. It was Cheng King. He walked over, put his arm around Zhang Xuan's shoulder, in his hand still holding a glass of wine, smiling and saying, we two brothers drink a glass together. Cheng King raised the wine glass in his hand and then intentionally teased him, brother, I am very curious. Normally how do you live with your wife? I tell you, women cannot be pampered. If they do something wrong, if there must be a beating then there still must be a beating. Zhang Xuan sitting beside heard him say like that so he also agreed and replied, there is logic in that. Lin Qinghan sitting next to Zhang Xuan heard them whispering. She then glanced her eyes and asked in a deep voice, Zhang Xuan, what are you guys talking about? Hearing his wife say so, the boy's whole body trembled, not daring to speak up in reply. Seeing Sak, Cheng King again hurriedly waved his hand and laughed to diffuse the situation. I was telling Zhang Xuan brother how to. Before finishing the sentence, Zhang Xuan had raised his head, used his hand to shove Cheng King away and then laughed it off saying, nothing, just talking about some normal things. His whole body was sweating like a bath, in his head thinking if Lin Qinghan found out, she would give him a lesson. At this time Zhang Xuan again actively changed the topic of conversation. Seeing the old master Cheng Kuang sitting not far from them he then said, wife, you see should we also go to wish the old master longevity? Lin Qinghan heard him say so. At this time she then reached out her hand to pat Zhang Xuan's neck, showing an agreeing look and replying, luckily for you that you still remember this matter. It is not yet our turn. Adding her say so, Zhang Xuan then asked, wishing longevity also distinguishes between before and after? Lin Qinghan at this time then explained to him, the longevity feast today also has a special meaning. All the juniors of the Cheng family, whoever can bring out the most precious longevity gift can become the future heir of the Cheng family. The Cheng family's second young master, Cheng Guang, at this time he was walking, on his hand still holding a wooden box, followed also by several bodyguards. After going inside, Cheng Guang went to before old master Cheng Kuang and actively knelt down. He presented the wooden box in his hand before old master Cheng Kuang and then spoke up, grandfather, to celebrate your 70th great longevity, your grandson especially found a piece of mountain treasure, wishing you to be old but still strong, spirit clear and breath refreshed. Everyone in the banquet hearing finished at this time were all marveling because of Cheng Guang's gift. Evans, is this 100-year wild mountain treasure? Two men at the opposite table also began to discuss. The young man spoke up asking, "In Wang, this thing is very precious?" Adding so, owner Wang then replied with a high voice, "Naturally precious. Wild mountain treasure over 50 years is already having money but cannot buy, and over 100 years is even more a rare item and increasingly rare. This is absolutely an excellent product helping to prolong longevity." Old Master Cheng Kuang at this time took the wild treasure in the box to examine for a while and then only evaluated one word, "good." Cheng Guang hearing finished also blossomed a proud smile, in his heart secretly thinking the treasure Lin Wi gave this, indeed received the favorite of the old master. Ati this time another grandson in the house also approached bringing a bracelet. "Grandfather, your grandson wishes you sun and the moon brilliance, pine and crane longevity, fortune like the eastern Saya, longevity like the southern mountain." This person is exactly the Cheng family third young master Cheng Meng. Cheng Meng at this time again continued to say to his grandfather, "Your grandson goes to school in Iking, knowing the Mount Tai North Star, old master Hou of the antique world, and even took him as a teacher. This is the teacher's own hand polished, assigned me to bring to you." Old Master Cheng Kuang put the string of prayer beads on his hand and then nodded several times. "Not bad, Cheng Meng. I and old Master Hou have also not met for many years. When going back you also help contact for the two of us, see if there is time to meet a bit." Speaking with Cheng Meng finished. At this time he satisfiedly laughed and said, "All right, the two of you stand up and return to your seats. There are some matters I want to discuss with the several uncles." Adding so, Cheng Guang and Cheng Meng immediately replied in unison, "Yes, grandfather." On the other side at this time Zhang Xuan and Cheng King were raising wine glasses. Cheng King was still composed like that. Zhang Xuan also curiously asked, "Correct, brother? Is it not that you want to take back what belongs to you? Not going to give some gifts to compete a bit?" Adding so, Cheng King held the wine glass in his hand, shook it lightly and then replied, "An eldest grandson not welcomed like me, from where would I have those treasures? Or whether I have a special move?" Ati this time Cheng King again leaned close to Zhang Xuan's ear and whispered something about Cheng Guang and Cheng Meng. Adding him finish speaking, Zhang Xuan only could laugh loudly and say, "This truly is light work." In Zhang Xuan's head at this time he was secretly thinking, the Cheng family has 3 direct grandsons. If 2 die, then it is a single-line succession. Just let old Master Cheng Kuang know that Cheng King did it. In the future the Cheng family cannot be without him. Seeing him laugh like that, Cheng King also confusedly looked over. Cheng King saw Zhang Xuan's expression like that, so he also had to knit his brows and ask himself. He unexpectedly did not feel shocked. Ati this time Zhang Xuan regained composure, immediately turned over and seriously said to Cheng King, "This is exactly a gamble, lost. The next round and how it is surely you also understand very clearly." Zhang Xuan at this time again raised the wine glass to drink and then put his arm around Cheng King's shoulder saying, "Brother, you do not need to worry. As long as you promise in the future the Cheng family forever stands on my wife's side, I can help you take back this heir position." On old Master Cheng Kuang's side, at this time he looked at several elders on the table and then said, "You people speak out your opinions." The person wearing glasses is the defense commander of the Xixia province area, Chang. He was the one to speak first. "This child Cheng Guang is not bad, that 100-year mountain treasure. I fear that I do not know how much energy and effort he had to use." Several other people on the table also in turn spoke up. The governor of Xixia, Xiaoxing, also said, "That child Cheng Meng although also very diligent, but after all is still too young." Sitting beside was the head of the Xixia province commercial ward, Duakawa. He also followed the words, "Teacher, I believe that in your heart you actually already have a decision." Old Master Cheng Kuang hearing them finish speaking then only nodded and smiled. He at this time turned out, raised his hand and then called, "Little Cheng Guang?" Cheng Guang was standing with the Cheng Meng not far from there. Hearing it he then quickly raised his hand and smiled brightly saying, "Grandfather, I am here." In his heart he secretly thought, "Grandfather, this is wanting to announce the Cheng family given to me to inherit." Old Master Cheng Guang at this time again continued to say, "Little Cheng Guang,
You in our family also are considered not bad, the future of the Cheng family.
Not yet waiting for him to finish speaking, a bundle of things was thrown on the table. The red bundle fell down immediately, cutting across the atmosphere, making all the people on the table stunned. At this time old Master Cheng Kuang's face was extremely gloomy. Just as he knitted his brows and looked up, he then heard someone say, "Old Master, happy birthday." It was Zhang Xuan. He just walked up and said, "A gift for you." Seeing Zhang Xuan throw a bundle of things on the table like that, old Master Cheng Kuang knitted his brows with a look of unhappiness, speaking up to ask, "Junior, you are a person of the Lin family?" Zhang Xuan raised his hand to point at the bundle on the table and then curled his lip in a smile and replied, "It's fine, this tea is I and Cheng King helped you prepare, no need to be polite." Seeing Sak, Cheng Guang at this time walked over and picked up the bag of things on the table and then loudly mocked, "Ridiculous. You think you are what?" "Grandfather, I say accept is accept. Take your pile of trash, scram." Having said that, he intended to throw the bag of things towards Zhang Xuan. At this time old Master Cheng Kuang seemingly again recognized the bag of things in Cheng Guang's hand, so he spoke up, "Wait a moment." Old Master Cheng Kuang with a bit of suspicion said, This is golden melon tribute tea." He finished speaking. Several other people on the table also had to widen their eyes and open their mouths with extreme astonishment. At this time someone spoke up saying, "Very early before, golden melon tribute tea was specialized to be tribute to the court. After that it became a second-class cultural artifact of Yanxia kept at the Forbidden City. At that time, not a few tea leaves were taken away to be sold. One leaf was already as high as 500 million, and until now even if having money also cannot buy." Old Master Cheng Kuang at this time also walked over, carefully used two hands to hold the bag of tea in his hand, making Cheng Guang also have to be stunned, not speaking a word. Old Master Cheng Kuang broke out in a cold sweat. Only after a while could he speak into a sentence. Where was this taken from? At this time old Master Cheng Kuang saw Zhang Xuan was knitting his brows. In his head he suddenly thought, "Trouble, how could he ask me? The person who can get this tea, then naturally has a noble status. He will not blame me, right?" Thinking to this, old Master Cheng Kuang's cold sweat also poured out like a bath. His whole body trembled in intervals. Zhang Xuan at this time walked to before him, raised his hand and said, "Cheng family, you people are not relying on the preciousness of the longevity gift to choose there?" Adding so, old Master Cheng Kuang only could laugh off to please him and reply, "Correct." At this time old Master Cheng Kuang again waved his hand and said to Cheng Guang, "That little Cheng Guang, you go back and sit first." Adding his grandfather say so, Cheng Guang also sweated. He still intended to say something more, "Grandfather." But in his head he began to worry. This originally was the air position belonging to him, surely it won't fly away? Old Master Cheng Kuang at this time again turned over smiling brightly at the eldest grandson and said, "Cheng King, still angry at grandfather? Come sit beside grandfather." Cheng was sitting at the opposite table, just raised the wine glass to his mouth and then indifferently replied, "This also is not necessary." He at this time again turned over to look straight into his eyes and then continued speaking, "Grandfather, you have kicked my whole family out, how would I dare to sit beside you?" Old Master Cheng Kuang hearing so then stood up and walked to his place and then said, "That year truly was having a misunderstanding. In a few days Cheng King, your whole family return together. I will personally apologize to your father." At this time 3 close people also followed behind him. Cheng Ha also hurriedly spoke up. "No matter what, Cheng King after all is the eldest grandson. The Cheng family still needs you to inherit." Cheng Guang standing on one side hearing so then was shocked and loudly said, "What?" Cheng Guang lowered his head. His face was gloomy, remembering that tea bundle in his head, immediately thinking, "Grandfather clearly wanted to announce the Cheng family belonged to me. Just because of that tea bundle it changed. Based on what?" Cheng Qing sitting on the table hearing so, at this time also stood up and smiled brightly saying, "Fine, grandfather." Old Master Cheng Kuang looked at him and smiled very affectionately, but in his heart again had his own calculation. The Cheng family, if it can because of this matter establish a relationship with this person, in the future absolutely will be better and better. He thought of the relationship between Chang King and Zhang Xuan. In his head already had a calculation. Doing so is absolutely worth each scene change. 2 hours later, the longevity feast had finished. At this time Lin Wei was just walking. He was grumbling. This old master not easily just earned the wild mountain treasure. Also having 5% of Lin Group shares. All became foam. This time he just happened to see Zhang Xuan and the Lin King in front, so he said, "It is all because of you, Zhang Xuan." Looking at two of them getting in the car and leaving. In Lin Wei's eyes overflowing with only hatred, he said, "This old master absolutely will not spare you. Lin Group finally also belongs to me." Sitting in the car on the way returning, Lin King sat in the seat then spoke up, "Zhang Xuan, I discovered every time driving I must ask you one question, explain it yourself." Zhang Xuan hearing so, he again raised his hand to scratch his head pretending to be naive and saying, "Wife, you say is that tea I gave? Actually I also do not know how precious it is. Just before used to save a few people picking tea, they gave it to me." Lin Qinghan looked at him with a scrutinizing eye from top to bottom and asked, "Not deceiving me?" Hearing so, Zhang Xuan's eyes immediately became sparklingly bright and then raised 3 fingers to swear saying, "Absolutely not, I swear." Seeing his expression like that, Lin Qinghan at this time again could not help but reach her hand to cover her mouth and laugh saying, "So your luck is also not bad. That tea perhaps is precious immensely. Wait until return, I will compensate you a little money." Hearing his wife say so, Zhang Xuan immediately hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. "No need, we two are what relationship? Still distinguishing anything?" At this time Lin Qinghan again unconsciously glanced her eyes to the side, catching Zhang Xuan's eyes. She then blushed and thought, "I fear that only beside him can one feel a bit of warmth." 2 people together sat in the car going back. Lin Qinghan at this time again remembered something, immediately said, "Correct, Zhang Xuan. Tomorrow you go one trip to Yinsu University, help my cousin move luggage into the dormitory. Just happened the two of you can get to know each other a bit." Hearing his wife say so, Zhang Xuan then did not hesitate and replied, "Small matter, leave that to me." Shenicheng, the morning of the second day at the gate of Yinsu University, Zhang Xuan at this time was present. He was leaning against a tree, on his hand still holding a bottle of water. While drinking, in Zhang Xuan's head he was thinking, "Truly admire university life, no sorrow no worry. Still remember when I was at this age I was experiencing between life and death." Right at this moment, there was a person walking past. Zhang Xuan then looked following happily thinking, "This leg is overflowing with the breath of youth." At this time from afar, Lin Qinghan's cousin together with a friend were walking up. Just seeing Zhang Xuan then waved hands and loudly called, "Brother-in-law." She pulled the purple-haired friend up and introduced, "This is my roommate Zhang Jie. Compared to those girls just now, how is it?" She leaned to the ear and spoke softly. She is a model and also has a bit of fame. Zhang Jie shyly said, "Brother-in-law, Illo. Truly a model is different." Zhang Xuan slightly blushed. "Xuan, you do not speak nonsense." "Correct, it is my sister who told you to come help. Are the things needing to be moved many?" Xuan began to calculate a bit and then said, "Maybe the 3 of us in 2 trips will finish moving." Suddenly from the opposite side the sound of a car horn rang out. Xuan dejectedly thought, "Why have they come again?" A group of young masters with hair dyed green and red stepped down. Zhang Chang just opened his mouth and said to Xuan, "Xuan, heard you want to move rooms, I especially came to help one hand." She began to compare the height and the physique of the 2 men and then contemptuously said, "Relying on you?" Zhang Chang was originally extremely confident in his muscles. "Rest assured, my strength is very strong." Xu Feng also chimed in, "Exactly, our Zhang Chang brother 1 person against 3 is also fine." When truly starting to carry the things, 2 young masters carried the luggage and their whole bodies trembled. Things of girls are truly heavy. When going down to the last step of the stairs, Zhang Chang put on an act and said, "Zhang Jie, you see above how much luggage is still left. Later we will go up for one more trip." Zhang Jie gently replied, "No need, look at the brother-in-law, one time he already brought it all down." She cast her eyes towards Zhang Xuan who was demonstrating strength. 2 young masters looked following, only could curse. Zhang Xuan unexpectedly with one hand carried 10 suitcases down. Two young ladies then were mesmerized. Brother-in-law, you unexpectedly in one time already handled it all. Also correct, brother-in-law, you are truly manly. Compared to that womanish Zhang Cheng, then it is much better. Zhang Xuan appeared calm. These things truly are also light. Chang Ching did not dare to show his face, only could secretly curse, damned country bumpkin, is it not just having a bit of strength? Stealing all my credit. Not allowed, I absolutely must take it back. He immediately thought of a plan and then proudly said, if already finished, now it is still early, how about we all go to Jinyu Casino nearby to play a bit, how is it? In his heart he secretly thought to let this country bumpkin expand his eyes and vision. Ixuxuan hearing so immediately was interested. Casino? If not had the opportunity to go there yet. No sooner said than done, the whole group immediately pulled each other to the casino to play. At the lobby of Jinyu Casino, several young men and women were excitedly playing the game of Big and Small. Zhang Xuan stood leaning in a corner remembering his glorious past, still remembered several years ago, still together with the Macau and the world gambling king confronting. Today again standing in a small casino nobody knows, everything is like a dream. Zhang Cheng because wanting to show off before the girl so took out a cigar and blew smoke. How about it, brother, not play 2 rounds together? Zhang Xue refused. No need, these gambling things 10 rounds then 9 rounds are skewed, nothing interesting. Ixu Feng seeing so then acted as if teaching Zhang Xuan this stylish way to live. Zhang Cheng brother, you see its impoverished appearance, the whole set of clothes also does not reach 100 cents. How to afford to play? It also only has a body of strong strength, outside toiling back and forth to earn money, how can it bear to spend? Zhang Cheng laughed gleefully, after all each person is each different. Ixuxuan seeing so then spoke up helping the brother-in-law, you guys do not speak nonsense there, my brother-in-law just does not like places like this. Brother-in-law, you do not be angry, they also do not have any bad intent. Zhang Xuan also did not mind, no problem. Youthful strength is abundant can be understood. Zhang Cheng still intentionally humiliated Zhang Xuan, also pretending to act like an elder, pretending for who to see? If not for Ixuxuan's face, places like this you also have no opportunity to enter to expand your vision. Ixuxuan angrily scolded, you say it again and try. Brother-in-law just does not want to settle accounts with you guys, do not push your luck. Brother-in-law just does not want to settle accounts with you guys, do not push your luck. Seeing the young sister-in-law standing out to protect him, Zhang Xuan could not help but appreciate, this little girl's heart is also quite good. Seeing not able to argue back, Zhang Cheng snorted once and then turned away, not knowing where his eyes and nose were and then bumped into the large-sized pair of pomelos of some big sister. That pair of pomelos was as firm as ironwood, hard to the point it made you phone leak strawberry syrup, having eyes but not seeing, old lady? That lady hearing so then was uncomfortable, speaking in what way? Clearly it was you who bumped into me, yet still speaking aggressively like that. Those two guys were used to being thugs, he shouted loudly, so what? Still want me to apologize to you? I tell you my brothers are people of Greenleaf Society. He immediately turned on the rooster relying on the cop mode, acting as if saying, that is exactly the organization with the fame in the Sinsu. Zhang Xuan was quite interested in watching the good drama, unexpectedly it was people of Greenleaf. That lady hearing that name then covered her mouth and smirked, Greenleaf Society? After that, very much acting like a big sister, she clapped her hands twice, a group of street thug subordinates immediately swarmed out. Greenleaf Society from what time has fallen into the scene of having to send several small friends to break the territory like this. Zhang Xuan was not in a hurry to show his face, he secretly calculated not knowing who was backing this place. A group of burly people rushed up. Ixu Feng and Zhang Cheng knew they were only tiny shrimp, both of them trembled, after that being fed punches instead of rice. This bald head generated bad intentions with Ixuxuan. He rushed up like a hungry tiger. Bumping into family, Zhang Xuan immediately showed his face. He rushed up fast as a flash, using a sturdy body to block in front of the young sister-in-law. Just now it was you who moved your hand? He coldly asked. Ixuxuan was scared, hurriedly hugged the brother-in-law tightly, tears falling like rain. brother-in-law, I am very scared. With the position of an older brother protecting a sister, Zhang Xuan reassured Xu Xuan, do not fear, there is me here. Tell me just now who touched you? Xu Xuan had cried to the point of not distinguishing anything anymore. I do not know.
I am very scared.
Zhang Xuan reached out his hand to stroke the sister's head. Nonsense, truly cannot not think bad. He lowered his voice, so you moved your hand. That bald head at this time still appeared aggressive. Zhang Xuan, very brave, so what?
You still like to interfere.
Zhang Xuan did not say more words. He used bare hands to break the arm of the bald head, making his arm twist like a tornado potato at the foot the street. Threw the bald head to one side, Zhang Xuan spoke up asking, who else is there? The two ponytail-haired guy immediately was scared to the point of bursting his bladder. None, absolutely none. He even knelt down immediately. Zhang Xuan stepped up, grabbed his highlight head, I do not believe. He slammed his head down on the floor tiles, creating a dish of two ponytail hair dipped in tomato sauce. Xu Feng and Zhang Cheng almost peed their pants. This Zhang Xuan clearly is a demon and we just now even mocked him. The big Pomelo lady, seeing the subordinates beaten tattered, then was anxious. Little child, that's enough. Do you know in whose territory you are causing trouble? Zhang Xuan was curious. Whose else territory? The lady hearing so then fiercely said two words, Zhou family. Zhang Cheng, Xu Feng together with the two young ladies immediately felt fear. Su family, is this not one of the two great mountains of Yinsu? Xu Xuan seeing so then hurriedly advised the brother-in-law to retract. Brother-in-law, the Zhou family's power in Yinsu is very large, cannot be provoked. Zhang Xuan instead appeared not fearing at all. He waved his hand and said, rest assured, in Yinsu there is no fellow I cannot move. Hearing it does not sound like bragging at all. Xu Xuan was doubtful. This man ultimately is. A moment later an employee ran up to report, Sister, young Master Zhou Xu has arrived. Su Xu hearing said there was someone causing trouble in the territory, immediately came to see who it was that dared to cause trouble in my Zhou family territory, not wanting to live anymore. He two hands hugged two beauties, being happy together with the beauties. Hua's sister immediately ran up to tattle, young master, exactly it is them. Heard they are people of Greenleaf Society. This beggar sect in the eyes of the Zhou family was worth nothing. Su Xu flipped his hand. What dead Greenleaf dog? Take them all and throw them in the river. Zhang Xuan hearing this sentence then laughed loudly. Throw in the river? You are saying you want to throw me in the river? Still remembered that day his sparrow was scalded with water by Zhang Xuan. Su Xu just saw Zhang Xuan, then the fear immediately flooded back. Only saw Zhang Xuan on the opposite side smiling with full contempt. Su Xu immediately knelt down and slapped his own mouth shouting, sorry, it is my foul mouth, deserves to be hit. Zhang Xuan fundamentally did not need him to apologize. He pointed at Xu Xuan and said, do not apologize to me, apologize to them is fine. Su Xu recognized Xu Xuan, his voice trembling and asking, are you Xu Xuan? Zhang Xuan hearing so then leisurely smiled and asked, your people still bullied her. This debt you say, how should it be calculated? Su Xu was scared until his face turned pale. He turned over to the subordinates and roared, what? It was you who sent people to move hands? The fat lady seeing the reaction of the superior then was panicked and explained, young master, I just. Not yet waiting for her to finish speaking. Su Xu had slapped once and then scolded, you unexpectedly even the people of Lin family also dared to hit. This young lady is exactly the younger sister of President Lin Qinghan of the LN Corporation. When Xu Xuan's identity was spoken out, the whole gang of thugs immediately was terrified. Zhang Cheng hearing that also was stunned and deduced, Xu Xuan unexpectedly is a person of the Lin family, and even calls him brother-in-law, then isn't he the husband of Lin Qinghan? He unexpectedly even bragged in front of a character like that, isn't this exactly seeking death? Zhang Xuan like Ashura coldly said to Su Xu, how to solve this matter? You yourself consider it, but do not let me be disappointed. Zhou Xu's skin broke into goosebumps. He hurriedly replied, definitely. Saying that, Zhang Xuan turned his body and left. Xu Xuan, led your friends, let us go eat rice. Steering for so long, the stomach also has become hungry already, right? Xuan happily replied, "Brother-in-law, we are coming right now." Zhang Cheng dazed looked at Zhang Xuan and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law." So Zhang Xuan smiled gently and patted Zhang Cheng's shoulder, saying, "All right, both are men. Why keep being timid and hesitant for what? Go together." In the light of sunset, the whole group together went to eat. Zhang Cheng suggested, "Xuan, you also truly are something, unexpectedly still always hid from us. Brother-in-law, over here there is a high-class restaurant. I invite as a guest to apologize properly to you." 9:00 p.m. at the villa of Lin Qingan, Zhang Xuan, carrying his whole person smelling strongly of alcohol, returned. Accidentally drank much already. Must not let Lin Qingan discover this smell of alcohol all over the body. Seeing the living room empty and silent, Zhang Xuan could not help but blurt out, "Strange, Lin Qingan basically did not return home." He immediately made a phone call to Lin Qingan, but in the phone rang out an announcement, "Sorry, the telephone number the guest just called temporarily does not pick up the machine." Zhang Xuan started to be worried. Surely nothing happened, right? After that, he called for Michelle and asked, "Lin Qinghan is not at home. Do you know where she went already?" Michelle, while pushing a shopping cart, answered, "Likely went to a class reunion. The location is at Longsheng Club." Hearing so, Zhang Xuan slightly knit his brows, calmly said, "Good, I know already." A bit later, at the parking lot of the private Longsheng Club, Zhang Xuan stood waiting with an impatient look. Why is it so late already? Lin Qinghan still has not come out yet? Suddenly a purple-haired beautiful woman spoke up. "Handsome guy, waiting for a friend here?" Zhang Xuan looked over, indifferently replied, "Waiting for my wife." She seemed not to pay attention to his cold attitude and said, "Good men like you nowadays also are not many anymore, right?" Then she pressed close to Zhang Xuan, coquettishly said, "But handsome guy, you alone here, is it boring or not?" Zhang Xuan did not bother to care. His eyes directed toward Lin Qingan. Lin Qingan finally also has come out already. Also fortunately no matter happened. Seeing his wife appear, Zhang Xuan immediately brushed the woman who was clinging to him out and said, "My wife has come already. Please you stay away from me a bit. Being misunderstood then is not good." The purple-haired beautiful woman, being rejected, immediately angrily cursed, "Thing that does not understand wind and the feelings." But after Zhang Xuan left, she turned to ask her companions, "How was the photography?" Behind the car, a photographer stepped out, smiled and replied, "Excellent." Looking at the photos full of ambiguity, she satisfiedly said, "Having these things definitely can make Zhang Xuan and the Lin Qingan's reputation ruined." Lin Qingan went out, seeing Zhang Xuan, then calmly asked, "Why did you come here?" Zhang Xuan, hearing so, scratched his head, smiled foolishly and replied, "Seeing you this late also not at home, have a bit of worry, so came to pick you up to go home." Lin Qingan, hearing finished, was surprised and exclaimed, "Pick me up to go home?" In her heart moved, thinking after mother went, so many years like that, he is the only person to say words like that to her. Two friends of Lin Qingan saw Zhang Xuan, then curiously asked, "Lin Qingan, who is this man?" "Correct. Never seen before, right? Introduce to us a bit." Lin Qinghan said, "He is my husband." Just as she spoke, she linked her arm with his. Zhang Xuan, hearing so, was extremely happy. Noon of the next day, Zhang Xuan, while listened to the underling report, "Old leader, today Qinji society sets a banquet at Baxianlu. Likely it is a negotiation with some society group." He calmly replied, "Good, noon." Zhang Xuan stopped in front of Baxianlu, then thought, "These few days the police side monitors the Qinji society very strictly, can only act here to solve thoroughly this trouble." Zhang Xuan, with a serious face, stepped to the front door of Baxianlu. In his heart thought, "This time must definitely investigate clearly this crowd of people together with the one who acted against Lin Qingan, whether is it the same group or not. In the end, who is the one who instructed from behind?" Just arriving at the door, there was already a row of hostesses stepping forward to greet, "Mister, please ask what would you like to order?" Zhang Xuan touched his pocket, then secretly cried, "Did not bring money." Because of that, Zhang Xuan immediately changed tactics, smiling asked, "Please ask where is the restroom?" The hostess reluctantly smiled and replied, "This is a place intended for noble guests to have a meal. Best you should go to another place." But she just finished refusing, then Zhang Xuan dropped a bomb. The foul smell made the hostesses have to cover their noses. Zhang Xuan was awkward. His face looked troubled, continuously said, "Sorry, truly cannot hold it anymore, truly is cannot bear it anymore." The hostess, out of ways, could only while covering her nose while said, "The restroom is on the second floor. After you go up and finish, quickly come down immediately." Adding so, Zhang Xuan then ran like flying up the stairs and shouted, "Great, thanks." Going up to the second floor, he walked while smiled like someone who just escaped. Also fortunately breakfast ate not a few sweet potatoes and onions, if not also not easy to enter inside like that. People of Kinja society near evening only arrive, must find a place without people to avoid for a bit. When going across the employees' changing room, Zhang Xuan suddenly stopped. Employees' changing room, his two eyes brightened, his face excited, decided exactly is this place. So Zhang Xuan stepped straight into inside the room, then locked the door from the inside. Waiting for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of a voice. "Today I have work, will return to the team a bit late." That sound made him pay attention. This voice is. Because of that, Zhang Xuan peeked his eye through the door slit to check. Turned out to be An Wenru. Zhang Xuan was astonished and sighed. Why everywhere also encounter this female violent dragon? He hurriedly hid inside the room, bowed his head dejectedly and said, "Originally every day also must report position to her. If by chance again discovered myself here, then isn't it she will cling and kill without leaving me?" Speaking of it, then it comes, Zhang Xuan received a text message from the female violent dragon. "Zhang Xuan, where are you?" Zhang Xuan immediately sent a fake message, also included a fake location. "I am at home." An Wenru read the message without knowing he was only separated from her by a door. "I am opposite you." At this time suddenly there was a crowd of people entering Baxianlu, shouted loudly, "Later scan carefully, must not let others infiltrate into Baxianlu. The work of today is extremely important, absolutely cannot let outsiders enter Baxianlu." And when we were on the floor hearing so then paused, exactly saw the sign of the employees' changing room. Zhang Xuan behind the door also sensed danger approaching. Sure enough, right after that, An Wenru pushed the door and stepped in. She hurriedly entered the changing room, continuously looked back behind thinking, the changing room cannot hide people. People of Kinja society are about to close in, what to do? Then she happily discovered the locker and decided this place has a locker just right, can hide inside. In only a blink of an eye, An Wenru burrowed into inside the clothes locker. But just as she stepped in she met Zhang Xuan, who was there. "Officer, what a coincidence." An Wenru immediately placed a finger on her lips, softly said. The crowd of people outside searched cursorily, then went out, checking finished. "This place has no person, let's go." The old leader of the group turned to say to the underling, "You two look inside there. Today absolutely cannot let anything happen, understand or not?" The underling immediately replied, "Rest assured, old leader." An Wenru heard them speak and gnashed her teeth thinking, this time then is troublesome. Once leaving this place definitely will be exposed. Zhang Xuan with a red-faced dissatisfied asked, "I say this officer, you are well and good, why again come to Baxianlu?" An Wenru hearing so then questioned back, "Two big society groups negotiating definitely has no good matter, can I be at peace?" "Conversely it is you, said you were at home." Zhang Xuan hearing finished smiled craftily and said, "I only am wanting to come to borrow the restroom." He just finished speaking, then under the floor occurred a melee. Brothers quickly come, they play dirty, risk it with them. Adding the noisy movement below, An Wenru immediately went down the lobby of the first floor of Baxianlu. At this time, a crowd of notorious underworld members were rushing into fighting each other. Lei Gong continuously launched fists at the opponent, his mouth holding a cigar, and said, "Taixing, you like this is self-seeking the road of death." An Wenru raised a gun and shot one shot to the sky, then shouted loudly, "Lei Gong, Taixing, stop hands for me." Leopard Head seeing An Wenru then stared his eyes and said, "Why is she here?" Taixing saw her then smiled to make peace, "Is it Officer An Wenru? Truly did not expect you again are here, truly exactly is too discourteous." An Wenru pointed the gun toward him, shouted, "Do not play pretend with me, the society groups of you guys recently have many movements like that, is it wanting to come to my department to sit or not?" Taishing hearing so then smiled with narrowed eyes and pleaded innocence. Officer Han Winru, you this is speaking wrongly for me already. Today's matter I completely was forced, wasn't I? An Winru coldly smiled and mocked. Who can force Taishing old leader you? Taixing immediately like an actor entering a role, pointed at Lei Gong and said, naturally it is him, Lei Gong. He squeezed his voice to hear extremely gruesome. His face looked wronged and narrated, Officer An Winru you also know, Kinja society he is the dragon head of the Silver Province city underworld. Unexpectedly does not allow touching drugs or these things, how to make us develop. So can only act to take them and wipe them out completely. Lei Gong heard it like a joke, narrowed his eyes and said, wipe out Kinja? You see if you have this ability or not. Taishing also was not a mediocre person. He looked at Lei Gong provocatively. Lei Gong, I am not able to kill all the people of your Kinja, but your wife unexpectedly died in my hands. Lei Gong hearing so immediately became furious, his eyes full of killing intent and said, it is you. The one who killed my wife that year was you. Leopard head hearing so then ran over, loudly said, old leader, let me take revenge for sister-in-law. Taishing hearing that, clapped hands a few times, his face contemptuous said, kill me? Relying on you? Immediately a crowd of people wearing vests entered for reinforcement. Leopard head seeing the newly arrived people then paused, stared eyes worriedly and thought, careless already, Taishing unexpectedly found people of highlight to help. Lei Gong's face darkened and asked, you think that killing me already then can replace Kinja? Taishing hearing so, Taishing smiled and said, killing you then truly is not interesting. He knit his eyes at An Winru then said, go invite Officer An Winru over here. An Winru vigilantly looked at the crowd of people in front of her, shouted loudly, stand still, forbid movement. Lei Gong looked at the surrounding situation suddenly shouted out full of panic, careful. An Winru hearing so then hurriedly turned her head to look behind with a vigilant look, but it was too late. A guy smiling despicably unexpectedly slapped hard on the hand that was holding the gun, making Han Wenru immediately drop the self-defense weapon to the floor. That guy also quickly moved his hand to pull the distance between her and the gun. Bed already, when An Wenru timely regained her calm then the gun muzzle had pointed straight at her head. Taixing glanced toward Lei Gong, on his face showed a lowly look then said, Lei Gong, take the life of your daughter to exchange for you disbanding Kinja, how about it? Lei Gong knit his brows very tightly, his face tensed while biting the cigar. Zhang Xuan who was hiding on the floor above hearing so then was astonished and thought, they that yet are father and child. Lei Gong angrily pointed at himself then shouted loudly, that guy surnamed Taixing, are you a man or not? If there is any matter then aim at this old man. Taishing hearing finished then laughed coldly and sarcastically, you have been an old leader too long already, the brain became stupid already, right? He narrowed his eyes looking at An Winru then said, a good hostage like this in the hand, yet aim at you for what? Taixing started to count, Lei Gong, give you time of 3 seconds. 3, 2. Lei Gong calmly stared his eyes at Taixing, the blue veins on his forehead rose up. Right at the moment Taixing prepared to pull the trigger then Lei Gong immediately shouted loudly, wait a bit. Lei Gong pulled the cigar out of his mouth, his face determined said, I agree to disband Kinja, but you must let my daughter leave. An Winru looked at Lei Gong with disbelief, secretly thought, he unexpectedly. Taishing did not hurry to be happy, he gestured to the underlings then said, so you yourself cripple 4 limbs so your daughter leads you to leave Silver Province. The underling immediately threw a knife to beside Lei Gong's foot. Taishing continued to give the requirement, if not you front foot out of the door then act against us then must you how? Taishing smiled full of pride, his face cruel and said, I do not believe you. These words just finished, several people of Kinja immediately were terrified and shouted, Big brother. Lei Gong did not at all hesitate and replied, okay. Lei Gong bent down and picked up the knife then instructed the underlings, you two wait after going outside then disband Kinja. After instructing finished, Lei Gong smiled refreshingly weak to the brothers, it is I who have been wrong to the brothers. Saying so, Lei Gong immediately held the knife and stabbed down. His first target seemed to be the leg. Right at this time, An Winru unexpectedly punched away Taixing's hand and shouted loudly, no. After that she raised her head looking toward the second floor and shouted loudly,
The person you are looking for is about to squeeze us to death already. Do you still want to be on there watching a play?
Tai Xing hearing so then was startled and turned his head to look according to what? Tai Xing quickly regained calm then immediately ordered the crowd of underlings, quickly find the one who is hiding out for me. But they yet had not timely acted then Zhang Xuan had himself stepped out, do not search anymore. He leisurely stepped down to the lobby, his tone of voice had a part lazy said, is it not that I have come out already here? Officer Anwenru, whom are you looking for? Why do I yet not know? Several people of Lei Gong seeing Zhang Xuan then were stunned, is it him? Anwenru immediately pointed at the crowd of people in front of her and said, this crowd of Hai people is it not you who found them? Zhang Xuan answered immediately, who they are, I even do not know. Anwenru hearing so then was shocked to the extent of covering her mouth. This intelligence suddenly came online, bad already, this one shout of mine dragged even Zhang Xuan in already. Leopard Head suddenly clasped hands and bowed his head before Zhang Xuan said, little brother, last time Kinja society offended you was our fault, hope you can act to assist this time. Adding so, Anwenru even more was astonished and thought, he saves you guys, not wrong, right? After a moment of being stunned, Anwenru then stood to block in front of Zhang Xuan then said, Tai Xing, he is a person of the Lin family, touching him will have no benefit for you guys, let him leave. Tai Xing just heard then blurted out, Lin family?
He smiled insidiously and said, heard that President Lin Qinghan of the LN Corporation is a great beauty. You call that woman to come here for the few brothers of us to be happy a bit.
Then you can leave. The underling standing beside also immediately echoed, old leader, after playing finished remember to let the little subordinate try one time. These words made Zhang Xuan immediately furious. He lowered his voice and said, originally I did not intend to interfere in this matter, but you yet dared to insult Lin Qinghan. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes looking at the crowd of Tai Xing's people. On his face clearly showed a cruel look, then said, truly is self-seeking death. The whole person of Zhang Xuan radiated killing intent then said, please help a favor, close the door, do not let them escape. Leopard Head like a running dog immediately replied, okay, brother. In his heart secretly at peace thought, this one has agreed to act already, our Kinja has hoped to be saved. Right after that, all escape routes were blocked. Zhang Xuan slightly tapped his two hands together, his face aggressive said, reminder beforehand a bit, a little later likely will be a bit brutal, perhaps will make you guys feel uncomfortable. Tai Xing looked at Zhang Xuan then smiled coldly, he interestedly asked, are you threatening me? Zhang Xuan raised a fist, his face serious replied, not threatening you, because your mouth is too dirty so I decided to make you forever unable to speak anymore. Tai Xing completely did not believe. He laughed loudly then said, ridiculous, relying on you how can make me forever not speak. He yet had not timely finished laughing then Zhang Xuan had appeared in front of him, grabbed his collar, at the same time was a punch full of power. With only one punch, Tai Xing was unable to continue laughing anymore. Zhang Xuan carrying killing intent looked at Tai Xing who had fainted and lay on the floor. Those of the same side seeing so immediately were terrified and turned their heads to run away. But there were still those not afraid of death who rushed over to attack Zhang Xuan. He shouted loudly, seeking death. But he not only did not succeed but also was grabbed by Zhang Xuan by the collar. How can it be? Zhang Xuan threw straight that thug toward the front. He crashed into the crowd of companions making the whole crowd fly scattered like playing bowling. Zhang Xuan continued to act. He smiled slightly then stepped toward the thugs. Those a few thugs seeing so then were panicked and fled, mouths not stopping wailing, quickly run, he is a devil, a devil. Zhang Xuan conveniently picked up a paper cutter knife, he threw straight at one who was fleeing, blood immediately sprayed out. That one fell down only could stare eyes and look at companions pulling the door wanting to escape, but just stepping out of the door then they were blocked. A group of people wearing masks had stood waiting ready there from before. Exactly at the time Zhang Xuan stepped out, he clapped hands signaling then said, I already said, even one person do not hope to escape. With only one command to act, the crowd of masked people immediately cleared everything. Anwenru looked at the man standing outside the door then loudly asked, Zhang Xuan, in the end what kind of person are you? Zhang Xuan relaxed his person then indifferently replied,
Only am a small-minded person. Anyone who dares to say bad things about my wife, I will destroy his whole family.
For I can oppose this whole world.
He just finished speaking, then several people knelt prostrate before him, trembling, and begged, "Great person, please you spare us."
Those people still kept the kneeling posture and shivered. Zhang Xuan waved his hand once. The crowd of masked people immediately disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Leopard Head turned to ask Lei Gong, "Big brother, those people, could it be our hellwalkers?
Why do they listen to the command of that little guy?"
Lei Gong, hearing so, lowered his voice and said, "Shut your mouth. The identity of that one absolutely cannot be randomly speculated. If not, the consequence will be hard to measure." He tensed up and said, "Hellwalkers, the lords of life and death. Whoever knows their identity then definitely must die." Thinking back to the matters of before and secretly shuddered. Our Kinji before yet even wanted to oppose a character like that. Truly too ridiculous. Not long after, a police car stopped in front of Baxianlu. A group of soldiers consisting of fully armed people entered inside. A soldier stepped to ask, "Anwenru, what happened?" Anwenru immediately replied, "Eilei and the Quan society occurred a large-scale fight. The key suspects all died. Take these people back to establish a case for investigation." That soldier again pointed toward the several people of Kinji society and asked, "So what about them?" Anwenru looked toward Lei Gong, then knit her brows and replied, "People of Kinji only stood outside watching." Lei Gong together with Anwenru walked a segment. He spoke up, "Did not expect you would shield our Kinji." Anwenru replied, "I also did not think that you would for me give up Kinji."
Lei Gong looked toward the front and said, "The two of us, father and child, have been how long already not spoken politely with each other?"
Anwenru immediately replied, 5 years 7 months 13 days, starting from the day mother died. After that, Lei Gong held a photo, then smiled and said, "This is a photo of your mother. We knew each other when interviewing at the police department." Anwenru, hearing so, was stunned and asked, "My mother also was a police officer?" Lei Gong happily replied, "Correct. Your mother was an excellent student graduating from the police academy. Finally she became a police officer, while I was rejected." Lei Gong reminisced with a look of nostalgia, then told, "At that time the interviewer asked me, if encountering a bad person then what to do? He replied, beat them until they are submissive, beat until when seeing me they are afraid, beat until they obediently listen to me." Anwenru showed a look of agreement and said, "Saying like that also is not wrong." Lei Gong, hearing that, laughed even louder, then said, "But the interviewer again said to me that I was not suitable to be a police officer but suitable to be an old leader more."
Lei Gong gave the photo to her, then rubbed Anwenru's head and said, "Daughter, you and I are the same kind of person. Kinji is most suitable to be handed to you."
Midnight at a luxurious bar with vibrant music. Anwenru sat alone in the bar, then poured wine into a glass. Zhang Xuan went over, waved his hand and asked, "Officer, so late like this already, called me out for what?" Anwenru held the glass of red wine and said, "Zhang Xuan, come drink wine with me." Saying finished, she drank, emptied the glass of wine, then said, "I am a police officer, but my father again is a black gang old leader.
Do you see it as funny or not?"
Zhang Xuan, hearing so, seriously replied, "Not funny." Anwenru drank a large gulp, then confided, "Do you know or not?
Many years through I still always wondered, in the end, should I arrest him or not?
But today he again gave the position of Kinji old leader to me." Anwenru, drunk, leaned into Zhang Xuan's person, then mumbled, "Kinji can forbid drugs and gambling in Silver Province. These matters even we police have not done it yet." Saying finished, she leaned close to Zhang Xuan's ear and whispered, "Therefore I agreed with him."
Zhang Xuan with a red face said, "The things you said I all understand." In his heart yet shouted out, "But you lying in my heart for what?"
After that, Anwenru pillowed her head on Zhang Xuan's thigh, then said, "Anyway, Anwenru, I also have fallen already. Now naturally must find a man to be happy for one night."
Zhang Xuan tensed up and replied, "I have a wife already. You finding a man, then do not find me."
Anwenru was drunk to the extent of not hearing. She linked her arm onto Zhang Xuan's neck and said, "Other men I do not care to place in my eyes." Zhang Xuan felt danger, then hurriedly pushed her out and said, "Officer Anwenru, you are drunk." Anwenru, seeing so, only pointed at Zhang Xuan, dissatisfied, said, "That guy surnamed Zhang Xuan, you love your wife to what extent?" The old lady offered herself to your mouth already and yet you do not care. Jang Xuan smiled with the squinted eyes and replied, she is my everything. An Wenru hearing so then placed hard the bottle of wine down on the table then said, I do not care. Today no matter what you also must drink with me to full enjoyment to be allowed to go. Waiter, take 2 more bottles of le here. The two were busy talking without at all knowing behind there was someone secretly taking photos. In that photo, An Wenru held the bottle of wine and poured straight into Jang Xuan's mouth. Early morning of the next day, at some hotel, Jang Xuan woke up then dissatisfied thought, why is my right arm numb like this? He sat up, his hand accidentally touched a place somewhere, his head was still dizzy.
The person lying beside felt the movement then in a daze spoke up.
When Jang Xuan saw An Wenru lying beside then was panicked and thought, I slept with this female violent dragon already? Right as he just thought so then An Wenru woke up then stared eyes looking over. Seeing so Jang Xuan both was confused both was ashamed and stammered said, that. Different from the fumbling of Jang Xuan, An Wenru again calmly covered her person then said, all right, do not hesitate and stammer anymore, the old lady will take responsibility for you.
Quickly turn your person back, I still have to put on clothes to go to work.
Jang Xuan hearing so immediately turned his face away, with a red face thought, this time then is finished. Likely this also is her first time.
Linkingan e Sevilla.
Jang Xuan while diligently mopping the floor while remembered back the matter of last night. Fake wine truly is harmful to people. Clearly only drank 7 bottles yet was dead drunk. Exactly at that time, Michelle went out, smiled and asked, Jang Xuan, you also are really something. Last night did not return home, right? Jang Xuan in a weak position smiled to make peace and said, last night the weather was a bit late.
Michelle also did not pay attention. She seriously asked, all right, you do not need to explain, I come here only want to ask you, you understand Chinese medicine to what extent?
Jang Xuan though puzzled still replied, why so? About this aspect I also count as quite proficient. Michelle hearing so again knit her brows and mumbled, then it truly is strange.
According to logic to say, Lin Qingan also does not need to go find a doctor.
Just hearing the matter related to Lin Qingan, Jang Xuan then asked urgently, Doctor,
my wife, what is wrong with her?
Michelle hearing so then explained, it is not Lin Qinghan but is her grandfather. If you can cure the old gentleman then Lin Qinghan also does not need every day to be worried. The assets of the Lin family are being eyed by those with wild ambition. Jang Xuan hearing so puzzledly asked, this matter then what is the relation to the work of curing for Lin Qingan's grandfather? Michelle saw Jang Xuan truly did not know then explained, you yet do not know the status of the old gentleman in Silver Province? Only need him to recover from illness, who still dares to be disrespectful to Alan Corporation anymore. The difficulties that recently Lin Qingan is facing also will naturally be solved. Jang Xuan hearing so, immediately threw the floor mop to one side. He did not at all think more, immediately acted right away, good, now I go over there immediately. At the same time at the Lin family mansion, Lin Wi carrying several photos went before the old man who was sitting on a wheelchair to denounce, grandfather, this matter you definitely must handle. Lin Wi aggressively said with a voice of extreme seriousness, this exactly is the husband of Lin Qinghan. All day long not doing anything useful then it is okay, yet again goes out to entangle with other women. If these photos fall into the hands of the group of reporters then the stock of Lion Corporation definitely will be miserable. Lin Zhangnan looked in then was startled. Before the table was a series of intimate photos making his facial expression immediately darken. Lin Zhangnan shouted loudly, go call Lin Qingan together with that husband of hers to come here for me. Lin Qinghan hurriedly stepped along, on her face clearly showed a look of tension. She secretly thought, why in the house again urgently called me back to the main house like that? Did something happen to grandfather already? On the road going, Lin Qingan unexpectedly met Michelle. Lin Qingan, where are you going? I am intending to go upstairs to find you, Michelle happily said. What is wrong? Lin Qingan calmly asked. Hearing so, Michelle hugged Lian Qinghan's arm with a look full of excitement. Call you back to the house to visit the old gentleman. Grandfather's illness can be cured already.
Lin Qinghan was surprised mingled with joy, really?
Michelle, you found a doctor where? Only a bit later, the two had arrived at the parking lot. When Lin Qinggan opened the car door preparing to step in, then Michelle pointed her finger and said, "It is exactly that Zhang Xuan of yours. He just heard the situation of the old gentleman then went to the main house already." Hearing so, Lin Qinggan was extremely astonished. Cold sweat immediately broke out. "What? Zhang Xuan goes to treat illness for grandfather?" Michelle innocently answered, "Correct, isn't it that he has very high achievement about Chinese medicine?"
Lin Qinghan started to be worried. Her face showed a clear look of tension. "I do not know how to explain to you. I must return to the main house to see the situation first."
She immediately stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car rushed away with maximum speed, leaving behind a trail of dust. "This is bad already. How does Zhang Xuan know to treat any illness?"
"Absolutely do not cause any new matter to happen."
The scene changed to the Lin family mansion, a large villa, luxurious and magnificent. Inside the study room, the butler respectfully went to report, "Old master, that Zhang Xuan has arrived already. Please you look." Lin Zhengnan did not turn his head back but replied, "Let him enter here." After that the butler politely led Zhang Xuan in. "Mr. Zhang Xuan, please this way." Meeting Lin Zhengnan, Zhang Xuan politely bowed. "Grandfather, I am Zhang Xuan, husband of Lin Qinggan." Lin Zhengnan appeared hard to predict, hand-holding a teacup, then lowered his voice and asked, "Zhang Xuan, you doing such things? What do you consider our Lion family as?" Zhang Xuan confusedly scratched his head. "I do not understand what your meaning is. You yourself look." Lin Zhengnan angrily said, as in his hand held a pack of photos. He threw those intimate photos of Zhang Xuan flying scattered toward him. Zhang Xuan's face immediately darkened. "These photos, from where did they come?" Lin Zhengnan furiously turned his head and shouted next, "Junior, you as a son-in-law of the Lin family yet dare to go out to tease flowers and entice grass." Suddenly two people looked at each other full of confusion. Both were stunned. Lin Zhengnan started to be clumsy. "Why is it him?" Lin Zhengnan was aghast. "My grandson-in-law is the living king of hell in legend?"
Zhang Xuan also was not less surprised. The first time meeting in the park that day, yet it turned out to be Lin Qinggan's grandfather. "So isn't he also my grandfather?"
After that Lin Zhengnan put his hand to cover his mouth and coughed. The other hand pointed toward the chair, inviting Zhang Xuan to sit down very politely. "Living king of hell, please you sit down already." Zhang Xuan friendlily replied, "Grandfather, you are being too polite. Just call me Zhang Xuan is fine."
The two started to converse.
Lin Zhengnan embarrassedly said, "Then I rely on being old. Call you one sound little Zhang Xuan then." Zhang Xuan was polite. Should be so. Lin Zhengnan tentatively asked back. At this time his forehead had broken out in sweat. "So these photos are you?" Dignified living king of hell likely does not need to be like this. "These photos, the shooting angle is very special. There is someone intentionally wanting to deal with me," Zhang Xuan with sharp eyes answered. Lin Zhengnan coughed embarrassedly. "Little Zhang Xuan, I this person truly am old already. The brain is slow, making you mock already. Today you came also as for this matter?" He secretly thought, that boy Lin Wi for the sake of assets yet dares to do any matter. Zhang Xuan happily said about the purpose of coming here. "Grandfather, today I came as for your illness." Lin Zhengnan was surprised. "Truly can cure?" Zhang Xuan smiled, full of hidden meaning, like having grasped something. "Only the two of us are here. You do not need to sit in the wheelchair anymore. Anyway, from now on you also can say to everyone that the illness still has not been cured." Outside, Lin Qinggan's car had stopped before the gate of the Lin family mansion. Lin Dupiabui folded his arms proudly, standing on the high steps. His tone of voice sarcastic, asked Lin Qinggan, "This isn't it our president Lin Qinggan?" Lin Qinghan stepped over majestically. On her face clearly showed worry and tension. "Lin Wei, why are you here?" "Currently is working hours." Lin Wi curled his lip full of pride. "I say this President Lin Qinghan, you still have spare time to question me? Yet not quickly go inside to see what that good husband of yours has done." Lin Qinggan stood still, her face darkened, wondering, in the end what has Zhang Xuan done? If truly offended grandfather, then it is bad already. The scene changed to the conversation full of intrigue between Lin Wi and Uncle Zhao. Lin Dupiabui insidiously said, uncle Zhao. This time Zhang Xuan's reputation can be considered as completely destroyed. We only need to take the opportunity to denounce Lin Qinggan. The position of board chairperson of LIN Corporation will belong to us. This time Uncle Zhao was a shareholder of LIN Corporation. Lin Qinghan strongly opened the door of the study room, majestically stepped in and called, "Grandfather, grandfather." Responding to the call, Lin Qinggan, "Come in here."
The scene became a bit dark. Grandfather was lying turning his face to the inside, while Zhang Xuan sat beside exactly like visiting a sick person. Lin Qinghan approached. She put her hand to cover her mouth, astonished in extreme worry. "Grandfather, likely not."
Zhang Xuan shouted out tensed, "Grandfather, you quickly shut your mouth." Meanwhile, Lin Zhengyan lay there. Sweat soaked his whole head. Lin Qinggan angrily shouted loudly. Her face from worried changed to smoking because of anger. "Zhang Xuan, what are you shouting that you shout? How do you dare to have an attitude like that with the grandfather?" Suddenly Lin Zhengnan burst out laughing loudly.
Zhang Xuan reproached him with a coquettish voice. "You see, just opening the mouth then dropped one more piece of the facial mask already. Isn't this because of not being able to hold it?" Lin Qinghan was surprised to the extent of wanting to fly color. She regained her gentle look, then asked, "Grandpa, you disease?" Lin Zhengyan pointed at his face and answered with a look of extreme satisfaction. "This one is because little Zhang Xuan said my skin is not good, so told me to take care of it." He was radiant while walking, while said, "Do not say, this thing feels cool and pleasant indeed." This time Lin Qinggan still did not understand what matter was going on. She uncomfortably looked at Zhang Xuan. "You came here only to teach grandfather to apply a facial mask?" Zhang Xuan happily smiled brightly innocently, then waved his hand. "Who said facial masks only women can apply? Old already also should enjoy a bit." Lin Qinghan realized something unusual. Her eyes opened wide in full astonishment. "Vite, grandpa, you can walk already." Lin Zhengnan clutched his stomach and laughed loudly until his mouth hung open, while the granddaughter was still stunned before the scene in front of her eyes. "Everything is thanks to little Zhang Xuan. Look at me. Right now I can jump and hop. Living for 10 more years is also not a problem." Adding that, Lin Qinggan turned to look at her husband full of suspicion. "Zhang Xuan, you. Actually, I only helped Grandpa with a little massage, making the blocked meridian circulate again so Grandpa could stand up." Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes and laughed, then waved his hand to deny. After that he scratched his head again and asked Lin Qinggan in surprise, "That's right, wife. Why did you come here?" Lin Qinghan was confused for a moment, then calmly answered, "Isn't it because I was afraid you would cause trouble?" She thought secretly and felt admiration for her husband's talent. Who would have expected this husband who only stays at home to cook rice would actually have such capability? Suddenly something fell into Lin Qinghan's sight. She bulged her eyes in surprise, then bent down to pick up the photo on the floor to look. "These things are." Seeing his wife intently looking at the photo, Zhang Xuan hurriedly changed the subject. "In the house it seems there is still stewed soup." Lin Qinghan angrily turned to look. He was so scared that he immediately ran away, dropping his slippers. "Wife, you and Grandpa talk slowly. I am going home first." He ran while thinking endlessly. The one night matter with Tanwinru really he did not know how to explain to Lin Qinggan. "Lin Qinggan." Lin Zhengnan chiamò la nipotina con voce premurosa, accarezzandole dolcemente la testa con affetto. Poi disse lentamente, "Che tipo di persona è la piccola Zhang Xuan?" "Lo sai benissimo. Lascia che il nonno ti spieghi tutto chiaramente, così potrai sentire." Lin Qinggan annui leggermente in risposta. "Sì." 10 minuti dopo, Lin Qinggan lasciò lo studio, con il volto cupo. Nel suo cuore covava rabbia e un pensiero segreto. Inaspettatamente, questo spregevole Lin Wei, pur di ottenere la carica di presidente della Lin Corporation, ha usato un trucco così meschino per infangare Zhang Xuan. Uscendo nell'ampio cortile antistante, Lin Qinggan si imbatté di nuovo in Lin Wei. Fece finta di preoccuparsi, ma le sue parole erano piene di provocazione. "Perché il nostro presidente Lin Qinggan ha un colorito così pallido?" Lin Qinggan era furioso, quasi impazzito, ma cercò comunque di mantenere la calma, lo superò con noncuranza e poi gli disse freddamente di badare a se stesso. Vedendola andare via in quel modo, Lin Wei provò un immenso orgoglio, pensando tra sé e sé,
Il nonno sarà sicuramente molto deluso da Lin Qing'an.
Finalmente è arrivata la mia occasione.
Lin Zhengnan, seduto su una sedia a rotelle dietro a Lin Wei, lo vide e lo chiamò subito nonno. Poi si chinò verso il suo orecchio e gli sussurrò.
I membri del consiglio di amministrazione propongono di tenere oggi un'assemblea generale degli azionisti, vedi?
Lin Zhengnan aggrottò la fronte con rabbia e disse: Apritelo.
La nostra Lion Corporation non può tollerare così tante persone corrotte. È ora di fare pulizia a fondo. Nella sala riunioni della Lion Corporation, Lin Wei con un'espressione compiaciuta e occhi astuti disse: secondo le norme contrattuali, se la signora Lin Qing'an,
durante il periodo in cui ha ricoperto la carica di presidente, per motivi personali, ha influenzato la Lion Corporation. Avendo cospirato in anticipo con alcuni azionisti, Lin Wei dichiarò con orgoglio: il consiglio di amministrazione decide di discutere a partire da oggi la posizione di presidente di Lion Corporation.
L'azionista di cognome ZHO, insieme ad altri azionisti, alzò immediatamente la mano e votò in modo deciso. Ritengo che dovremmo rimuovere Lin Qing'an dalla carica di presidente. Sono d'accordo.
Anch'io sono d'accordo. Vedendo che tutto sembrava accadere esattamente secondo i piani, Lin Wei si fece sempre più presuntuoso e disse arrogantemente: Lin Qing'an,
più della metà dei membri del consiglio di amministrazione ha già votato. È ora che anche tu lasci questo incarico. Lin Qing'an mantenne un'espressione calma, osservò tutto ciò che aveva davanti e poi ridacchiò leggermente in risposta. Te ne sei già dimenticato?
Il presidente del gruppo Lion Corporation è colui che ha l'autorità di nominare il presidente. Lin Wei ha accennato a un sorriso sinistro, ma il nonno non è in grado di agire. Di solito non si fa vedere in occasioni come questa. Su questa questione basta che il consiglio di amministrazione si decida, e questo è sufficiente.
In quel momento Lin Zhengnan aprì improvvisamente la porta della sala riunioni ed entrò con un'espressione furiosa. Chi è che dice che non mi conviene agire?
La sua frase fece immediatamente sfigurare il volto di Lin Wei, che iniziò a sudare copiosamente.
Anche gli altri azionisti rimasero a bocca aperta per la sorpresa e chiesero: Presidente, le sue gambe sono guarite?
Lin Zhengnan mostrò un sorriso soddisfatto e disse: Signori, da ora in poi non sono più il presidente della Lion Corporation. Tutte le azioni a mio nome saranno trasferite a mia nipote. Detto questo, allungò la mano verso il posto di Lin Qing'an, lasciando Lin Wei e tutti gli azionisti della Lion Corporation sbalorditi.
Lin Zhengnan continuò a dichiarare: d'ora in poi, sarà Lin Qing'an a gestire la Lion Corporation.
Dopo aver finito di parlare, Lin Qing'an sorrise appena, come se tutto fosse andato secondo gli accordi presi in precedenza tra lei e il nonno. Troppo sorpreso al punto da doversi portare le mani alla fronte, Lin Wei cadde in preda alla disperazione, mormorando incredulo: com'è possibile? Con passi decisi e pieni di aura, Lin Qing'an avanzò. Puntò il dito con decisione contro Lin Wei e disse con fermezza: Lin Wei,
hai falsificato la nomina di un membro del consiglio di amministrazione e hai influenzato le decisioni del gruppo.
Ora che il caso è stato denunciato, la polizia ha il diritto di arrestarti.
Vedendo che la polizia aveva circondato la zona, Lin Wei alzò le mani in preda al panico e urlò: Lin Qing'an, stai dicendo sciocchezze? Quando mai ho falsificato un membro del consiglio di amministrazione?
Le mie azioni sono il 5%.
Tutte le tue azioni sono qui con me.
Dopo aver sentito questa frase, Lin Wei sgranò gli occhi e spalancò la bocca, non capendo assolutamente cosa fosse appena successo.
Cheng Jun continuò aggressivamente: ora porterò tutte le azioni e le trasferirò alla signorina Lin Qing'an.
Lin Qing'an incrociò le braccia e fissò intensamente Lin Wei. Non si aspettava che il suo intero piano fosse crollato.
Scortato dalla polizia, Lin Wei ancora non era convinto. Girò la testa e urlò furiosamente: avete già cospirato fin dall'inizio per eliminarmi, vero?
Lin Qing'an, insieme a Lin Zhengnan e Cheng Jun, rispose con calma: se è vero, e allora?
Con occhi affilati come lame di coltello, Lin Qing'an lo fissò dritto negli occhi e disse con decisione: dal momento in cui hai diffamato Jiang Xuan, dovresti anche prepararti a ricevere tutte queste conseguenze.
La scena cambiò e si spostò nel pomeriggio, nell'area commerciale del grande magazzino Waxing. Sotto la brillante luce del tramonto, l'intera area commerciale appariva estremamente magnifica. Zhang Xuan si fermò davanti alla cassa, con una camicia in mano, poi sorrise e implorò, altrimenti fatemi uno sconto dell'80%, questo prezzo originale è un po' troppo alto. Signore, rispose l'impotente cassiere, anche uno sconto del 20% sarebbe un gesto molto gentile. Nessuno sa come lei alza la voce per chiedere un prezzo. Zhang Xuan tirò fuori un portafoglio rattoppato, infilò la mano per estrarre i soldi, guardò dentro con un'espressione pietosa come se stesse per piangere. Ma i miei soldi non bastano. Il 40% per favore, pagherò subito. La cassiera abbozzò un sorriso forzato e rispose, va bene, glielo impacchetto.
Uscendo dall'area commerciale con gli articoli acquistati a buon prezzo in mano, pensò tra sé e sé con orgoglio. Questa volta ho fatto un grosso affare, ho risparmiato quasi 800 yuan.
Improvvisamente, l'altoparlante dell'area commerciale diffuse un annuncio. Annuncio. Annuncio.
Il cliente è un medico?
Si prega di recarsi immediatamente nell'area ovest. C'è un paziente che ha bisogno di aiuto. Zhang Xuan si rese improvvisamente conto che il luogo annunciato era esattamente dove si trovava lui.
Non sono forse nella zona ovest?
Si voltò a guardare indietro e vide tutti riuniti in cerchio. Mentre tutti erano preoccupati e confusi di fronte alla scena di una donna che cadeva a terra, stringendosi lo stomaco con entrambe le mani e perdendo i sensi.
In quel momento il grande leader si fece avanti e disse: sono un medico, per favore spostatevi un po'.
Con grande stupore di tutti i presenti, l'anziano estrasse immediatamente un lunghissimo ago da agopuntura e lo conficcò con decisione nella fronte della donna priva di sensi, lasciando tutti a sussurrare e commentare: questo vecchio signore se ne intende davvero di agopuntura.
Ma conficcare un ago così lungo non è forse un problema? Vedendo la situazione un po' strana, il grande anziano aprì le palpebre della donna, la guardò e poi pensò tra sé e sé: non va bene, perché non c'è nemmeno una piccola reazione? In quel momento Zhang Xuan si avvicinò, si fermò a guardarla dall'alto in basso e disse: questa persona è chiaramente in stato di morte clinica.
Anche se si usasse l'agopuntura per stimolarla non avrebbe alcun effetto.
Sentendo ciò, il grande anziano lo guardò e chiese: come fai a sapere che si tratta di uno stato di morte clinica? Con le sue conoscenze mediche, Zhang Xuan rispose francamente: le dita del paziente stanno diventando bianche, i vasi sanguigni non sono lisci. Molto probabilmente il cervello è privo di ossigeno e i nervi sono in uno stato di morte clinica.
Hai esaminato solo l'immagine del suo polso, ma hai dimenticato che nella medicina tradizionale cinese c'è un detto che dice che muovere una parte muove tutto il corpo. Il grande anziano rimase sbalordito, sudava copiosamente. Premette in fretta il telefono per chiamare il 120. Doveva assolutamente portarla immediatamente in ospedale per le cure di emergenza. Zhang Xuan scosse la testa e confermò: non c'è più tempo, ci vorranno almeno 20 minuti prima che arrivi il soccorso. Il grande anziano iniziò a farsi prendere dal panico. E adesso cosa bisogna fare?
È possibile semplicemente guardarla morire?
La situazione di questa paziente era estremamente critica, non c'era più nulla da salvare con l'agopuntura.
Zhang Xuan sorrise con sicurezza, come se tutto fosse sotto il suo controllo. Chi ha detto di guardarla morire?
Prendi in prestito i tuoi aghi per un po'. La situazione attuale richiede di concentrarsi sui punti Baiyui, nei Guane Shaoshang, utilizzando il metodo di integrazione con torsione e rotazione dell'ago da agopuntura per il trattamento, insieme al ritmo cardiaco del paziente per scegliere il modo in cui far cadere l'ago. Mentre parlava, Zhang Xuan operava con estrema abilità. Il grande anziano e tutti i presenti spalancarono la bocca per la sorpresa ed esclamarono: troppo veloce, troppo preciso. Zhang Xuan tirò un sospiro di sollievo, alzando la mano che teneva l'ago come a voler concludere. La donna iniziò ad aprire la bocca e mostrò segni di risveglio.
Si mise a sedere, stordita come una persona che ha perso l'anima, senza capire cosa fosse appena successo. Poi chiese: cosa mi succede?
In quel momento tutti i presenti gridarono di gioia: si è svegliata, è un vero miracolo.
Zhang Xuan si preparò ad andarsene, dicendo con sicurezza al grande anziano: la tua tecnica di agopuntura non è male, è solo il tuo modo di pensare troppo rigido.
Anche noi che pratichiamo la medicina tradizionale abbiamo bisogno di cambiare.
Lui alzò lo sguardo sorpreso. Cambiare?
Osservando la schiena di Zhang Xuan che si allontanava gradualmente, Il grande anziano provava nel suo cuore sia ammirazione che sospetto. A un'età così giovane, la sua conoscenza dell'agopuntura ha già raggiunto un livello così profondo. Chi è, in fondo? La scena si spostò davanti all'ingresso della Lion Corporation. Zhang Xuan lavorava lì come capitano della squadra di sicurezza. Pensava felicemente tra sé e sé. Essere un capitano della sicurezza è davvero comodo. Non solo non c'è niente da fare, ma ogni giorno si può anche ammirare apertamente le bellezze.
Mentre tutto procedeva per il meglio, Lino irruppe aggressivamente gridando: «Aprite quegli occhi da cane e guardate chi sono veramente. Nell'edificio della Lion Corporation c'è forse un posto dove non posso andare?»
Zhang Xuan rimase sorpreso nel vedere qualcuno che creava problemi. Li Nui, infuriata, allungò la mano e spinse con forza la guardia di sicurezza, imprecando ripetutamente: «Fuori, non voglio perdere tempo con un branco di servitori come te».
La guardia di sicurezza disse con timore: «Signora, la presidentessa Lin Qing'an ha un regolamento. Per incontrarla è necessario fissare un appuntamento in anticipo». Lin Hui continuò a imprecare, alzando persino la mano e sferrando un forte schiaffo che fece cadere a terra una guardia di sicurezza stordita.
«Ancora qualche cane in sembianze umane osa bloccarmi?» Aggrottò la fronte, indicando con rabbia e ripetutamente: «Credete di essere chissà chi? Se osate ancora toccarmi, ci sarà del buon frutto da mangiare per voi. Mangiate, mangiate, mangiate». Subito dopo aver finito di parlare, una scossa elettrica le colpì il collo, paralizzandole l'intero corpo. Prima che il gruppo di guardie di sicurezza alle sue spalle potesse rendersene conto e prima che Lin Hui svenisse sul colpo,
Zhang Xuan guardò l'elettrostorditore che teneva in mano e mormorò: «Perché questo coso non funziona bene?»
Ci sono voluti più di 10 secondi per far svenire una donna.
La guardia di sicurezza in piedi accanto a lui sudò freddo, estremamente sorpresa e ammirata. «Questo capitano appena arrivato è davvero forte».
Un'altra guardia di sicurezza disse preoccupata: «Capitano, la persona che ha appena steso è la zia del presidente Lin Qing'an».
Zhang Xuan, ancora pieno di fiducia, rispose: «Ha osato venire a creare problemi? Non c'è bisogno di sapere che identità abbia. Tutti ricevono il servizio del manganello elettrico. Se c'è qualche problema me ne occuperò io».
Le 3 guardie di sicurezza annuirono e dissero all'unisono: «Capitano, ha insegnato molto bene». Nei loro cuori pensavano segretamente, a prescindere dal fatto che non sappiano come dirlo, ma questa faccenda è davvero molto soddisfacente. Nella sala di sicurezza della Lion Corporation, 2 agenti bisbigliavano tra loro, parlando continuamente alle spalle di Lin Qing'an. «Il capitano appena arrivato oggi è infelice. Ha persino osato picchiare un parente del presidente Lin Qing'an.
Ora ha appena trovato un lavoro e ha paura di perderlo di nuovo. All'epoca venivamo tutti insultati da quella donna, e persino il capitano ci dava una mano».
Nel frattempo, anche Lin Qing'an si sentiva estremamente tesa e, in cuor suo, cercava un modo per gestire la situazione con delicatezza. Sebbene l'agente di sicurezza avesse semplicemente fatto il suo dovere, quella donna era pur sempre sua zia.
Quindi come si poteva risolvere la questione in modo razionale e al tempo stesso sentimentale? In quel momento, la zia di Lin Qing'an sembrò essersi gradualmente ripresa, si sedette per calmarsi e il suo viso non era più così teso come prima. Lin Qing'an chiese severamente all'impiegato: «Il capitano della sicurezza appena arrivato, dove l'avete trovato?»
L'impiegato sorrise e socchiuse gli occhi, rispondendo rispettosamente: «Questa persona ci è stata presentata dal vecchio maestro Lin Zhengnan». Subito dopo, Zhang Xuan entrò tranquillamente nella stanza, e un agente della sicurezza in piedi fuori dalla porta annunciò: «Presidente Lin Qing'an, il capitano della sicurezza è arrivato». Sapendo che il capitano della sicurezza era alle sue spalle, Lin Qing'an chiese freddamente: «Dimmi, cosa c'è che non va?»
Tra sé e sé pensò: «Il nonno non si è intromesso negli affari del gruppo per molto tempo. Come può essere coinvolto in questa faccenda? Questa persona è sicuramente una di quelle che si affida alle conoscenze e per questo si comporta in modo così prepotente».
Zhang Xuan socchiuse gli occhi con aria divertita e rise, spiegando innocentemente: «È andata così. A quel tempo lei aveva promesso ogni sorta di parole maliziose». Sentendo quella voce familiare, Lin Qing'an si voltò immediatamente, e vedendo suo marito fu estremamente sorpresa. «Zhang Xuan, perché sei tu?» Dopodiché, Lin Qing'an si portò una mano alla fronte per calmarsi,
mentre con l'altra faceva segno ai suoi dipendenti di uscire. Dite a tutti di ritirarsi, non tornate qui. I dipendenti si inchinarono rispettosamente. Sì, presidente Lin Kingan.
Subito dopo, nella sala di sicurezza rimasero solo 2 persone. Jiang Xuan appariva molto fiero, pieno di orgoglio.
Parlò seriamente come se stesse facendo un rapporto. Moglie, non c'è bisogno di lodarmi. Non è forse il mio primo giorno di lavoro?
Ho risolto la questione in modo opportuno, nonostante il trambusto.
Lin Kingan era imbarazzata, aggrottò la fronte fino a sudare, e non si affrettò a dire: come hai fatto a convincere mio nonno a farti entrare in azienda?
Nel suo cuore, segretamente, si preoccupava per il marito, che, pur non comprendendo le dinamiche del mondo, osava comportarsi in quel modo, temendo che ci fosse solo lui. Jiang Xuan rise raggiante, si avvicinò alla moglie e disse eccitato: perché voglio poterti vedere ogni giorno.
Lin Kingan si sentì così imbarazzata da arrossire, pensando tra sé e sé: è per colpa mia? Un attimo dopo, lanciò un'occhiata sospettosa a Jiang Xuan e chiese: sei già venuto? Non ti vantavi una volta di essere esperto in ogni genere di cose?
Allora perché vuoi diventare capitano della sicurezza? Sentendo ciò, Jiang Xuan rimase immobile, spiegando goffamente: non l'ho mai fatto. Prima che Jiang Xuan potesse finire di parlare, Lin Kingan si era già diretta verso la porta.
Lei disse: domani vai al dipartimento commerciale per fare rapporto. Ultimamente sono libera e posso darti una mano.
Detto questo, se ne andò, lasciando Jiang Xuan con un'espressione perplessa. La scena cambiò e si ritrovò alle 17, sulla strada di ritorno alla villa. L'auto gialla di lusso procedeva senza intoppi, quando improvvisamente risuonò un forte urlo: attenzione! L'auto di Lin Kingan ha quasi urtato lateralmente un'altra vettura, rischiando una violenta collisione tra i 2 veicoli. QYU strinse forte il volante, spaventata e in preda al panico di fronte alla situazione improvvisa che le si presentò davanti. Digrignò i denti, sterzò bruscamente e contemporaneamente premette il freno, facendo cambiare immediatamente direzione all'auto ed evitando fortunatamente l'incidente. Sfortunatamente, il conducente dell'altra auto alzò la testa e abbassò lo sguardo, imprecando ad alta voce: mocciosa, sai guidare o no? QYU, in macchina, rispose: chiaramente sei stato tu. Improvvisamente un altro ragazzo corse ad abbracciare l'auto di Lin Qinghon, poi urlò forte, sdraiandosi per fingere di essere ferito. QYU scese in fretta dall'auto, dicendo con rabbia: chiaramente sei stato tu a schiantarti, non ti ho colpito io. Subito dopo urlò intenzionalmente più forte: i ricchi ora colpiscono la gente e inaspettatamente non ammettono la colpa. Che idioti! Dopodiché i suoi complici, insieme alle persone intorno, lo imitarono, criticandolo all'unisono.
Che razza di persona è questa? Picchia qualcuno e poi non lo porta subito in ospedale.
Anche la ragazza è bella.
Perché ha un cuore così malvagio?
Dobbiamo chiedere giustizia per il vecchio signore. Giusto, giusto. QYU rimase immobile, senza sapere come comportarsi. In macchina, Lin Kingan pensava con calma a come risolvere la situazione.
Forse questa persona sta fingendo di essere ferita.
Jiang Xuan, tu vai subito dalla polizia, io vado a vedere. Non appena ebbe finito di parlare, Jiang Xuan la fermò immediatamente. Aspetta un attimo, non posso andare. Analizzò con sollecitudine, indicando il punto insolito. Lin Kingan, questo vecchio ha qualcosa che non va, chiama Jiang Jing per farlo tornare. Noi ci giriamo e ce ne andiamo e basta.
Lin Kingan ribatté: cosa non va? Jiang Xuan si grattò la testa, non sapendo come spiegarsi. Questo va bene, si basa proprio sull'istinto. Inoltre ci stanno importunando in questo modo, non è molto fastidioso?
Lin Kingan era ancora determinata, doveva scendere e risolvere il problema. Jiang Xuan, l'incontro di lavoro deve trovare una soluzione, non pensare a una via di fuga.
Anche se ci trovassimo davvero di fronte a un gruppo di impostori, dovremmo comunque esaminare la situazione con un po' di buon senso e razionalità.
Dopo aver parlato, Lin Kingan scese immediatamente dall'auto. Di fronte al gruppo di persone che inscenavano un infortunio, era ancora un po' preoccupata. Uno di loro, un teppista dal volto indefinito ma con un sorriso pieno di veleno, stringeva un coltello in mano.
Alla vista di Lin Kingan, si precipitò immediatamente verso di lui con una velocità incredibile, travolgendo persino le persone intorno.
In quel momento, Lin Kingan rimase immobile, pietrificato dalla paura. Qiu, vedendo la scena, si preoccupò moltissimo, sudò freddo e, in preda al panico, urlò un avvertimento. Presidente Lin Qingan, stia attento. Un altro ragazzo con una maschera si precipitò improvvisamente ad attaccare Qiu, dicendole che avrebbe dovuto pensare prima a se stessa. Vedendo la scena davanti ai suoi occhi, Lin Qingan si portò le mani alla testa per la paura. Quei due si erano subito lanciati in una feroce lotta. Le venne un sudore freddo, il viso le si corrugò e in cuor suo si pentì. Jiang Xuan aveva ragione, come previsto, e lei stessa lo aveva incolpato ingiustamente. Allo stesso tempo, un altro coltello si stava avvicinando, pronto a colpirla. Un fendente, ma fortunatamente Jiang Xuan parò il colpo, correndo coraggiosamente ad abbracciare la moglie, che rimase sbalordita e preoccupata. Mascalzone, urlò Jiang Xuan a gran voce. Dopodiché, Jiang Xuan si girò e sferrò un calcio dritto contro il teppista. Dopo aver neutralizzato quel tipo, Jiang Xuan abbracciò immediatamente e velocemente la moglie e la portò in macchina. Lin Qingan era ancora terrorizzata e chiese preoccupata: Jiang Xuan, il tuo braccio? Jiang Xuan le sorrise dolcemente per rassicurarla. Nessun problema, moglie, siediti qui, arrivo subito. Subito dopo chiuse la portiera dell'auto. 3 teppisti si precipitarono immediatamente ad aggredire Jiang Xuan. Rimase calmo, per niente spaventato, pensando tra sé e sé. Ha osato far temere persino a Lin Qingan. I suoi occhi si tinsero di rosso per la rabbia. Jiang Xuan urlò a gran voce: andate a morire per me. Jiang Xuan contrattaccò coraggiosamente ogni singolo individuo e, in un attimo, tutti i teppisti, uno ad uno, furono sconfitti per mano sua. I teppisti furono picchiati e giacevano sparsi a terra, con nasi e bocche sanguinanti, esclamarono sorpresi. In fondo non siamo loro avversari. Eppure continuare a correre avanti è come arrendersi. Scappate, scappate! Ma non tutto era così semplice. La rabbia di Jiang Xuan non si era ancora placata. Li guardò con occhi taglienti come lame. Volete scappare? Il teppista spalancò gli occhi per la paura. Il sudore gli colava a fiumi, tanto che gli uscivano anche lacrime e muco, la bocca spalancata. Jiang Xuan, infuriato, sollevò il teppista con una mano e lo interrogò a voce alta. Parla, chi vi ha mandato qui? Pur essendo picchiato fino a farsi venire i lividi, si ostinava a non ammettere nulla. Vuoi saperlo? Nei tuoi sogni? In quel momento Qiu si trovava accanto all'auto di Lin Qingan, intenta a occuparsi dei teppisti rimasti. Chiese preoccupata: Jiang Xuan, tu e il presidente Lin Qingan non state bene, vero? Subito dopo, si voltò verso Jiang Xuan, rimanendo sbalordita dalla scena che le si presentò davanti. Jiang Xuan aveva visto quei teppisti aggressivi, persino armati, che erano stati sconfitti a mani nude da Jiang Xuan. Qiu era estremamente sorpresa, pensando tra sé e sé: la forza di questi assassini non era certo ordinaria, eppure in così poco tempo li ha già sconfitti tutti. Come mai è diventato così forte? Gli occhi di Jiang Xuan si oscurarono, strinse con decisione il collo del teppista rimasto, facendolo scricchiolare come se stesse per spezzarlo. Dopo aver sconfitto completamente il gruppo di teppisti, Jiang Xuan si strinse il braccio ferito, si diresse verso l'auto e disse a Qiu: questo posto non è ancora sicuro. Torniamo prima alla villa. Qiu, ancora un po' confusa, rispose appena in tempo: va bene. Infine, l'intero gruppo fece ritorno sano e salvo. Appena arrivato alla villa, Jiang Xuan digrignò i denti e si fasciò la ferita al braccio, pensando tra sé e sé: questa volta non è una ferita da poco. Temo che ci vorrà circa una settimana per guarire. Lin Qingan, con in mano una cassetta di pronto soccorso, si diresse velocemente verso Jiang Xuan. Lin Qingan tirò fuori con gioia gli strumenti medici e, con fare amichevole, disse: Jiang Xuan, lascia che ti aiuti. Jiang Xuan, sentendo le cure della moglie, rispose felicemente: va bene. Subito dopo, però, emise un grido. La ferita, appena fasciata, iniziò a sanguinare improvvisamente, inzuppando completamente la benda. Vedendo ciò, Lin Qingan, preoccupata e tesissima, sudava copiosamente e disse: Jiang Xuan, perché il tuo sangue non smette di scorrere? Continua a uscire molto, altrimenti andiamo in ospedale. Lin Qingan, sorpresa, si coprì la bocca con la mano, guardando la grave ferita di Jiang Xuan e preoccupata al punto da voler quasi piangere. Vedendola, Jiang Xuan assunse un atteggiamento ottimista e la consolò. Moglie, non preoccuparti, è solo che un attimo fa, mentre mi fasciavi, hai premuto accidentalmente sulla ferita. Lin Qing'an, quasi sul punto di piangere, arrossì e disse, scusa. Dopodiché continuò a fasciare la ferita del marito, infine le aggiunse anche un piccolo e grazioso fiocco. Lin Qing'an guardò con occhi pieni di soddisfazione. Un leggero sorriso le increspò leggermente gli angoli delle labbra. Finalmente anche la fasciatura fu completata. Dopo aver medicato la ferita, Lin Qing'an si alzò, riassunse l'aspetto di una presidentessa e disse, riposati per questi 2 giorni per me. Sdraiati obbedientemente sul letto. Non correre in giro, non fare lavori pesanti o altro, lo sai? Sentendo ciò, Jiang Xuan rise dolcemente, ascoltando obbedientemente le parole della moglie. Stai tranquillo, neanche io sono un bambino. Vedendolo rispondere in quel modo, Lin Qing'an si sentì imbarazzata e si imbronciò un po'. Diede un piccolo colpetto affettuoso al marito. Non è permesso nemmeno prendermi un po' cura di te? Torna subito in camera e riposati. Jiang Xuan convinse la moglie ad andare. Nel suo cuore provava segretamente felicità. Sua moglie, inaspettatamente, sapeva come prendersi cura di lui. Tutti gli sforzi fatti finora sembravano non essere stati affatto vani. Ma proprio mentre stava per andarsene, un richiamo da parte di Lin Qing'an fece voltare Jiang Xuan a guardarla e chiese, moglie, cosa c'è? Lin Qing'an arrossì, abbassò leggermente la testa timidamente. Jiang Xuan, oggi ti ringrazio davvero, se non fosse stato per te, temo che quel colpo di coltello mi avrebbe già squarciato il corpo. Jiang Xuan alzò una mano in segno di supplica, mentre con l'altra si agitò negando. Perché dici questo? Sei mia moglie, proteggerti non è forse un dovere divino? Jiang Xuan guardò Lin Qing'an con occhi gentili e pieni d'affetto, poi pronunciò parole cariche di emozione. Sentendo ciò, Lin Qing'an spalancò gli occhi, con un'espressione sbalordita. Mandato dal cielo e giusto sulla terra? Lin Qing'an guardò Jiang Xuan in piedi di fronte a lei con gli occhi che le brillavano, e nel suo cuore pensò vagamente, ma in questo mondo esiste davvero qualcuno che, per amore di un'altra persona, possa fare una cosa del genere? Dopodiché, le tornò in mente il momento in cui Jiang Xuan si era precipitato a parare il fendente al posto suo. Temendo che solo quello sciocco di Jiang Xuan potesse fare una cosa del genere, sicuramente senza esitazione avrebbe bloccato il coltello per aiutarla. Allo stesso tempo, Lin Qing'an ricordò anche i romantici brani musicali che Jiang Xuan le aveva suonato una volta, commuovendola profondamente. Nessuna ispirazione, nessun sentimento spirituale, nessun destino, nessuna lacrima, nemmeno amore. Ricordò gradualmente le volte in cui Jiang Xuan si era chinato senza esitazione per allacciarle le scarpe, e anche per lei aveva preparato quel particolare brano al pianoforte, e aveva cercato di esaudire ogni sua richiesta irragionevole. Lin Qing'an ripensò in silenzio alle volte in cui Jiang Xuan era stato umiliato dagli altri, ma aveva comunque sopportato tutto in silenzio. E solo per lei era di nuovo pronto a reagire con la forza. Gli altri lo trattavano come volevano, e a lui non importava. Ma se qualcuno le faceva un torto, si trasformava immediatamente in un leone furioso. Vivere tutta la vita con quest'uomo, a quanto pare, non era una cattiva scelta. Lei abbozzò un sorriso felice, con gli occhi pieni di calore, mentre guardava la schiena di Jiang Xuan che si allontanava lentamente. La scena si spostò davanti all'ingresso della clinica di medicina tradizionale cinese di Yinzhou. Lin Qing'an, Jiang Xuan e altre persone entrarono una alla volta. Lin Qing'an guardò seriamente Jiang Xuan e poi gli disse, Jiang Xuan, in questa fase di negoziazione e competizione per la posizione di vertice nell'associazione medica, saranno presenti molte grandi aziende. Dovrai osservare e imparare. Lo sai? Anche Jiang Xuan si fece serio. Alzò la mano con sicurezza in segno di assenso. Imparerò sicuramente con umiltà, non deluderò gli insegnamenti del presidente Lin Qing'an. Non era forse il presidente Lin Qing'an? Questa volta, inaspettatamente, è venuto a partecipare persino il presidente Lin Qing'an. Sembra che le piccole imprese come la nostra non abbiano mai avuto un'opportunità simile. A quanto pare, erano le parole del presidente Wang. L'uomo con i baffi e un sorriso furbo prese la parola. Lin Qing'an, mettendo le mani sui fianchi, rispose con un sorriso calmo: Presidente Wang, questa volta, nella competizione per la posizione, le apparecchiature mediche Shuguang, signori,
hanno un vantaggio in termini di prezzo, forse solo così potrete avere maggiori possibilità di vincere.
Non è vero? Detto questo, nel cuore di Lin Qing'an pensava segretamente: questo tizio vuole chiaramente procurarsi altri nemici per la Alliance Corporation, trasformando la sua azienda in una rivale per le altre imprese. Il presidente Wang, sentendo ciò, si divertì immediatamente e scoppiò a ridere fragorosamente, tanto che gli si sarebbe quasi staccata la mascella.
Anche tu hai una stima eccessiva di questo Wang.
Lin Qing'an provò un leggero disagio, ma rispose con tono allusivo: Presidente Wang, naturalmente lo saprà più tardi. Dopo aver detto ciò, prese rapidamente la mano di Jiang Xuan ed entrò.
Jiang Xuan, entriamo prima noi.
La scena cambiò e ci trovò all'interno della clinica di medicina tradizionale cinese di Yinsu. Il luogo sembrava una grande sala, gremita di persone.
Ho visto solo Jiang Xuan in piedi che osservava tutto intorno. Poi si è avvicinato all'orecchio della moglie e con voce flebile le ha chiesto: Moglie, non è forse una competizione per un posto? Perché sono venuti così tanti medici?
Lin Qing'an strinse la mano del marito e, con uno sguardo penetrante, spiegò gentilmente: lo scopo principale dell'apertura dell'associazione medica è quello di favorire lo scambio di conoscenze tra i medici della provincia di Xixia.
La questione del progetto verrà affrontata solo alla fine. Subito dopo, il presidente Ma fece la sua comparsa, attirando l'attenzione di tutti. Il presidente Ma è arrivato.
Anche il presidente Wang, con occhi astuti, si voltò immediatamente verso il presidente Ma. Anche i coniugi Jiang Xuan e Lin Qing'an lo seguirono con lo sguardo.
In cuor loro, tutti capivano perfettamente che il potere decisionale su questo progetto risiedeva proprio nelle mani di questo primario di medicina della provincia di Xixia. Un medico entusiasta gli porse la mano, invitandolo e chiedendogli: Presidente Ma, possiamo iniziare, d'accordo?
Il presidente Ma non si affrettò e rispose con calma: niente fretta.
Il vecchio signore lì non era ancora arrivato. Quel dottore rimase a bocca aperta per la sorpresa e chiese subito: il vecchio signore li verrà davvero? Improvvisamente, nella sala, dal presidente Ma al dottore, tutti si voltarono contemporaneamente verso la porta principale, come se un personaggio importante stesse entrando.
Tutti rimasero sbalorditi. Era proprio la mano del santo medico, il grande anziano lì di Xixia. Subito dopo, lì entrò pieno di aura, seguito da 2 discepoli. Il presidente Ma corse immediatamente ad adulare: vecchio signore lì, prego, da questa parte. La sua presenza qui è davvero un grande onore per noi.
Solo allora gli alzò la mano, facendo segno di essere meno formale. Presidente Ma, lei è già abbastanza formale. Oggi siamo qui per parlare di medicina, non c'è bisogno di tanta formalità. Dopo aver terminato il suo intervento, si fece avanti e disse: permettetemi di presentarvi un caso clinico, così che possiate discuterne insieme. Il presidente Ma rispose con entusiasmo: per favore, insegnacelo. Come un professore universitario, puntò il dito verso la lavagna con gli schemi del corpo umano alle sue spalle e disse: c'è un paziente di oltre 70 anni, in coma improvviso, con pupille ristrette, anemia, 10 dita pallide, polso lento. Nonostante gli aghi e le rotazioni utilizzate per stimolare i punti di agopuntura, non si sveglia. Avete qualche suggerimento per salvare il paziente nel più breve tempo possibile?
Alcuni giovani sotto l'udito che si sono subito affrettati a parlare: si può provare il trattamento della medicina occidentale, respirazione per il paziente. Dopodiché procedere all'esame dei nervi cerebrali.
Non è permesso. Questo paziente è praticamente incapace di sopportare fino al momento del ricovero in ospedale.
Nemmeno l'agopuntura riesce a stimolare i nervi, quindi non si tratta di necrosi nervosa?
È già clinicamente morto in termini medici. Come si può curare? Il grande anziano li guardò quel gruppo di persone, consapevole di pronunciare solo parole vuote senza avere ancora una vera soluzione. Prese la parola e chiese: credete tutti che non si possa curare? In cuor suo pensò: a quanto pare non si sbagliava, siamo tutti troppo rigidi, vero?
Proprio in quel momento, il dottor ZHO, seduto lì sotto, alzò la mano e disse: è possibile, grande anziano lì, che lei possa riportare in vita questa persona?
Ma come hai fatto? Semplicemente perché non sei il protagonista maschile, tutto qui. Ieri, quando ho incontrato questo paziente, anch'io ero senza parole, ma inaspettatamente è stato un giovane a salvargli la vita.
Dopodiché, ricordando la sorprendente apparizione di Jiang Xuan in quel momento, continuò, basandosi sul candore delle dita del paziente, giudicò lo stato di finta morte del paziente. Aggiunse di nuovo la velocità tecnica dell'agopuntura fulminea, pungendo rapidamente i punti Baiyui. Neiguan e Shaoshang, aiutando il paziente a svegliarsi. Alcune persone sottostanti, sentendo questa notizia, si agitarono immediatamente. Grande anziano Li, anche questo è troppo rischioso. Il punto Baiyui è la parte terminale dei nervi cerebrali. Se non si fa attenzione può uccidere il paziente. Giusto? Com'è possibile? Anche Li sospirò, pieno di impotenza. La medicina tradizionale è ciò che ci hanno lasciato gli antenati. Da prima ad ora tutti pensano che si debba seguire un certo metodo, incontrando qualsiasi stato di malattia e aprendo gli antichi libri per vedere come curavano gli antenati. Poi si ricordò di nuovo di Jiang Xuan a quel tempo, ma il metodo di quel giovane è di nuovo un'invenzione creativa unica basata su solide fondamenta della medicina tradizionale. Dopodiché Li iniziò a parlare ad alta voce, la saliva schizzò fuori come pioggia. Questa è esattamente la direzione di sviluppo futura della nostra medicina tradizionale. Alcuni medici che sembravano marionette specializzate nel succhiare sangue, sentendo quelle parole, rimasero sbalorditi.
Anche Lin Kingan era perplessa e si voltò a chiedere al marito: anche tu capisci la medicina tradizionale? Riesci a sentire e a capire quello che dicono?
Quanto a Jiang Xuan, in quel momento stava ancora masticando una mela.
Possibile, sono tutte cose facili da capire, tutto qui.
Improvvisamente il vecchio seduto accanto a lui rise, aprendo persino la bocca per deriderlo. In realtà, si sta vantando senza conoscere ancora la vergogna, non è indegno di essere una persona della Lion Corporation.
Qualsiasi parola può anche essere pronunciata. Il contenuto di cui molti medici famosi discutono in questo modo, ai tuoi occhi inaspettatamente è di nuovo facile capire le cose.
In quel momento il volto di Jiang Xuan era ancora difficile da decifrare.
Rispose: è possibile che il presidente Wang abbia di nuovo una spiegazione diversa? L'ho visto solo indicarsi con aria arrogante e dire: suggerisco a voi che non capite nulla di industria medica e farmaceutica di andarvene al più presto,
per evitare di perdere la faccia quando poi vi troverete a competere per un posto di lavoro.
Jiang Xuan non ha evitato nessuno, ha risposto immediatamente: a quanto pare è un cane che sa di non avere abbastanza forza e sa solo abbaiare forte.
Lanciò un'occhiata di lato, poi aggiunse con noncuranza un'altra frase: se non sei convinto, allora affrontami ancora da solo.
Questo vecchio ti picchierà a tal punto da costringerti a chinarti per raccogliere i denti lungo la strada.
Sentendolo sfidare e chiedere di combattere, il vecchio si ritrasse immediatamente. Lin Kingan, vedendo quella scena, scoppiò a ridere. Lei intervenne prontamente per fermare il marito. Va bene, Jiang Xuan, non creare altri problemi. La questione della competizione per la posizione nel progetto medico sta per iniziare. Parlarono senza prestare attenzione, ma alle loro spalle alcuni sguardi li osservavano.
L'anziano di cognome Wang si alzò improvvisamente e dichiarò chiaramente: signori, la nostra azienda di attrezzature mediche Shuguang vanta una vasta esperienza in questo campo. Basta affidarci questo progetto e tutte le attrezzature mediche saranno vendute al prezzo di fabbrica.
Ma non aveva ancora finito di parlare che un altro anziano gli gettò addosso un secchio d'acqua fredda. Il presidente Wang teme che fare così non sia una buona idea. Aprire un ospedale e vendere attrezzature sono due cose completamente diverse.
Per quanto riguarda il nostro gruppo Fengjuan, tutti i lavori preparatori sono stati completati. Possiamo concludere questa categoria alla massima velocità.
Lin Kingan ascoltò i vecchi discutere e si sentì stanco. Sospirò, poi si alzò, il volto pieno di determinazione, e disse a voce alta: il nostro gruppo Lin opera in molti settori, ha costruito numerosi ospedali di beneficenza, fornisce soccorso gratuito a chiunque, da sempre conducendo gli affari con integrità, mettendo le persone al centro di tutto.
Questo è esattamente il nostro concetto.
Ma il vecchio di cognome Wang non si lasciò sconfiggere facilmente. Si alzò immediatamente, la indicò e disse: il vostro gruppo Lin.
Eppure osate parlare di integrità.
Tutti sanno che il presidente Lin Kingan è una persona spietata e senza cuore. Per la carica di presidente, Avete incastrato intenzionalmente vostro cugino,
arrivando persino a farlo finire in prigione. Il gruppo Lin è pieno di loschi affari. Se questa categoria finisce nelle vostre mani, temo che in seguito, quando verremo per una visita medica, non avremo abbastanza soldi.
Cogliendo l'occasione, anche quei burattini si sono alzati contemporaneamente per intervenire. Esatto, il settore medico è direttamente collegato al sostentamento delle persone.
È estremamente importante.
Non vogliamo che la città di Insu si trasformi in un ospedale clandestino. Il nostro scopo non è il denaro, ma combattere le imprese illegali di Insu. Bloccate il gruppo Lin! Bloccate il gruppo Lin!
Lin Qing'an sentì queste parole e il suo volto si contorse.
La situazione non era affatto buona. Quelle persone erano state in origine i soci di Lin Wei, e ora, inaspettatamente, si erano tutte rivoltate contro di lui. L'anziano signore di cognome Wang colse l'occasione per fare un ulteriore passo avanti, dicendo: «Presidente Ma, le basterebbe affidarci la categoria, posso garantirglielo». Dopodiché, dichiarò a gran voce a tutti che il prezzo sarebbe stato inferiore a quello di mercato fino al 50%.
Il presidente Ma, sentendo ciò, si rallegrò, sorrise e disse: «Presidente Wang, se davvero si può fare in questo modo, allora è davvero una benedizione per la società».
Quel vecchio rispose immediatamente: «State tranquilli, io, Wang, lo dico e lo faccio, come se fosse stato tutto concordato in anticipo». Il presidente Ma alzò la mano e dichiarò: «Affinché tutti possano acquistare medicinali a prezzi accessibili, noi, l'Associazione Medica della provincia di Xixia, decidiamo di affidare la gestione completa di questo settore alla Shuguang Medical Equipment». Il suono degli applausi risuonò ovunque, ma improvvisamente Zhang Xuan sbatté un pugno sul tavolo e poi disse: «Ridicolo». Lin Qing'an, sentendolo, fu colta da un sudore freddo, pensando tra sé e sé: questa volta la competizione per la posizione è stata presa di mira da molti.
Temo che il gruppo Lin non abbia più speranze. Cos'altro vuole fare questo tizio?
Dopo aver sbattuto il tavolo per attirare l'attenzione, Zhang Xuan si è subito fatto avanti per creare problemi. Appena arrivato davanti, ha dato un calcio con la gamba dritta al tavolo di fronte a lui.
«C'è una farmacia che una volta era scritto nei libri. Spero che nessuno nel mondo si ammali, che le medicine sugli scaffali ammuffiscano».
Dopodiché Zhang Xuan iniziò una lunga predica. Il compito di un medico è curare le malattie e salvare le persone.
Dovrebbe pensare a metodi di cura migliori in modo che i malati nel mondo siano sempre meno, non pensare tutto il giorno a come convincere i pazienti ad andare a fare i controlli.
E non spetta a voi garantire che le medicine nel mondo costino sempre meno. Ma anche se la questione era arrivata a questo punto, il vecchio di cognome Wang non mostrò ancora alcun timore. Zhang Xuan gli si avvicinò passo dopo passo. Salendo sul palco, puntò il dito verso la folla e disse: «Siete davvero dei dottori?» I burattini furono rimproverati fino a diventare rossi in viso, e subito dopo gridarono con rabbia: «Ragazzo, chi sei?
Hai il diritto di parlare qui. Dove sono le guardie?»
«Cacciatelo via in fretta».
Il presidente Ma mantenne un atteggiamento pacato e intervenne per mediare. «Calmatevi tutti un po'».
In realtà, anche questo fratellino non ha torto. Essendo un medico, chi non desidererebbe che al mondo non ci fossero più malattie?
Parlava sempre più disperatamente. «Ma dove possiamo trovare metodi di cura migliori?»
Non appena ebbe finito di parlare, Zhang Xuan puntò immediatamente il dito in avanti. Si scoprì che stava indicando Lin Qing'an. Disse ad alta voce: «Il nostro gruppo Lin ce l'ha».
In quel momento il presidente Ma sorrise e chiese: «Allora, qual è il metodo di cura che si definisce avanzato?» Zhang Xuan rispose innocentemente: «La persona che può curare tutti quei pazienti che non possono essere curati. Ecco, quello è proprio il metodo avanzato».
Un giovane si alzò in piedi, gridando a gran voce: «Assurdo! Il vecchio signore lì alla porta», disse indicando verso il fondo. Lì era in piedi in fondo, fumando una sigaretta.
Da laggiù risuonò una voce: «Osate dire che i vostri metodi di cura sono persino superiori a quelli del vecchio signore lì?»
Vedendo che era giunto il momento, Zhang Xuan mostrò immediatamente la sua abilità. «Allora, naturalmente, i nostri metodi di cura sono i migliori al mondo». Quelle persone sottostanti, udendo ciò, non ci credettero affatto e, con arroganza, dissero: «In tutto il paese ci sono solo poche persone con competenze mediche superiori a quelle di mio padre».
«Voi che diavolo siete?» Vedo che questo ragazzino non capisce nemmeno le nozioni mediche di base. È chiaramente venuto solo per creare problemi.
Vattene subito! Nonostante la situazione tesa, Zhang Xuan disse con calma, non c'è da stupirsi che la medicina tradizionale sia decaduta a questo livello. Con un'espressione di disprezzo sul volto, agitò la mano e disse, voi siete arroganti, ai vostri occhi non c'è nessuno, in realtà non esiste medicina che possa curare. Terminato il discorso, si voltò per andarsene, ignorando i bantan intorno, ma proprio mentre camminava qualcuno gli corse incontro e lo afferrò, gridando, fermati! Era una donna sconosciuta, arrabbiata e rimproverante, hai detto parole arroganti, insultando la reputazione del maestro, devo costringerti a chiedere scusa. Zhang Xuan non aveva ancora avuto il tempo di reagire quando gli intervenne. Piccolo maestro, che coincidenza, inaspettatamente ci siamo incontrati qui.
Zhang Xuan si sentì a disagio e si voltò subito chiedendo, cosa? C'è qualcosa?
Vedendo la situazione capovolta, il presidente ma lo fissò e chiese, signor Li, lo conosce?
Li sorrise felice e indicò Zhang Xuan per presentarlo. Vi ricordate di quel giovane di cui ho parlato poco fa?
È proprio lui, il giovane che vedete qui davanti. Ha salvato un paziente in tempo, riportandolo alla vita. Le sue capacità mediche, lo ammetto anch'io, non sono pari. Quelle due persone, sentendo la notizia, si sono spaventate. Cosa?
Li ha lanciato un'occhiata alla donna poco fa e poi ha chiesto, hai offeso il giovane maestro? Lei ha risposto con timore, maestro, anche in questo caso non possiamo essere incolpati. Non hai forse detto che la medicina tradizionale dà valore all'esperienza? Questa persona è così giovane, la questione di ieri è stata probabilmente solo una coincidenza. Il giovane dai capelli biondi alle sue spalle intervenne subito. Esatto, forse anche il tuo incontro è stato organizzato dal gruppo Lin.
Zhang Xuan, sentendolo, chiese immediatamente, esperienza? Dopodiché tirò fuori un pupazzo pieno di aghi da agopuntura. Sollevò gli aghi e gridò a gran voce, allora, aprite bene gli occhi e guardate attentamente. Terminato il discorso, Zhang Xuan conficcò immediatamente una serie di aghi nel legno. Coloro che lo avevano appena deriso lo fissarono a bocca aperta, pensando tra sé e sé, 3 punti nel legno. Per raggiungere la tecnica di conficcare 3 aghi nel legno bisogna esercitarsi innumerevoli volte.
Persino imparando la medicina fin dalla nascita non si può arrivare a questo livello.
Il presidente ma lo guardò per un attimo, poi, terrorizzato, esclamò, incredibile, davvero incredibile. Li si fece avanti e disse, non va bene, non sono solo 3 parti nel legno. Dopodiché, insieme a tutti quelli sottostanti, gridò simultaneamente, ago da guerra. Guardando i 3 aghi d'argento allineati, gli era ancora estremamente scioccato. Può farsi che l'ago d'argento lasci la mano del dottore? Vedendo lo shock sui volti di tutti, Zhang Xuan, proprio in quel momento soddisfatto, chiese, com'è possibile?
Ora è stato dimostrato? La donna che poco prima aveva discusso con lui ora chinò anche lei il capo in segno di ammirazione. Mi dispiace, temo che nemmeno il maestro di quest'antica arte medica sia all'altezza di lui.
Dopodiché Zhang Xuan si preparò ad andarsene, pronunciando persino una frase piena di carisma. In futuro, quelle persone che lo hanno sentito non osano obiettare, limitandosi a guardarlo in silenzio alle spalle. Tornati a casa della moglie, il volto di Zhang Xuan cambiò immediatamente. Presidente Lin Qingan, ci lasci andare.
Mi dispiace davvero, oggi non sono stato d'aiuto. Ma invece di rimproverarlo, Lin Qingan sorrise e disse, ha fatto benissimo, non mi aspettavo che le sue capacità mediche fossero così formidabili. I due non avevano ancora fatto in tempo ad andarsene quando qualcuno li chiamò. Aspettate un attimo. Proprio in quel momento, il vecchio di cognome Wang si fece avanti per bloccarla e chiese. Poco fa hai anche detto che auguravi al mondo che nessuno si ammalasse, dimostrando di avere evidenti capacità mediche. Perché le tieni solo per te e non contribuisci alla società? Vedendolo parlare senza riflettere, il presidente ma si fece subito avanti e disse, signor Wang, queste sue parole sono un po' eccessive. Questa tecnica di medicina tradizionale è un tesoro inestimabile. Nessuno può arbitrariamente cederla ad altri. Quel vecchio rispose con rabbia. Allora anche la vostra azienda non può vendere senza fare una donazione? Zhang Xuan non gli permise di continuare e disse, chi ha detto che non sono disposto? Il nostro gruppo Lin fin dall'inizio ha sempre avuto l'intenzione di investire nella medicina. insegnando al contempo metodi avanzati di medicina tradizionale.
Mentre parlava, indicò sua moglie, lasciandola perplessa. Dopodiché, Jiang Xuan si voltò e disse a quelle persone: purtroppo non volete collaborare, non mi resta che trovare un altro partner. Il presidente ma si agitò immediatamente e disse: fermatevi, fermatevi.
In quel momento Lin Qing'an si fermò, girò la testa, sorrise e chiese: Presidente Ma, c'è qualcosa?
Nel suo cuore pensò che Jiang Xuan fosse davvero formidabile.
Il presidente Ma sorrise gentilmente e disse: Presidente Lin Qing'an, vorrei continuare a discutere di questo progetto di cooperazione.
Lin Qing'an indicò quindi l'anziano di cognome Wang e disse: non avete già deciso di collaborare con loro?
Il presidente Ma si sentì subito in imbarazzo. No, questa cooperazione è interamente affidata al gruppo Lin. Il suo sudore scorreva a fiumi, mentre nel suo cuore pensava: se ci fosse qualcuno che insegnasse quest'antica arte medica, quanti altri medici famosi potrebbero essere attratti? Raggiunto l'obiettivo, entrambe le parti si strinsero la mano con gioia in segno di collaborazione. Grazie. Mentre il vecchio di cognome Wang osservava le persone firmare il contratto, non poté fare a meno di darsi uno schiaffo. Davvero troppe storie, e io stesso ho dato un'opportunità ad altri.
Dopo aver firmato il contratto, nel corridoio della casa di medicina tradizionale, Lin Qing'an camminava davanti a tutti e improvvisamente si fermò. Jiang Xuan, vedendolo, chiese subito: Presidente Lin Qing'an, perché non cammina più? Lin Qing'an si voltò, appoggiò una mano al muro per bloccare Jiang Xuan, poi le avvicinò il viso e chiese: in fondo, chi sei?
Lui rispose: cosa intendi con chi sono? Ma quella risposta non la soddisfò. Lin Qing'an continuò a chiedere: le tue capacità mediche sono così superiori, non c'è assolutamente bisogno che tu venga a vivere con la famiglia Lin come genero. Parla, qual è il tuo scopo?
Jiang Xuan sudò freddo, si grattò la testa e disse: allora è questa la questione.
Le mie competenze mediche mi sono state insegnate da un vecchio praticante di medicina tradizionale. Non ho un certificato di esercizio, quindi non sono un medico.
Perciò posso solo essere un genero a tempo pieno presso la famiglia Lin, vivendo obbedientemente a spese degli altri. Lin Qing'an si strofinò il mento ascoltando la confessione dell'astuto ragazzo, poi indicò il suo viso e disse: ma tu?
Ma proprio in quel momento squillò il telefono. Sei il mio unico.
Jiang Xuan afferrò un salvagente. Disse: Presidente Lin Qing'an, mi lasci rispondere prima al telefono. Fu liberato e rispose al telefono. Alo. Dal telefono risuonò un urlo, quel tale di cognome Jiang Xuan. Venite subito al bar Wild Color, la vecchia signora sta per essere fatta a pezzi da qualcuno.
Un attimo dopo, al bar, un uomo dall'aria minacciosa disse: davvero non mi sarei mai aspettato che Foglia Verde nelle mani di tuono nero non potesse resistere a un solo colpo.
Due scagnozzi erano in piedi dietro a Wenru. Uno rise sinistramente e disse: sorellina, Foglia Verde.
Voi vi affidate solo a questo mucchio di spazzatura e osate far morire più di 50 dei nostri fratelli di tuono nero?
Wenru rispose freddamente, senza dire sciocchezze: se tagliare o uccidere dipende da te. Vedendola così dura, si interessò ancora di più.
Il suo temperamento è davvero feroce, ma non posso sopportare di colpire una bellezza come te. Wenru pensò tra sé e sé: Jiang Xuan, alla fine vieni o no?
Aveva appena finito di pensarci quando fuori si udì un rumore.
Il capo si voltò e chiese: avete ancora rinforzi?
Fuori c'erano due persone in piedi davanti alla porta.
Il bar è aperto?
Davanti c'era il cartello chiuso temporaneamente. Due giovani gridarono a gran voce: se non aprite la porta, la spacchiamo. La ragazza accanto sorrise e disse: Baiki, fratellone, non hai proprio un briciolo di dignità. Un lacchè si fece avanti e disse: signori, siete ciechi? Qui non si fanno affari. Ma prima ancora di finire di parlare, Baiki aveva già spalancato la porta con un calcio.
Due persone entrarono gridando a gran voce: posso chiedere un attimo, chi è la signorina Wenru?
Wenru, sorpresa, chiese: voi due siete?
Due giovani risposero subito con rispetto: cognata, io sono Baiki. Il fratello maggiore mi ha detto di venire a vedere la situazione.
Si Feng salutò la cognata.
Il gangster rise fragorosamente con disprezzo. Pensavo avessi qualche asso nella manica, e invece sono questi due.
Un soffio di vento potrebbe spazzarli via.
Wenru pensò tra sé e sé: Perché Jang Xuan ha chiamato a caso 2 persone per farle morire? Quel tipo tirò fuori la lingua e disse: sorellina, devi solo giocare con me una notte e ti risparmierò la vita. Che ne dici?
Wenru urlò furiosamente. Ma che dici? Stava per colpire quando Feng si precipitò verso di lui, ma fu fermato da Baiki. Tu, non pensare nemmeno di toccare la donna di mio fratello maggiore.
Scegli tu stesso come morire.
Rise e disse: non ho sentito bene, ripeti.
Baiki si rivolse a Feng e chiese: ho parlato in mandarino, giusto?
Giusto? E il tono della voce non era basso, vero?
Non basso.
Baiki scosse la testa e disse: allora sembra che non voglia scegliere. Feng, aiutalo a decidere. Non appena ebbe finito di parlare, Feng estrasse un'arma rovente e tagliò la mano al gangster, che urlò: la mia mano. Ordinò immediatamente ai suoi scagnozzi di ucciderli, ma Baiki urlò: chiudi la bocca. Poi con una mano gli afferrò il collo e lo finì, dopodiché si rivolse a Wenru e disse: cognata, mi dispiace.
Per logica avrei dovuto affidarli a te, ma il fratello maggiore ha detto che chiunque osasse mancarti di rispetto sarebbe stato ucciso, quindi abbiamo semplicemente...
Wenru disse rapidamente: non importa. Nel suo cuore era sconvolta perché Black Thunder era così forte eppure era morto così facilmente.
Osservando Feng gestire la banda di gangster in un batter d'occhio, pensò che tutte queste persone chiamassero Jang Xuan fratello maggiore, ma alla fine, che tipo di persona si rivela essere?
La mattina seguente, alla stazione di polizia di Insu, Wenru entrò nella sala riunioni. Pensò che la convocazione urgente della stazione di polizia dovesse riguardare una questione importante. Zulong, il capo della squadra a livello provinciale e suo superiore, le disse: Wenru, oggi arriveranno persone di Sharp Edge, ci sono notizie riservate, devi solo sederti e ascoltare.
Non è assolutamente consentito interrompere. Wenru pensò tra sé e sé: lama affilata non è forse la squadra delle forze speciali più misteriosa di Waxia?
In quel momento entrarono 2 persone, Jing Xin, il leader della terza squadra della lama affilata, e Tiarrui, un membro della squadra. Posarono una borsa sul tavolo e Jing Xin disse: ragazzi, non diremo sciocchezze.
Tiarrui aprì il proiettore e disse: convochiamo tutti perché abbiamo ricevuto la notizia che un'organizzazione estremamente pericolosa è apparsa a Yinsu.
Disse seriamente: si fanno chiamare camminatori dell'inferno, nel nome del demone Satana, collezionando anime malvagie. Sullo schermo apparve il loro logo, disse: il loro potere si estende in tutto il mondo, al di fuori della legge, persino le nazioni devono stare attente.
Jinxin aggiunse: se vedete una persona che indossa questa maschera, segnalatelo immediatamente a Sharp Edge, non è assolutamente consentito colpire arbitrariamente. Zulong aggrottò le sopracciglia e disse: se non attacchiamo, non restiamo forse a guardare mentre scappano? Un altro aggiunse: allora non è come lasciare che la tigre torni nella foresta?
JNXN scosse la testa e disse: non voglio solo che ci siano altre vittime. Indicò lo schermo e continuò: questa è una base armata nel Triangolo d'Oro con 400 mercenari esperti, ma in una sola notte è stata rasa al suolo da una donna. E quella persona è proprio una camminatrice infernale apparsa a Yinsu. Tutti, sentendo ciò, furono terrorizzati. Jinxin sorrise e disse: ora avete ancora il coraggio di attaccare? Pensava che quel tipo di mostro, allora la polizia di Yinsu unita, non sarebbe stata un avversario, ma Wenru la pensava diversamente.
Quella donna non era forse la subordinata che Jang Xuan aveva chiamato?
Dopo la riunione, Jang Xuan la stava aspettando fuori dalla stazione di polizia. Vedendola fuori, disse: la riunione è finita?
Andiamo a mangiare del riso insieme.
Wenru disse: Jang Xuan, c'è una cosa che vorrei chiederti.
Jang Xuan rispose con calma: è forse una questione riguardante Feng?
Appare spesso, quindi è normale che venga notata da Sharp Edge. Sentendo ciò, Wenru gridò subito: allora la lascerai comunque salvarmi?
Ignorando la questione, Jang Xuan afferrò la mano di Wenru e disse: allora non posso permettere che la mia donna corra un pericolo, vero?
Wenru, sentendo ciò, si sentì un po' imbarazzata. Chi è la tua donna? Ma subito dopo lei si arrabbiò di nuovo, gli scostò la mano e disse: tu sei una persona che ha già una moglie.
Se vuoi fare la brava persona vai prima a farti fare il certificato di matrimonio e poi parla di questa vecchia signora come se fosse tua moglie.
Zhang Xuan mostrò subito un'espressione di paura, si grattò la testa e disse: questo. Tra sé e se pensava che nessuna delle due parti si fosse offesa.
Allora cosa si doveva fare adesso? Inaspettatamente, subito dopo Anuenru scoppiò di nuovo a ridere. Va bene, non restare lì impalato come una statua. Non avevi detto di invitarmi a mangiare riso? Vedendo che in fondo c'è ancora una parte di me, ti risparmio per questa volta.
Zhang Xuan, che sembrava voler evitare una situazione spiacevole, disse timidamente: là c'è un ristorante di una vecchia catena. Ho sentito dire che il cibo è ottimo.
Ho già prenotato un tavolo.
Finito di parlare, Anuenru lo trascinò subito con sé, dicendo a bassa voce: ho già molta fame, guarda come questa vecchia signora si mangia tutti i tuoi soldi. Va bene? Va bene. Alle 22, nell'edificio del gruppo Lin, anche Lin Qing'an aveva appena finito di lavorare, si stiracchiò le spalle una volta e poi disse: finalmente ho finito anche il piano di categoria. Improvvisamente, la corrente elettrica nell'edificio si spense. Lin Qing'an guardò la stanza completamente buia davanti a sé e provò un po' di confusione.
Che guaio, mi sono dimenticata che stasera vengono a riparare l'impianto elettrico e dopo le 22 l'intero edificio rimarrà senza corrente.
Detto questo, prese il telefono per controllare e scoprì che anche quello si era scaricato ed era spento. Lin Qing'an scese le scale da sola dicendo: è troppo tardi, qui non c'è nessuno, inaspettatamente. In quel momento, l'unico rumore che si sentiva intorno era il ticchettio dei tacchi alti che Lin Qing'an indossava. Sicuramente non succederà niente, vero? Mentre camminava, pensava tra sé e sé: è troppo buio. Improvvisamente, un forte rumore risuonò, facendo sobbalzare Lin Qing'an. Si voltò di scatto e urlò.
In quel momento, sola nell'oscurità, Lin Qing'an era così spaventata che tremava come una foglia. Vedendo davanti a sé qualcosa che assomigliava a una testa umana, Lin Qing'an pensò tra sé e sé: non dovrei proprio tornare così tardi. Lin Qing'an era terrorizzata. Tremava in silenzio, pregando: qualcuno venga a salvarmi.
Improvvisamente apparve Zhang Xuan.
Quella strana cosa si rivelò essere solo una scopa.
Ha usato una torcia per illuminare verso di lei e poi ha chiesto: moglie, sei tu?
Lin Qing'an sembrava appena stata salvata. Zhang Xuan, perché sei venuto qui? L'ho visto tornare indietro e le ho accarezzato la testa. Poi ho detto: visto che sei tornata così tardi e non eri ancora a casa, e non riuscivo a chiamarti al telefono, sono venuta a cercarti qui. In questo palazzo è saltata la corrente? Lin Qing'an ha esitato un po' e ha risposto: interruzione di corrente per riparazioni?
Dopodiché, spaventata a morte, corse subito ad abbracciarlo forte. Zhang Xuan, coraggiosamente, usò la torcia per illuminare la strada e disse: moglie, non temere, vado avanti io a illuminarti la strada, torniamo a casa. Sulla via del ritorno, Lin Qing'an, mentre teneva stretto il braccio di Zhang Xuan, pensava felicemente tra sé e sé: Zhang Xuan, sono davvero fortunata ad averti. Il giorno seguente, nell'edificio del gruppo Lin, sullo schermo del computer veniva visualizzato un videogioco di alcuni giovani. Zhang Xuan, mentre giocava, pensava felicemente tra sé e sé: mia moglie mi sta davvero migliorando di giorno in giorno, e stamattina, inaspettatamente, ha anche fatto i lavori di casa con me.
Stava giocando con grande intensità quando improvvisamente qualcuno tamburellò sul suo tavolo.
La persona in piedi di fronte era la sorella On, che prese la parola per prima. Sei il nuovo impiegato, giusto? Zhang Xuan rispose prontamente: esatto. Cosa c'è, sorella maggiore? La sorella On appoggiò la mano sul tavolo del computer e chiese ancora: dove sei andato ieri? Tra sé e sé stava calcolando che quel ragazzino appena arrivato non sembrava affatto uno che si impegnava a fondo. Zhang Xuan, dall'altra parte, rispose: ieri? Sono andato a fare affari con il presidente Lin Qing'an.
Sentendo ciò, la sorella On incrociò le braccia e chiese ancora: un novellino come te già va a fare affari con il presidente Lin Qing'an?
Zhang Xuan, ancora perplesso, disse: è vero, basta avere le capacità, non importa se sei un novellino o un veterano. Il presidente Lin Qing'an tratta tutti allo stesso modo.
Ho visto solo la sorella On voltarsi per andarsene e poi ha detto: va bene, non vantarti più neanche tu. La direttrice mi ha detto di chiamarti nel suo ufficio, vai subito lì. Dopo aver fatto pochi passi, Zhang Xuan si è improvvisamente ricordato di una cosa. A quanto pare devo fare un salto anche nell'ufficio del direttore generale. Ma, vedendo che quella questione non era importante quanto l'amata moglie, scappò via immediatamente. Lasciamo perdere la questione del presidente, ma è più importante, ne riparleremo al nostro ritorno.
Un attimo dopo, alla casa della medicina tradizionale, mentre era impegnato in cucina, Lin Qing'an chiamò Zhang Xuan.
In quel momento il presidente Ma stava scambiando qualche parola con altre persone. Presidente Ma, speriamo che l'associazione medica nomini 10 medici famosi a nome dell'ospedale del gruppo Lim per tenere 2 sessioni di insegnamento. Lui rispose immediatamente, non è possibile, così facendo perderemmo troppe persone, al massimo solo 5.
In quel momento anche Zhang Xuan si era avvicinato alla porta e disse, così è un po' irragionevole, no? Vedendolo apparire, quei 2 illuminarono immediatamente i loro occhi. Fratello maggiore Zhang Xuan, sei arrivato.
Se hai un'opinione, dilla pure.
Il presidente Lin Qing'an ci ha già detto di ascoltarti. Vedendo ciò, Zhang Xuan non girò intorno al problema. Attualmente le risorse mediche scarseggiano. Molti medici esperti avevano già l'agenda piena qualche giorno fa.
E tu vuoi che si affidino all'ospedale della nostra azienda? Tenendo anche 2 sessioni di formazione a settimana?
Questa cosa non è realistica. La ragazza, sentendo ciò, mostrò un'espressione imbarazzata, pensando tra sé e sé, perché il fratello maggiore Zhang Xuan si schiera dalla parte dell'avversario.
Non sta rovinando il lavoro?
Dall'altra parte, il presidente Ma era molto soddisfatto, batté le mani e disse, il piccolo maestro ha perfettamente ragione, il tempo del dottore è già di per sé molto limitato.
Continuare a correre avanti e indietro in questo modo è davvero problematico. Vide Zhang Xuan sedersi, versarsi una tazza di tè e poi disse, Presidente Ma, se è d'accordo anche lei, proviamo in questo modo.
L'altra parte rispose immediatamente, piccolo maestro, per favore, parli.
Zhang Xuan sollevò la tazza di tè e sorrise. Tutti voi medici che desiderate partecipare al corso di formazione, venite direttamente al nostro ospedale del gruppo Lin.
Così risparmierete un sacco di tempo. Dopo aver sentito questa notizia, il presidente Ma rimase a bocca aperta, come un fulmine a ciel sereno.
Era un po' esitante, quindi chiese a sua volta, piccolo maestro, non è un po' troppo? È possibile? Zhang Xuan scosse la testa e parlò con voce seria, non c'è bisogno di discutere ulteriormente, se non siete d'accordo, il gruppo Lin andrà in un'altra provincia a cercare un partner. Presidente Ma, ci pensi lei?
Detto questo, si alzò in piedi davanti agli occhi sbalorditi di tutti. Il presidente Ma voleva ancora trattenerlo. Piccolo maestro, per favore non se ne vada. Ma la ragazza accanto lo aveva fermato. Presidente Ma, poi il nostro contratto. Sembrava spinto fino in fondo alla strada, poté solo strofinarsi la testa e dire, che altro c'è, basta fare secondo le parole del piccolo padrone e firmare.
Nel suo cuore calcolò segretamente, se questa persona si rifiuta di insegnare le competenze mediche,
allora ai medici dell'associazione medica basterà che ognuno di loro sputi un solo boccone di saliva e sarà sufficiente a soffocarlo, anche se dovessero concedere di più e dovessero comunque firmare.
In quel momento l'impiegata tirò fuori il contratto con aria soddisfatta. Allora, ti disturbo.
Un attimo dopo, vedendolo finire di firmare, lei e Zhang Xuan si scambiarono un'occhiata. Era pomeriggio, di fronte all'hotel Xinkai. Nella hall dell'hotel, Zhang Xuan, mentre camminava guardandosi intorno, si ricordò che quel giorno c'era un progetto importante e che quindi l'intero dipartimento commerciale doveva venire.
Ma qual è la stanza?
Anche lui era in difficoltà, sospirò e disse, lascia perdere, chiama e prova a chiedere.
Proprio in quel momento qualcuno chiamò, fratello maggiore, perché sei anche tu qui?
Zhang Xuan si voltò e vide una ragazza che gli sembrava familiare, quindi chiese, chi sei? La ragazza indicò se stessa con entusiasmo, sono Qiu, una stagista appena arrivata. Ieri ti ho visto, fratello maggiore, mentre colpivi con un manganello il piantagrane, eri davvero affascinante. Essere elogiato da una ragazza così Zhang Xuan si sentì un po' imbarazzato. Si grattò la testa e rispose, assolutamente no, è solo responsabilità della sicurezza. Qiu lo seguì immediatamente dicendo, non pensare che io non lo sappia, quella persona è la zia del presidente Lin Qing'an, e solo tu osi farlo, senza distinzione di status o posizione,
comportandoti secondo i principi. Zhang Xuan poté solo dire impotente, perciò mi sono ritrovato a fare il misero impiegato qui. Tra sé pensò di nuovo. A quanto pare sono così bello ed elegante che, involontariamente, ho di nuovo una piccola ammiratrice. Improvvisamente, in quel momento, apparve la signora On, indicando i due e gridando: «Voi due, perché siete arrivati solo ora? Volete ancora mantenere il lavoro o no?»
QYU si fece subito prendere dal panico e abbassò la testa. «Sorella On, mi scusi, la prego, mi perdoni questa volta». Poi si rivolse a Zhang Xuan e sussurrò: «Fratello maggiore, questa volta è finita».
«Il primo giorno di lavoro ho commesso un errore, non verrò licenziato, vero?» Zhang Xuan rimase calmo. «Parliamo di lavoro, questa piccola cosa non ne vale la pena».
QYU continuò ad abbassare la testa preoccupata, ma il regolamento aziendale. Zhang Xuan rassicurò: «Non temete, non ci sono io». Dopo aver finito di parlare, si voltò e disse: «Andiamo, entriamo anche noi in fretta». Subito dopo, altre persone si avvicinarono. Il signor Ross e gli altri stanno per arrivare. Una ragazza, mentre camminava, disse con aria sicura: «Se oggi la negoziazione andrà a buon fine, ognuno riceverà almeno 1000 di bonus. Fate del vostro meglio». I dipendenti lo sentirono e si emozionarono tutti. Il direttore ha capito. Quella donna era proprio Luo Ling, la direttrice generale del dipartimento commerciale del gruppo Lin.
Appena arrivata, indicò subito Zhang Xuan rimproverandolo: «Chi sei tu che non capisci nemmeno le regole basilari del Galateo?» La signora On disse immediatamente: «Direttore, è proprio Zhang Xuan, appena arrivato, la persona che ti ha fatto aspettare tutto il giorno».
Sentendo ciò, Luo Ling incrociò le braccia con rabbia. «Zhang Xuan?»
«È davvero un onore per me poterti incontrare oggi». In quel momento Zhang Xuan stava ancora masticando il cibo in bocca e disse: «Manager, c'è stato un piccolo malinteso su questa questione, stamattina io».
Ma non aveva ancora finito di parlare quando qualcuno annunciò: «Manager, il signor Ross e loro sono arrivati». Luo Ling cambiò immediatamente espressione, si voltò e si presentò. «Vi presento il presidente della regione asiatica dell'azienda francese Ross, insieme al suo team di professionisti». Anche Ross, con grande cortesia, alzò il calice di vino e disse: «Sono molto felice di conoscervi. Brindiamo insieme, augurandoci che la nostra collaborazione sia proficua». Tutti brindarono immediatamente, dopodiché Ross si rivolse a Luo Ling dicendo: «Luo Ling, dimmi stavolta quanto denaro dell'investimento del gruppo Lin possiamo mangiare?» Lei sorrise e rispose: «Carissima, ci basterebbero 3 parti per vivere comodamente per tutta la vita». Lui rise e disse: «Queste cose dette qui sono accettabili». Ma Luo Ling era molto sicura di sé. «State tranquilli, questa folla di sciocchi come può capire il francese romantico?» Guardando le 2 persone di fronte a sé, Zhang Xuan, mentre sorseggiava del vino, pensava tra sé e sé: «Stanno discutendo apertamente di come derubare il gruppo Lin». E nei suoi occhi si dipinse gradualmente un'espressione di rabbia.
Scosse leggermente il bicchiere di vino, calcolando in segreto: «Se lo dicessi adesso, sicuramente nessuno mi crederebbe. Aspettiamo di trovare prove sufficienti e poi lo riveleremo a tutti». Improvvisamente udì un grido d'aiuto: «Salvami la vita!
Ti prego, non farlo». In quel momento Zhang Xuan si rese conto che Qiu era scomparsa. Fuori, Qiu veniva spinta contro il muro da un uomo che le disse: «Bella ragazza, l'incontro è destino. Bevi obbedientemente questo bicchiere di vino». QYU era già un po' alticcia, ma rifiutò comunque. «Mi dispiace, non posso proprio più bere». Quel tipo non mollava. «Se non bevi, lasciami baciare, anche questo è il galateo dei francesi».
QYU pensò tra sé e sé: «Non dovrei proprio uscire da sola. C'è qualcuno che può aiutarmi?» Proprio in quel momento, apparve Zhang Xuan. QYU, cosa c'è che non va?
Vedendo la scena, si precipitò verso quel tipo e lo colpì. «Lasciala andare per me».
Dopodiché si voltò per chiedere: «Stai bene?»
QYU rispose: «Non sto bene».
Zhang Xuan sorrise: «Allora bene». Poi diede altri calci: «Così potrò dare una lezione a questo bastardo e farti sfogare la tua rabbia». Quel tipo si strinse le parti basse per il dolore, incapace di proferire parola.
In quel momento qualcuno corse verso di lui. «Zhang Xuan».
«Cosa stai facendo?»
Esattamente, era Luo Ling. Lo indicò e gridò: «Sono i nostri ospiti più preziosi». Ma a Zhang Xuan non importava. Aiutò Qiu ad andarsene, non badare a lei, Andiamo. Rimase solo Luo Ling che urlava furiosamente. Jiang Xuan, non ti lascerò andare. Un attimo dopo, fuori dall'hotel in riva al lago, Jiang Xuan consolò Qiuyu. Va bene, non piangere più, altrimenti la gente penserà di nuovo che ti sto maltrattando.
Le asciugò le lacrime ridendo. Guarda, il muco sta già per colarle in bocca. Dov'è la fata? Perché sei diventato uno scarabeo stercorario?
Qiu strappò con rabbia il fazzoletto. Sei uno scarabeo stercorario.
Jiang Xuan lo rassicurò.
Stai bene, vero?
Vuoi andare da qualche parte a sfogare la tua rabbia?
Qiu disse. Fratello maggiore Jiang Xuan, vado a casa a dormire.
Una sola dormita è sufficiente. Oggi per fortuna c'eri tu, altrimenti avrei.
Non aveva ancora finito di parlare che Jiang Xuan le diede un pizzicotto sulla guancia.
Mi hai già chiamato fratellone. Posso stare qui a guardarti mentre ti prendono in giro? Jiang Xuan sorrise dolcemente.
Basta che tu non mi ami, ho già una moglie. Ma lei gli strinse ancora il braccio. Fratellone Jiang Xuan, sei davvero leale. Che tipo di persona è la cognata?
Lui era timido. Lei, come la mia coda, molto obbediente.
Poi si è persino vantato di una storia immaginaria secondo cui a casa la moglie non osa contraddirlo. Ogni sera gli lava i piedi e gli fa un massaggio. La mattina gli prepara spazzolino e detergente per il viso, pulisce la casa con cura e si abbassa persino per pulire il pavimento. Qiu, sentendo ciò, non ci ha creduto, non ci credo, ha chiesto Jiang Xuan. Perché?
Dubitate della mia posizione in casa o del mio fascino? Qiu rispose. Non credo che avresti il coraggio di lasciare che tua cognata facesse una cosa del genere.
Poco fa, quando l'hai nominata, i tuoi occhi erano pieni d'amore. In quel momento anche Jiang Xuan la immaginò, pensando tra sé e sé che se Lin Qing'an lo avesse davvero aiutato a lavarsi i piedi e a pulire casa ogni giorno, non ne avrebbe avuto il coraggio. La mattina seguente, nell'ufficio di Lin Qing'an presso l'edificio del gruppo Lin, lei chiese freddamente, Jiang Xuan, ho sentito che ieri hai combinato un grosso guaio.
Jiang Xuan era perplesso. Che succede? Chiese Lin Qing'an con rabbia. Durante l'orario di lavoro giochi ai videogiochi, guardi video, lavori in modo emotivo e ti comporti male con i clienti. Sei stato tu?
Detto questo, gli gettò un quaderno davanti. Ma Jiang Xuan rimase composto. Vedo che si tratta di un malinteso. Lin Qing'an, con le mani sui fianchi, disse, malinteso?
Sei così legato a quella ragazzina?
Per lei hai persino attaccato il tuo partner. Jiang Xuan chiese improvvisamente, moglie, sei gelosa? Pensò tra sé e sé. A quanto pare, siccome ho protetto Qiuyu, lei si è arrabbiata poco fa. Il viso di Lin Qing'an si fece rosso. Geloso di cosa? Allora seriamente, non eludere l'argomento.
Hai causato una grossa perdita all'azienda in quel modo.
Jiang Xuan sospirò, non credo proprio.
Non dovremmo collaborare con quel tipo di persone opportuniste. È solo un'azienda francese.
Un altro giorno ne troverò un'altra. Lin Qing'an si arrabbiò ancora di più. Dire allora è facile.
Non ho molto tempo da perdere con te.
Jiang Xuan alzò 3 dita. Solo 3 giorni. Allo stesso tempo, nella sala del dipartimento commerciale, la signora On incrociò le braccia e disse: Che diavolo è Jiang Xuan? 2 giorni di lavoro e ha già causato un disastro. Anche altri dipendenti si unirono alla discussione. E poi Qiuyu, serve un po' i clienti. E allora?
Altri ancora dissero: chi le ha detto di fingere di essere innocente? Quell'aria pietosa l'ha sicuramente provata davanti allo specchio.
Sentendo ciò, Qiuyu rimase comunque calma. Un attimo dopo, lei si fece avanti e chinò la testa per scusarsi. Inaspettatamente, la scena fu vista da Jiang Xuan. Lui si fece avanti. Ragazza sciocca, non hai torto. Quali scuse? Qiuyu piangeva. Fratello maggiore Jiang Xuan, perché sei venuto?
La sorella On disse: non hai torto?
Quel tale Jiang Xuan, osi ancora parlare in sua difesa?
Poi lo indicò. Quanto del nostro impegno è stato vanificato da voi? Come pensate di assumervi la responsabilità? Jiang Xuan rimase calmo. Possibile che li abbia lasciati prevaricare sugli altri?
La sorella On stava per continuare, ma lui alzò la mano per bloccarla. Entro 3 giorni troverò un altro gruppo internazionale con cui collaborare. Così gli sforzi di tutti non saranno stati vanificati. Dopo aver finito di parlare, si voltò e disse: Qiuyu, andiamo, usciamo per affari. Qiuyu corse subito dietro. Sì, fratello maggiore Jiang Xuan. La sorella On urlò furiosamente. Jiang Xuan, sei un tipo strano.
Pensi che i gruppi internazionali siano così facili da trovare?
Se non li trovo entro 3 giorni dirò al manager di licenziarvi. 5 minuti dopo, sotto l'edificio del gruppo Lin, QYU ripeté, fratello maggiore Jiang Xuan, mi dispiace.
Jiang Xuan si voltò. Mi dispiace per cosa? QYU disse, è tutto per colpa mia che ti ho fatto del male. Jiang Xuan era confuso. Ferito cosa?
QYU balzò in piedi. È un gruppo internazionale. Come si fa a trovarlo in 3 giorni? Jiang Xuan puntò il dito. Intendi questa cosa?
Là.
QYU guardò in quella direzione e poi sgranò gli occhi. Davanti ai suoi occhi c'era solo un angolo deserto.
Jiang Xuan spinse la porta ed entrò. C'è qualcuno? Dentro un uomo grasso giaceva disteso e chiese. Chi è quello?
Mentre guardava la TV bevendo birra, vedendo qualcuno entrare si irritò subito. Ragazzino, qui non si assumono persone. Ma quando vide QYU, i suoi occhi cambiarono. Ma questa sorellina è diversa. Jiang Xuan le disse, ragazza, vai fuori e aspetta, parlo in privato con questo grassone. QYU corse subito fuori. Sì, fratellone Jiang Xuan, aspetto alla porta.
Il grassone si irritò. Cosa stai facendo? Lasciando andare la bella ragazza.
Jiang Xuan tirò fuori un biglietto da visita. Non dire sciocchezze, contattali e digli di portare la squadra a negoziare con il gruppo Lin.
Quel tipo vide il biglietto e iniziò a sudare freddo. Questo era l'ordine demoniaco.
Si inginocchiò. L'isola luminosa situata a Yinsu è qui per ascoltare l'ordine.
In cuor suo sapeva che ogni città aveva un ufficio, e se l'ordine demoniaco si fosse presentato, avrebbe dovuto obbedire a ogni comando. Tremando chiese, grande persona, posso chiederle chi è?
Jiang Xuan gli voltò le spalle. Chi sono non ha bisogno di saperlo, dica solo a Uren di venire. Abbassò la testa per obbedire all'ordine. Il giorno dopo, a mezzogiorno, Jiang Xuan entrò nella villa e sentì un profumo di cibo così invitante.
Sicuramente Michelle era andata in cucina.
Lin Qing'an era seduto a tavola e disse, Jiang Xuan, sono venuto a presentarti Like, un amico di Michelle in Francia.
Entrambi sono chef di corte.
Jiang Xuan pensò tra sé e sé che, a quanto pare, il capo chef di corte aveva imparato qualche trucco da lui. Like lo guardò. Jiang Xuan gli strinse la mano. Io sono Jiang Xuan. Lei rispose. Un saluto a te. Sento spesso Michelle parlare di te. Ma il sorriso di Jiang Xuan nei suoi occhi era come quello di una persona lasciva.
Michelle dalla cucina chiamò. Avete tutti fame? I piatti sono pronti.
Lin Qinghon rise. Michelle, avere un grande chef come te è davvero una fortuna.
Michelle lo rimproverò affettuosamente. Sei davvero un ingordo. Dobbiamo ancora fare una passeggiata nel pomeriggio.
Lin Qing'an chiese a Jiang Xuan, vuoi venire? Jiang Xuan pensò tra sé e sé che doveva ancora andare da Wenru, quindi disse, non sarò una lampadina. Guardò il messaggio, Jiang Xuan, vieni subito alla torre Biaxian. Alle 15 alla torre Biaxian, un uomo disse, non mi aspettavo che il capo della foglia verde fosse una ragazzina. Ha detto che i suoi subordinati erano discepoli della setta dei 4 estremi.
Wenru rimase calmo, non ne ho mai sentito parlare.
Eion spiegò, la setta dei 4 estremi è molto forte nelle antiche arti marziali. Poi minacciò. Wenru disse, anche se vi consegnassi questa persona, non potreste farle nulla. Eion sbatté con rabbia il tavolo. Wenru indicò la porta, è arrivato.
Jiang Xuan entrò e chiese, perché mi avete chiamato qui? Chiese, queste persone devono essere uccise immediatamente o dobbiamo eseguire l'ordine?
In quel momento, un uomo alto con il volto sfregiato, che faceva parte del gruppo, sentì Jiang Xuan parlare in quel modo, si fece avanti, lo guardò e disse, ragazzo,
non fare il disprezzante con questo atteggiamento.
Jiang Xuan, vedendolo, socchiuse gli occhi e lo guardò. A quel punto, Jiang Xuan si limitò ad arricciare le labbra in un sorriso sprezzante e disse a quel tipo, hai l'aria di uno che si farebbe spezzare il collo con facilità. Sentendo l'arroganza di Jiang Xuan, questo tizio si precipitò subito in avanti e gli sferrò un pugno, gridando a gran voce, muori per me. Il grande capo Eion sedeva sulla sedia, guardando il suo subordinato che si stava precipitando verso di lui, e disse con voce fiera, anche questo è un discepolo della setta dei 4 estremi, la sua forza non è male, per togliere la vita basta una sola mossa. Aveva appena finito di parlare quando il subordinato lo colpì con un pugno. Zhang Xuan non si mosse nemmeno, si limitò a inclinare leggermente il corpo di lato per schivare l'attacco. Vedendo ciò, il grande capo Eion, in quel momento, stava ancora sorseggiando tranquillamente una tazza di tè ridendo a crepapelle e dicendo a Wenru, ragazzina,
Questa persona come ti ha un po' di forza.
ma molto presto capirete tutti perché non siete degni di essere menzionati di fronte alla setta dei quattro estremi. Il grande capo Heion aveva appena finito di parlare quando Zhang Xuan, con un calcio, fece volare via il suo subordinato, provocando a sua volta una reazione di stupore e incredulità. Il grande capo Heion sgranò gli occhi e spalancò la bocca, esclamando ad alta voce: "Com'è possibile?" Un calcio di Zhang Xuan fece volare lontano il subordinato del grande capo Heion, che poi cadde e si scontrò con tavoli e sedie. Le persone dalla parte del grande capo Heion furono neutralizzate in brevissimo tempo. An Wenru si avvicinò a Zhang Xuan con un sorriso orgoglioso, pensando tra sé e sé: certo, non importa quale esperto di arti marziali antiche sia, di fronte a lui non può resistere nemmeno a un colpo. Il grande capo Heion era stato sconfitto e giaceva a terra, solo ora si era rialzato. Aveva guardato Zhang Xuan e aveva chiesto: Vostra Eccellenza.
Anche lei è una persona del mondo delle arti marziali. Conosce le conseguenze dell'opporsi alla setta dei quattro estremi? Sentendolo parlare in quel modo, Zhang Xuan in quel momento si mise una mano a frugarsi nel naso mentre parlava e chiedeva: Setta dei quattro estremi? Mai sentito? Voi deboli venite da lì?
Il grande capo Heion si alzò solo allora, guardò Zhang Xuan e poi continuò: Vostra Eccellenza, non possiamo rappresentare la setta dei quattro estremi? Osate accettare la nostra sfida?
Sebbene il grande capo Heion fosse estremamente arrabbiato, in quel momento non poté far altro che stringere i pugni e reprimere la rabbia. Pensò tra sé e sé: la forza di questo ragazzo non è male, solo pochi esperti della setta possono competere con lui.
Sentendolo dire ciò, Zhang Xuan non se ne curò affatto, si voltò e si allontanò, poi fece un cenno con la mano, dicendo con noncuranza: Come vuoi.
Ma al momento non ho tempo da perdere con te.
An Wenru, andiamo. Dopo aver detto ciò, Zhang Xuan afferrò la mano di An Wenru e la trascinò via. Lei, vedendolo, non dimenticò di voltarsi e dire: Grande capo Heion, allora arrivederci. La setta dei quattro estremi di cui hai parlato non sembra niente di che. Sentendosi parlare da una donna in quel modo, il grande capo Heion si infuriò a tal punto che le vene gli si gonfiarono sulla fronte.
Strinse i denti e pensò: Foglia verde, sei davvero bravo, ma con tanta arroganza e senza rispetto per la setta dei quattro estremi, dovrete sicuramente pagarne le conseguenze. La scena cambiò, era già pomeriggio.
Dopo essere usciti, Zhang Xuan e An Wenru stavano camminando per strada.
Mentre camminavano, An Wenru si voltò e gli chiese: Zhang Xuan, cosa sono le arti marziali antiche? Zhang Xuan camminava rispondendo con nonchalance: è solo un tipo di arte marziale con un potere distruttivo un po' più forte. Impararla è molto faticoso, e inoltre si perdono molte parti. Sentendolo parlare in quel modo, An Wenru in quel momento era estremamente eccitato e disse: Non ho paura di stancarmi, puoi insegnarmelo?
Zhang Xuan, sentendolo, rise e rispose: Nessun problema, quando vuoi imparare?
Improvvisamente An Wenru si avvicinò, spinse Zhang Xuan contro il muro, poi gli mise le braccia intorno al collo e disse: Stanotte, voglio che tu mi insegni tutta la notte.
Detto questo, si chinò e baciò appassionatamente Zhang Xuan. La scena cambiò e ci ritrovò la mattina seguente a casa di An Wenru. In quel momento Zhang Xuan si era appena svegliato, si sedette sul letto e tirò un sospiro di sollievo, pensando tra sé e sé che quella donna era stata davvero prepotente,
tormentandolo per tutta la notte.
Proprio in quel momento, il suo telefono iniziò a squillare incessantemente. Zhang Xuan si voltò a guardare e, vedendo che era sua moglie a chiamare, sussultò immediatamente. Zhang Xuan rispose subito in fretta al telefono. Dall'altra parte del telefono, il presidente Lin Qingan chiese irritato: Zhang Xuan, non sei tornato a casa per tutta la notte scorsa, dov'eri? Seduto sul letto, guardando An Wenru che dormiva ancora, Zhang Xuan, grattandosi la testa, balbettò: Beh, ero qui. Senza aspettare che finisse la frase, Lin Qingan parlò già a voce alta al telefono: Va bene, non balbettare più. Vai subito al ristorante Saint Tefa per una gita.
C'è un'opportunità per te qui.
La scena cambiò un attimo dopo al ristorante Saint Tefa. Zhang Xuan aprì la porta del ristorante ed entrò, e vide subito anche lui Lin Qinghan.
Quel giorno indossava un vestito giallo. Zhang Xuan, vestito in modo impeccabile, si diresse verso Lin Qinghan e la chiamò: moglie, di cosa si tratta?
Non appena vide Zhang Xuan arrivare, Lin Qinghan gli sussurrò all'orecchio: una gara, un grande chef francese si sta sfidando a colpi di abilità con Michel Liquet.
Sentendola dire ciò, Zhang Xuan chiese incuriosito: l'opportunità di cui parli non sarà mica quella di guardarli cucinare il riso?
Lin Qinghan, sentendo ciò, fece un gesto con la mano e rispose: certo che no. Guarda, il giudice questa volta è un membro della famiglia reale francese. L'uomo con il gilet rosso e i capelli biondi seduto al tavolo dei giudici era il settimo principe, Carlo. Lin Qinghan indicò con la mano il settimo principe e poi disse a Zhang Xuan: puoi ottenere la loro collaborazione.